The airport is closed. RSW has been closed since last night. Schools are closed this morning. Many businesses are closed. In fact, probably most stores and businesses are closed right now. The 3 a.m. update, so just an hour ago from the National Hurricane Center, says that Hurricane Ian is about 90 miles southwest of Naples.
And we are going to be with you every step of the way as that hurricane gets closer. We do want to let you know we are already seeing power outages here in Southwest Florida, in Charlotte, Lee, and Collier County. About 600 to 700 power outages in each county, and the governor is saying that he has deployed 30,000 workers all across the state to restore power as quickly as possible. He says that those power outages he is expecting to get into the millions today. All
right, so let's bring in our Fox 4 certified meteorologist Trent Eric, who is tracking the storm for you right now. Trent, I guess the big question right now is where is Ian and when do we expect it to come into Southwest Florida?
It's just a matter of hours here. I was looking at the latest measurements, and Ian is roughly the center of the eye, 70 to 80 miles off our coastline and moving northeast. So if you extrapolate that out, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, noonish. Past that, with conditions really deteriorating between noon and 2 o'clock. Now, before that, the tropical storm force winds, which we're already starting to see some really gusty conditions in some of those more sustainable outer bands. Now, the tropical storm force winds arrive first. The storm surge, it's already started. Now, talking about storm surge, we've been having some discussions before we went on air this morning. The storm surge is not a sudden event. It doesn't just rush up between 6 and 9 feet. That water slowly starts to increase as that storm motion and the circulation around the storm begins to approach. I want to take this time and kind of reset. We're an hour away from a full advisory from the National Hurricane Center and the updates. But at this point, the forecast track really doesn't matter as much as it has in the past couple of days. This is more of what we call a radar event or a nowcasting event, when we take the information that we are getting from the live radars all across Central and South Florida, and we use our expertise here to digest what we're seeing. Let's start with the 4 o'clock special advisory, and you can see we had those winds of 120 miles per hour, pressure at 953, and there's that movement northeast. It was this little jaunt off to the northeast when it came off the coast of Cuba that has caused this hurricane to make a approach here towards Southwest Florida later on today. Now, with the forecast track, we will get a change for this coming up in an hour. The forecast track at 11 o'clock dropped the center of that line right across the northern parts there of Sanibel, Captiva, just south there of the Charlotte Harbor, inland past Arcadia before it weakens to a tropical storm. We are expecting to be dealing with a major hurricane. Right now it is a Category 3, forecast to strengthen further as it continues to go north. I want to show you a live shot here from the Bayfront Inn in Naples just to give you an idea of what we're seeing here this morning. And off towards the east, that's the way this camera looks. You can see the raindrops hitting the lens early. As we go throughout the day, it will be areas in Collier County, in particular Marco Island. The 10,000 island area is first to see that first really powerful outer band. As that core of the hurricane begins to approach, the conditions will worsen through Lee County, up to Charlotte, inland towards Glades, Hendry, and eventually Lake Okeechobee. Let's get over to the radar this morning because I think this really tells the story. The red box you're noticing is a tornado watch box. This was the second tornado watch box issued yesterday from the Storms Prediction Center. This one goes until later on today, pretty much until further notice, until this eye moves a little closer in. The tornado warnings early this morning have been mostly over towards Palm Beach and Broward County. These are very quick spin-ups, but the atmosphere is prime on the northeastern side of a hurricane for the development of tornadoes. Now, remember two different words here throughout the morning, because when we bring you this information, the watch means that conditions are all there, the atmosphere favorable. When Lauren Petrelli and I say there's a tornado warning, that means there is a Doppler radar indicated tornado, and very likely that we have one on the ground. Yesterday, we had a few tornadoes on the ground out over the extreme rural sections of Collier County. And today, as the storm approaches, we will start to see more of that. So this is something we'll be watching throughout the morning. As far as the really damaging part of the hurricane and what we'll be watching today, it's this eye wall, both the the north and south sides. This is where the 120-mile-per-hour sustained winds occur. The hurricane force winds do extend out roughly about 50 miles. We'll get an update on that coming up here at 5 o'clock, but it is this extremely damaging core right on that inner eye wall that we'll be watching here, and that is unfortunately where we're going to see the most damage here in Southwest Florida, in particular on the right-hand side of circulation, because as that storm moves in, not only do you get the worst of the winds, you get the worst of the storm surge because of that onshore flow continuing to push on through. What I want to do here is kind of set the stage for what we're going to see county by county, and we're going to start in Charlotte, and the areas there are going to see winds of 100 to 120 miles per hour and the surge 8 to 12 feet. If the storm comes in a little farther to the south later on today, those surge numbers might drop a little bit, but not tremendously. So that's what we can expect as we continue to monitor Charlotte County. For Lee County, we're expecting winds of 90 to 100, gusts to 135, and again, surge 8 to 12 feet. On top of that storm surge, you see the rainfall, 6 to 10 inches. So far, the rainfall amounts haven't been all that impressive, which is a good thing, because the last thing we want on top of the winds is a huge flooding concern. And then in Collier, the winds taper off as you get away from that core. Surge still 7 to 10 feet. One thing we've noticed about this storm, the wind field is expanding. Last night, the storm appeared to be going through an eye wall replacement cycle, and that temporarily weakens the winds as the inner core of the hurricane restructures. And as that eye begins to contract back, the wind field expands, and we see a little bit more surge approaching the area. Sarasota County, from Venice to Inglewood, check out the gusts, 155 miles per hour, sustained winds 105 to 125. Now, Category 4 starts there around 120, and that is what we are forecasting to be right off the coastline. Now, as far as Arcadia, DeSoto County, we will see 3 to 6 inches, those winds up to Hurricane 4 still, and being this is an inland location, we do not have to worry about storm surge in that spot. Let's check Glades, no surge there as well, heavy rain, and the winds more strong tropical storm force winds. When you get into that strong tropical storm force core, still scattered power outages, but just not quite as widespread and concentrated as you get with the hurricane core. And last but not least is Hendry County. That is 3 to 6 inches, isolated areas of 8. And again, you can see the winds a little more on the weaker side of tropical storm force. So again, we are waiting here for the 5 o'clock advisory. The storm continues to progress off to the north-northeast. This is going to be a direct hit for Southwest Florida, and depending upon any type of wobble we get with the approaching storm, let me loop this back one more time. As the storm approaches, sometimes they wobble just a little bit, so we will watch this core, but right now it looks like it is going to be moving very close here to the border of Collier and Lee County, northbound towards Charlotte. The rain is already picking up, especially in Naples, so we'll continue to show you our live cameras around town. For now, I want to send it back over to Chris and Lisa.
Yeah, and Trent, I have one more quick question for you. We're a few hours away now from when people at home, hopefully with their shutters up, are going to hear that wind really start battering their houses. At this point in the storm, because I know things change, is the wind or is the storm surge and all the rain the bigger concern for you?
Chris, so we're talking, Lord, currently, which one is the biggest concern?
Yes.
Yeah, the concern right now is going to be the rain. The wind is picking up for sure. The surge is going to increase throughout the day. And as the timeline gets a little closer, 8, 9 o'clock, then the wind is going to pick up and it becomes this concern along with the surge. Lauren, I believe you had some information here this morning.
Yes, so actually the National Hurricane Center put out a special report at 4 o'clock. So this is an hour ahead of the next advisory, letting us know that Sanibel Weather Station did register a wind speed of 37 miles per hour. Gusts are up to 47 miles per hour. Not only that, but we have a new update on the location. So Ian is now going to be roughly 85 miles away from Naples right there. And even all the way up to the University of South Florida area, they have a buoy that registered a wind gust up to 83 miles per hour. So it is getting very gusty out there as Ian closes in on the State Peninsula.
And that gust of 83, Lauren, that's already hurricane force gust. The sustained winds right around the corner. So that is something we'll continue to monitor. Great information. We have an entire team both on and off the camera here this morning. For now, we're going to continue to watch the radar. If we were to get a tornado warning, we will let you know and bring you the latest information to that. And quickly for you at home, if we get one of those tornado warnings, that's the time to get away from your interior windows, especially if you're not shuttered up on an interior room away from those windows. The good news is everyone should be home today and heeding this information. So we'll bring that to you. For now, we'll send it again back over to you. I believe we've got a live reporter in the field.
That is right, Trent. We have our Colton Chavez live in Bonita Springs. Again, we have reporters stationed all throughout Southwest Florida in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties. But first, we want to send it on over to our Colton Chavez. He is right near the Imperial River. Colton?
All right, we apologize. We're having some issues getting in touch with Colton right now. He is there in Bonita Springs. Along the Imperial River, of course, that is a place that traditionally floods, especially when we get a lot of rain. So that is an area of concern right now in Southwest Florida, one of many, and pretty much you go north of there into the heart of Lee County and into Charlotte County, and that is the area that we really have our eyes on right now. I believe we are going to go to reporter Larissa Scott right now, and let me see, I'm not exactly sure where she is.
If we could get an update on where exactly Larissa Scott is in Tampa. We're going to go to the Tampa area. I know they were really bracing for the impacts of this storm. So we're going to send it on over to Larissa Scott now.
All right, I believe we're having some difficulties getting to Larissa Scott right now. Needless to say, with all of the rain and with the winds intensifying right now in Southwest Florida, it is a little tough to get communication, so we will keep working to try to get to those reporters. So time right now is 4:13. We expect to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis a little later this morning. He is scheduled to speak at 7:30 in Tallahassee. He is there at the Emergency Command Center overseeing the state's response to Hurricane Ian. And the newest information we have from the governor is at 11 o'clock. He did a news conference and he said this, what Trent just said as well. Ian will likely make landfall in Southwest Florida as a Category 4. He says the area from Naples to Sarasota is in the most danger right now, so that is pretty much all of Southwest Florida. He warned people that there will be catastrophic flooding and the potential for life-threatening storm surge. So he was at the time telling everybody they need to evacuate if they are in an evacuation zone. It's probably too late for that right now, too late to get on the road if you're not already there. Also said about 8,000 customers without power in Southwest Florida, but he expects that number to go up significantly as the morning goes on.
We're talking about in the entire state of Florida, as many as millions of people without power. So this is something that he says he's deployed 30,000 workers to kind of take care of and make sure that people get that power back as quickly as possible, because even if you didn't evacuate to those shelters, that is something that you will likely be dealing with here in Southwest Florida. We do want to show you some video, I believe, that you are looking at right now of some damaged planes. This is in the Hollywood area. They believe that it could have potentially been a tornado that impacted these planes that you are seeing here on your screen. Now we want to bring it back here to Southwest Florida, though, because we have our John Barron live in Charlotte County. He's overlooking the Peace River. John, what can you tell us about conditions there?
Yeah, guys, as you can actually see right now, we're actually underneath one of those garages right now because that wind is just treacherous. As you can kind of see, I'm going to step out just a little bit, and really you can just see all the wind, the impact, the rain. We've had that steady rainfall really all day today. I mean, I'm almost having the hat knocked off my head just as we're sitting here talking. So as you can see, the wind is really picking up here in Punta Gorda for sure. And that rainfall that started as a little bit of a drizzle really from yesterday has really turned into some real rain that we're really starting to see, really starting to make its way here. The wind, though, And it's really picked up over the last 16 hours that we've been able to see since we last came live to you guys. As you can see, obviously, it looks like a lot of rain really starting to make its way out here. The flooding, though, is going to really be the problem that we're having to watch for. So if everybody is obviously staying inside, make sure you guys are monitoring, staying with Fox 4. We'll continue to let you guys know about the flood and the wind as it continues to make its way here into Southwest Florida. We'll have more for you guys coming up later on. For now, live here in Charlotte County, John Barron, Fox 4.
And John, I don't know if you can still hear me. I know it's loud out there. I don't know if we can keep you for just a second, but I'm just curious if you've seen any people out and about in the last several hours.
No. We have not seen anybody out there right now. Luckily, that's been the good news. Of course, it is still early in the morning. We're talking about 4 a.m., but we have not seen anybody out here, not even really any cars. The only thing we have seen has been 2 patrol cars at the moment when we were on the interstate. It has turned into a ghost town, which is a good news to hear because it means everybody's either taking the heat and obviously staying indoors, battening down the hatches, or they've already evacuated out of the area as they were requested to do so. But right now, nobody we've seen out here. We have one patrol car way behind us right now, one of those parking garages. But until then, we haven't seen anybody so far out here on the roads. They're all listening to us, and that's the good news to hear right now. So we're obviously going to send it back to you guys right now in the studio, live here in Charlotte County. John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, sounds good, John. Thank you very much. To give you more perspective on where John is right now in Charlotte County along the Peace River, that is one of the first areas in Southwest Florida that had an evacuation order. So that area, Peace River into the Charlotte Harbor, is where there is a lot of concern right now for the storm surge. Lisa, I know that's an area you know very well. You survived a hurricane that went through that area.
Yep, this is all kind of bringing back memories of Hurricane Charlie, especially when they were talking about how the storm could potentially be going right through Charlotte Harbor. That's where my parents live. That's where I grew up. That's where I hunkered down during Hurricane Charlie. So I did want to ask Trent, you know, if we could bring you into this conversation, if I could ask you a quick question about this. A lot of people are trying to make comparisons to Hurricane Charlie. They're saying, oh, well, you know, I rode out the storm during Hurricane Charlie here in my home right on Charlotte Harbor, so I'm going to do the same here. Are these storms really comparable?
It depends upon what part. Let me show you the track. Blue, Charlie, 2004, Lisa, that you were just talking about, that you lived through back there in a very active year. That year we saw Alex, Bonnie, and Charlie just boom, 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 making landfall there on Friday the 13th. And then Ian's forecast track is right on the top of where Charlie made landfall there in Charlotte Harbor. But there is a huge difference between these two storms. Charlie was a very small, compact, powerful hurricane as it moved right there near Lashley Park in Punta Gorda, moving on inland. Ian is a much larger storm. The wind field actually expanded when it went through the eye wall replacement cycle late last night, and the storm surge is going to be much greater up and down the Southwest Florida coastline. It won't be isolated to a small area there in Charlotte County. We've got those storm surge warnings that go down the entire coast with the inundation map showing storm surge of 9+ feet, and that includes Fort Myers Beach, inland there, around the inlets in the Estero Boulevard, and all the way down towards Marco Island. It is the amount of water that this major hurricane is going to pick up and slam along the coastline later on today that is going to be the biggest difference between Charlie and Ian. So while you can compare the tracks and perhaps even the landfall mark later on today, although there might be some adjustments just a little farther to the south there, the storms are very different when it comes to that. Yesterday, Ian, in a satellite representation, looked like a donut. It was perfectly symmetrical, and that meant that there was absolutely no dry air being entrained in the system, and there was no wind shear. When you look back at Hurricane Irma, when it moved inland there in 2017 and did so south here in Collier County, the surge was mostly in the 10,000 Island area. And then you saw that heavy rain begin to push inland, and the storm looked just a little lopsided due to that dry air. There were unfortunately no issues inhibiting the development of Ian late last night. So, Lisa, that kind of gives you an idea and a comparison for what we saw back in 04 and the track with Ian, which is a little eerily similar, but much, much different storms, especially when you compare the size.
People in Charlotte County have been thinking that and been really curious how the impacts of this storm would compare to that. So thank you for that, Trent. I believe now we are going to go to a reporter in Tampa. And you know, for a long time, this storm was looking like it was going to make landfall in the Tampa area. So they were really bracing for the impacts of Hurricane Ian. Our Larissa Scott is on Bayshore Drive in Tampa right now. It's right by the water. So let's check in with her.
We're here along Bayshore Boulevard in the South Tampa area, and it's right next to the bay. This is a popular spot for runners and cyclists and has several homes and businesses right along the water. This area is known for how badly it can flood. The last time a tropical system moved through here, waves from the bay crashed over onto the street, shutting down this road completely. It's still open for now, and we haven't seen any of that flooding yet. The bay is one of the main reasons there's been so much concern about storm surge, because once more water gets pushed in, there's nowhere for it to go. This area is all part of Zone A, which is a mandatory evacuation zone, and officials urge people to get sandbags, board up their homes and businesses, and get out, because once conditions deteriorate, emergency crews can't respond if they need help. So it's pretty quiet out here right now. Hopefully that means people listen to those warnings. Reporting in Tampa, I'm Larissa Scott.
Larissa, thank you very much. Quiet in the way of no traffic or people, but probably loud with the number of storms rolling in, with the wind and rain that we're expecting. And this is not just a Southwest Florida storm. Yes, we are pretty much the bullseye right now, and it looks like it will make landfall somewhere in Southwest Florida, but the entire state is being affected by Ian right now.
Yes, we want to show you some video that we have of the Delray area where a possible tornado touched down in that area. We've been talking a lot about tornado warnings that are coming because of Hurricane Ian. We've seen them in places like Clewiston, Boca, Fort Lauderdale. Again, what you're looking at now is in Delray Beach, the damage there. You see that car flipped over. I mean, it's definitely devastating to see this kind of thing, especially when they're not in the direct path of the storm.
Yeah, and I saw some video of this as well, and it was basically, it looked like pieces of roof flying around in the air. So obviously causing a lot of damage to this part of Delray Beach. I can also tell you that in addition to the tornado warnings and the possible tornadoes and the damage that has already happened here in Florida, there are tropical force storm winds getting to the coast of southeast and southwest Florida, so we are tracking those as well. And Hurricane Ian is about 85 miles southwest of Naples right now. That is the newest update at 4 on the exact location of Ian. Now we want to go to Miami because I think we have some more video. This is damage
in the Miami area.
Right.
They've seen some trees falling already. And so again, to keep in mind, this is just from those outer bands of the storm. There's of course not a direct hit here, and we're already seeing damage from this storm in this area that's not even getting a direct impact. So that just goes to show what we all need to brace for here in Southwest Florida and really be prepared, stay inside, not leave our homes today if you're staying at home. You should have already evacuated by now. If you are planning to still evacuate, do so as quickly as possible because the time for that is starting to close in.
And that's the scary thing about this storm. Speaking of evacuations, a lot of people from Southwest Florida looked at this storm, looked at the path it was going to take, probably affecting Southwest Florida and Central Florida and possibly going up into Northern Florida as well. So when people looked for a safe place to evacuate, a lot of people went to Miami. And as we can see, even here, there is some damage. Now it is trees fallen and maybe some scattered potential tornadoes in that same area of southeast Florida. What we could see here could be significantly worse, but it just goes to show that no matter where you go in Florida right now, you are going to be affected, especially South Florida, you are going to be affected by Ian. Right,
I know I had family in Charlotte County that actually evacuated to the southeast coast of our state, and they even were texting this morning saying that the wind conditions there are very strong, it's very rainy, so this is really a whole state event.
Absolutely. Well, one of the areas in Southwest Florida we are watching closely is Bonita Springs, an area of Bonita Springs that typically floods with heavy rain. So let's bring in Fox 4's Colton Chavez. He is live along the Imperial River. Colton, first of all, what are you experiencing where you are right now?
Chris, the second that I got here, rain has been falling. The winds continue to gust here in this area. It's a little bit dark right now, but the Imperial River is going to be just behind me. And now, if you start to make your way down this road, flooding from that river is now making its way down this street and into this neighborhood, both on my left and my right side, and behind my photographer are homes. Now, Chris, one thing I did want to point out is driving through this neighborhood, I'm not seeing a lot of storm shutters on these homes out in this area. A lot of lights are turned off, so that could mean that people have already left. We have seen 2 cars drive through this street trying to get out of the neighborhood. But again, strong winds, heavy rain, and if you can kind of see here, there's pools of water making its way here, and the Imperial River is just off in the distance, and I expect to see these waters continue to sort of creep their way towards us. Now, there are sections of this neighborhood that all look like that because the Imperial River runs all along this neighborhood in different areas of this neighborhood. Some have pools of water, other are dry like where I'm standing at right now. But as you said, Chris, speaking with our certified meteorologists, both Lauren Petrelli and Trent Eric, they told me this is an area that has been prone to flooding in the past. And standing here now, I can tell you that pools of water are already starting to form.
All right, Colton, thank you very much for that report there. So we are seeing some flooding on the street. He's also seeing a bunch of people without the shutters on their homes, hurricane shutters. So let's bring in Fox 4 certified meteorologist Trent Eric. And let's talk about Bonita Springs. If you can, tell us what that area of Lee County is going to expect and how high are the winds going to be. Now, I know some northern parts of Lee County are expecting those hurricane force strength winds, but will that far south see them?
Yeah, right now Colton is in one of the stronger rain bands with tropical storm force gusts, and you can see the rain bands, just how fast these little individual heavy pockets of rain are pretty much paralleling I-75 in between 41 there. This area, as we all know, is extremely prone to flooding, and the rainfall that continues to train in this same spot is going to be something we watch early out ahead of the core, the really damaging core here of Hurricane Ian. Now, with those tropical storm force gusts, we begin to see branches, some small trees knocked over, and isolated power outages. This was also an area that in the last year or so, Lauren Petrelli and I went out and examined firsthand that Imperial River. It's a beautiful spot, but boy, back in Irma, did they have some issues. And one thing we learned from meteorologists, and Lauren, you can chime in here as well, is that they have a series there of canals and some dams that actually impede the way the computer models forecast the data there. Lauren, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so unfortunately, there is this area where all of the water pools right around I-75, and when they are trying to project their computer models and get a better idea of any of the flooding that could come down from the north through the Imperial River, that ponding and pooling in that one specific spot is messing up their data so badly that they really are trying to figure out how that they can account for that into their models. So people living along the Imperial River, especially right along parallel to Bonita Beach Road, can get a better idea of when that area floods. But right now, it's just not a perfect science.
Yeah, these areas we're looking at right now, you can see Bonita Springs there to the north. You've got Terry Street, Carolina Street. Some of the heaviest rain is actually right in through here, right off the interstate, Kent Road and Terry Road, also there on the eastern side of I-75. Let me loop it back for you. And again, you can see that heavy rain just really riding right up I-75. And I'm going to broaden the view back out, and you can see there is much, much more where this came from. As far east there as State Road 29, we've got these rain bands passing Immokalee Road, and the rain will continue to do this here throughout the morning. One thing you'll hear me say a lot this morning is the fact that we have got the rain bands that are going to pick up in intensity and frequency. I believe we have some video here from Fort Myers. This is some of the heavy rain that we are already seeing here this morning and all of Southwest Florida. Boy, you can hear the driving shot there. You can hear the rain really smacking the windshield. It is not the time to be out and about unless you are trying desperately to get to where you are going to hunker down and ride out this storm. Overnight, the conditions really began to deteriorate. We talked about the tropical storm force conditions arriving overnight, and by the time we woke up on Wednesday, we were going to be approaching the worst of the storm. The slow forward movement that we were chatting about here over the last couple of days is pretty much a non-issue now as this storm is moving off to the northeast, and that center, that core there, is roughly 75 to 80 miles away from Naples, and as it continues to move off to the northeast, it's going to start to make its closest approach here. We'll just call it noon to 2 o'clock with conditions worsening along the coast. Here's one more formidable rain band sitting right off the coast. Matter of fact, let me go in and see just exactly how far that rain band is sitting offshore. We'll stop the loop. We'll go to the current imagery and the distancing tool. This is going to become our friend here throughout the day. For Marco Island, about 15 miles offshore, and then Naples, you're looking at 20 to 25. And if we want to look at the actual strong core there of the hurricane around the eye, it's not all that far, at least that leading edge. And you can see right there around 45 miles per hour. Our producer, Michael, if you could tell me that one more time here.
From Cape Coral.
Live look from Cape Coral. All right, this is going to be happening here throughout the morning. Obviously, we have so many crews around covering everywhere. Cape Coral right now, you can see what's happening in the rain, and this is on top of our tower cam, as a matter of fact, out our studios there at Fox 4. This time of morning, we wait for our beautiful sunrises usually from this shot, but you can see that rain continues to come down. If we get over to the radar here in just a second, I can show you exactly what it looks like there along the Caloosahatchee as the heavy rain bands really settled in through the overnight hours. So from the Peace River, the mouth of the Charlotte Harbor, all the way down towards the Cape, you can see some of the heavier rain right in through here. This is the Cape. You see Pine Island Road. Our studio sits at the corner of Nicholas Parkway, just on the north of Pine Island. We've got those oranges and reds that stretch all the way back over towards Burnt Store, and that heavy rain also includes Matlacha. As the rainfall totals continue to mount up this morning, that's something we'll be watching with that freshwater flooding. It goes without saying the watches and warnings haven't changed since yesterday. We are still under the flood warning, storm surge warning, hurricane warning, and of course this tornado watch box until 5 o'clock. So hearing some dinging here on our National Weather Service chat, I just want to make sure that we're not looking at some type of tornado warning. And it looks like what dinged was a aerial flood watch down for the middle and lower keys outside of our viewing area. So that's good news that we don't currently have an active tornado warning there in play. But these rain bands definitely going to become an issue. It's just a matter of time until we see this major hurricane making landfall later on today. Chris.
All right, Trent, thank you very much. A little bit of breaking news to tell you about. Our sister station in West Palm Beach is reporting what we believe are the first 2 injuries associated with this storm. They are reporting on the possible tornado that went through Delray Beach this morning, and they are reporting that at least 2 people were injured. They're seeing a lot of damage to buildings and cars. We will monitor their reporting and bring you more information as soon as we can.
I've been sitting here while Trent was on air scouring social media. You know, I'm from the Charlotte County area, so I have a lot of people that are in Charlotte County, a lot of people who decided to hunker down for the storm instead of evacuating to other parts of the area or going to a shelter. They are saying that they are already hearing the wind extremely loud right now. I guess one of them has a wind gauge. They were saying that they were seeing estimates up to 35 miles per hour, and they think it could potentially even be more than that. So it's already starting to get a little bit more dicey in the Charlotte County area. People are already starting to see those changes in the weather conditions. It's just something that I've noticed online here as people are really hunkering down.
All right, as we've been saying, we have reporters up and down the coast here in Southwest Florida and beyond. Jada Williams is in Sarasota right now, one of the areas that could face the big impacts of this storm. Let's go to her right now.
I'm here in Sarasota County this morning here at the Ringling Causeway Bridge. If you wake up and you think that you are going to cross either side of Siesta Drive Bridge or Ringling Causeway Bridge, here's what you'll find. Police officers are blocking that access for anyone who wants to pass by. That's whether you live on the other side of the bridge or not. And the reason why what is beyond this bridge is considered level A. So there is a mandatory evacuation in place. There are 2 reasons why it is not safe for people who are on the other side of the bridge. It is prone to flooding, and Hurricane Ian is expected to bring in a lot of flooding, but also wind speeds are just not safe once you cross that bridge. Speaking of wind speeds, once they reach 45 miles per hour out here, first responders will not respond. So if you didn't evacuate, but you end up needing to call 911 for anything, just know that those first responders won't be able to make it until it's safe for them to hit the roads and find their way to you again. That's just one of the many reasons why county leaders are saying if you have a plan, you should execute it immediately. If you want to evacuate, now is the time to evacuate. But if you don't and you need some help, you won't be able to get it until it's safe for those first responders to come out. We will continue to provide you with the latest. But for now, I'm Jada Williams reporting in Sarasota County.
All right, good insight there, Jada. Thank you very much. Stay safe where you are. She mentioned the bridges having to close down. Governor Ron DeSantis' latest update on this storm was from 11 last night. And in that update, he said at that point, they weren't closing any bridges down, but that was something they were definitely going to look at as the morning goes on. We expect to hear from the governor in just a couple of hours, I guess about 3 hours now. He is scheduled to speak from Tallahassee at the State Emergency Communications Center at 7:30. I believe we can tell you a little bit about what he said last night in his newest update on Hurricane Ian.
All right, now at 4:37, we do want to bring in Trent to talk about the weather conditions because, Trent, we know that this storm had the potential to make landfall in the Sarasota area where that reporter we just heard from was Jada Williams. Really, the entire area from Fort Myers up to Sarasota is bracing for the possibility of this. Where is it looking like Ian is now?
Well, Ian's going to continue to move north-northeast here towards the coastline, and it looks like landfall is going to be somewhere right here near the Lee Islands. Far south is Naples, far north there as Charlotte County. But the center of the track, we always talk about don't focus on the skinny line. Let me give you a reason why. As Lauren and I waited for this 5 o'clock advisory, and Lauren, I yell if for some reason that data starts to trickle in, is the fact that that eye of Ian is some 40 miles across, I believe. Lauren, was that the latest number? Was it 40, the eye of Hurricane Ian?
The eye is actually going to be, right now, the last time I checked, almost 60 miles wide.
It was 60 miles wide.
And just for a comparison, Charlie, though a smaller storm at landfall, its eye was around 55 miles. 55.
So you're looking at a 60-mile area here of that core. This is the strongest of those winds, that little donut-looking thing right around the center. So when you get a 60-mile radius, the center doesn't matter all that much because of the large area that will see the damaging winds. Now, the worst is typically located here on that southwestern side as the storm starts to approach because of the addition of forward speed and the storm surge that it's going to push on shore. The storm surge has already begun here in Southwest Florida. We've seen the water levels come up, but on the radar, you can see all the lightning and how intense the northern part of this eye wall is currently. That is why we always say like each storm is different. They all have different characteristics on how far out or how close those rain bands continue to move. Now, one interesting thing that I looked up this morning here with the history of Southwest Florida and Category 4 or 5 hurricanes, Ian, if it's able to climb up to Category 4, which we hope it doesn't move more than where it already is, which is a major hurricane at Cat 3, if it were to make landfall as a Category 4 or later on this afternoon in Southwest Florida as a 4, it would be the 7th to do so in history back since 1950. You had Hurricane King in 1950. You had Donna, a devastating storm, back in 1960. Hurricane Andrew in 1992. Most of us have been through Charlie in 04, Irma 2017, and Michael continued up the Panhandle there in 2018. So those are 6 storms, I guess, really with the history across the entire state of making landfall, and Ian making history that we don't want to set here this morning. Currently, as we look around here, just checking the tornado watch box, I don't see any signs here of additional warnings yet. Just remember this tornado watch box means conditions are favorable, and we usually get the spin-ups. Most of the the activity there with the tornado warnings has actually been over towards the East Coast this morning, parts of Broward and Miami-Dade, and that's where we're starting to see some of the activity here early. Let's just give a quick check here, and you can see those rain bands continuing to pull north. Most of Palm Beach County getting hammered here as this line drifted off to the north. Clewiston, Belglade, all the way inland there. Things looking dry for now as we are in between those rain bands. You can see the distance between them as you get farther from the storm. That's why we always talk about when you're closer to the center that those rain bands pick up in intensity and they pick up in frequency. So just to kind of reset before we send it back over to Lisa and Chris, you can see the eye. This is what we're going to be monitoring all morning long. It has become a radar and nowcasting event as the storm moves on through. The information from our live crew guys here throughout the morning, especially once the sun begins to come up and we can get a check on the level of that storm surge, is going to become key. So for now, we'll send it back over to you. Lauren and I are waiting for that latest advisory, and we'll get it to you almost immediately.
All right, Trent, thank you very much for that update there. You know, before Ian makes landfall in southwest Florida, it has already made landfall in Cuba. That happened a day or two ago, and that island is seeing significant damage and power outages.
That's right. It hit as a Category 3 in that area, and in fact, media there is saying that there is an entire blackout on the island, so no one has power right now. They do say that power crews were hoping to start to restore the power late last night and into this morning. They are working to get power back to those people. I know some parts of the area, they actually intentionally shut off power to try to prevent any injuries and things like that. But other areas, the storm caused complete blackouts in some cities.
Yeah, and there is some storm surge damage, as you can see here. Look at that water just coming up.
Really scary to see video like that of the storm surge, especially because, you know, that is the most impactful part of the storm. Sure. That's the part of the storm that causes the most injuries, and unfortunately with severe hurricanes like this, it can cause deaths as well. Yeah,
Cuba did have some wind damage as well, but the storm surge is really what we're looking at here in southwest Florida, and this gives you an idea of the kind of scenes that we could see here in our backyards a little later today. All right, we want to turn now to our reporter Alexandra Ronhell, who is W Airport, which is closed right now, for an update on what she can see there.
Yeah, the airport is completely empty. Usually you can hear those planes coming in and out of the airport, but right now all you can hear is that wind that's starting to pick up, and you can notice by these trees here that are swaying back and forth with the wind. RSW closed down at 9 last night after announcing that all flights in and out of Fort Myers are canceled. And it's not just here at RSW, but also Florida. Nearly 2,000 flights across the state have been canceled due to the dangerous conditions expected from Hurricane Ian. We have some light rain right now, but that's all expected to change very soon, as Lee County is expected to see roughly 6 to 12 inches of rain with this hurricane. Again, flights have been canceled for Wednesday, as well as most of the flights for Thursday. Make sure you're staying with us online and on air for all the latest updates about when those flights will resume. In Fort Myers, Alexandra Rangel, Fox 4.
Thank you, Alexandra. Now, I had a trip planned for this weekend, but of course the storm has led to some changes with that trip, and they actually already canceled the flight that I was supposed to be taking Friday morning. So I do want to bring in Trent to talk about when we can expect the storm conditions to end, because if they're already canceling flights that were supposed to happen on Friday, is that an indication that we're going to continue to see the stormy weather up until Friday?
We could see some rain bands on the south side, but as far as the winds, we get this estimate with the advisories from the National Hurricane Center that talk about how far those tropical storm force winds. Now, this is just a guesstimate. It is not a perfect representation, because we all know those outer bands, especially in the weaker tropical storm force winds, get a little tricky. Now, you can see on 9 a.m. this morning, those hurricane force winds spreading on shore, and then here comes the worst of it as the storm continues to push inland on Wednesday afternoon. We'll continue to progress it here throughout time, and as far as RSW is concerned, still tropical tropical storm force winds through tonight. There's Thursday morning, and by Thursday afternoon into Friday, we should start to see the tropical storm force winds move on out. Matter of fact, right there, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, we're still under the weaker tropical storm force winds, and then Thursday afternoon and evening, they should be pulling out of all of southwest Florida as we begin to pick up the pieces and begin to clean up here in town. So that kind of gives you an idea at least of the wind field. We'll have to watch to see with one of those moisture tails, the rain bands to the south from Ian sets up here over southwest Florida. And until the storm passes, it's almost impossible to tell exactly where that will happen. But that would be one of the things we would watch there for the potential closures later on in Friday afternoon.
All right, Trent. And even if the wind and the rain is mostly gone by late Thursday into Friday, you have to think about how the airlines run. They're going to be backed up. They're going to have workers in places where they usually aren't. So it may take a couple of days to get everything back on track.
Not to mention the rest of the state could, be feeling the impacts after that, even if we aren't seeing them right here in southwest Florida. All right, I do want to mention that Comcast has said its network of public Wi-Fi hotspots throughout our state is available for anyone to use. So if you find yourself in a situation where you need internet to communicate with your loved ones, those are available, and it's for non-Xfinity customers as well. Just a little bit of information, because I know a lot of people are going to be scrambling to communicate with their loved ones.
And a good opportunity to remind you that while you're watching us, if you're watching us right now on TV, if the power goes out at some point over the next day or so, if you download the Fox 4 app, now you have that with you. We will give you push alerts. We will let you know when things are happening. You can also watch us live from the Fox 4 app.
And as the entire west coast of Florida is really bracing for whatever impacts Hurricane Ian might bring, we want to send it on over to our reporter Sarah Hollenbeck, who is in St. Pete.
I'm Sarah Hollenbeck in Pinellas County, Florida. Right now, the mayor here in St. Petersburg is asking for federal help just in case it's needed after Hurricane Ian. And that means monetary help as well as food or other federal assistance. Right now, they are also limiting water usage, or asking people to limit their water usage here in St. Petersburg so that we don't inundate the sewer system and the water reclamation plants. There's about 442,000 people in Pinellas County that live in evacuation zones, but right now it's unclear how many of them have evacuated. Lots of people, though, seem to be taking this storm seriously, even as the path moves away from the Pinellas County area. In St. Petersburg, I'm Sarah Hollenbeck. Back to you.
All right, Sarah, thank you very much. I believe now we are going to go to Elise Chingari, who is live on Sanibel. This is one of the areas that we are really worried about as this storm comes in. Elise, I saw some video you posted onto social media. It looks like you're getting battered around with some high winds there.
Good morning, Lisa and Chris. Hopefully you guys can see us over here. The power's been going in and out. We are right near Sanibel. Obviously, we know my photographer Kevin and I, we were out here 3 a.m. yesterday. You could tell a drastic difference in the weather today from what we experienced yesterday. To tell you kind of what we've been experiencing, last night there wasn't a lot of rain while we were trying to get some sleep, but you could hear those high winds just pounding against our hotel windows. Today we're seeing palm trees just, they're blowing in the wind, that's for sure. The wind is looking a whole lot higher than it was yesterday. Those waters, you could tell, it's just coming in a whole lot faster. Obviously, we know that Sanibel, Captiva, there was a mandatory evacuation yesterday. We were also wondering what the mayor would say about it. She did put out a statement, basically saying, it's sad that she had to evacuate, but she wants people to be safe and she wants other people to evacuate. She's basically encouraging that. I know we also said that Sanibel Fire Rescue said that if the winds go over 40 miles per hour, that Sanibel Causeway will have to be closed. If you were watching us yesterday morning on Fox 4 Morning News, you saw that Kevin and I were over by the bridge, but obviously for safety reasons, we are not there today. So we're basically over here. Like I said, the power has been going in and out. It can be a little bit scary, trying to experience this all. I know, Lisa, you said that you've been in areas where you had to, kind of hunker down. And I know a lot of people are experiencing that. So we're just trying to show you the conditions here. But like I said, the winds, they're definitely picking up. and the water is looking high right now. We'll remain here in the Sanibel area to continue to update you, but as of right now, we are experiencing a lot higher winds. We can see the rain is just, if my photographer, Kevin, if I could see if he could kind of show you a little bit. Obviously, it's dark. Once it gets a little bit lighter out, we'll be able to show you better of the area, but you could just see that the palm trees, they're blowing in the winds. Heavy rain. Again, like I said, all last night, you could just hear that wind up against our hotel rooms. I know that there's been some concerns for people about tornadoes. The hotels here have been evacuated. There's not a lot of people around us right now. Again, we are over here in Sanibel. We'll continue to update you throughout the morning and let you know how these conditions are progressing throughout the morning. Live here in Sanibel, Elise Chingari, Fox 4.
Elise, if you could stay with us real quick, I have a question for you. Good job of describing the conditions there.
Yes,
I know
Chris?
it is dark right now, so it's kind of hard to tell what the water is like. But if you can you compare what it was like maybe when you got to the hotel yesterday to what it is now? I'm just curious how much the water has come up.
Oh, it's a complete difference. I know yesterday my family's concerned. They're in Ohio. They were FaceTiming me. They said, what does it look like? They go, oh, it doesn't seem like it looks that bad. You could kind of see the waves coming in. We saw dolphins. Obviously, it was, light out. We were like, oh, is this like the calm before the storm? It didn't look like it was too bad. But, I mean, today you could see like white caps a little bit yesterday, but nothing like too crazy today. We can see, the water, it's a whole lot higher. There's a dock here. Like I said, once it gets a little bit lighter out, we'll be able to show you that. But there's some lighting down there with the dock. I know there were some boats here. Everybody took those out of here yesterday, so those are gone. But the water, it's starting to rise up to where the dock is. It's not totally level just yet, but I would say, once we continue to go live throughout this morning, I'm sure we'll see a drastic difference with that because the rain, it has just not stopped. Like yesterday, like I said, when we checked in, it was drizzling. I know people were being evacuated. Obviously, we're trying to stay as safe as possible, but the wind and the rain, the waves, you can see they're crashing up a whole lot more. I'm not sure if you can kind of see that right now. Like I said, when it gets later out, you'll be able to see it better, but you could definitely tell that there's a drastic difference from what we've seen. Even just last night, like 8 p.m. last night, there's a huge difference. Chris?
Thank you, Elise. We appreciate you taking the time to answer some questions. We will be back with you in just a bit. But now I want to talk to Trent because Elise was just saying that her family from out of state was asking a lot of questions about the storm. And we know a lot of people are new here to Southwest Florida. Within the last 2 years of this pandemic, we saw a huge boom in our population. So many people, this could be their first hurricane. Maybe they're not super familiar with storm surge. So we want to go ahead and bring in Trent to talk about that because I think there's a bit of a misconception when you're talking about the feet of storm surge. That's from sea level up.
When the National Hurricane Center gives us this number now, we don't have to do a lot of work. They have improved the communication with the numbers, and from the ground, from where you're at, the inundation maps show how much you'll see. They're forecasting a 4 to 6 feet storm surge there from Tampa Bay down, and then from Sarasota to roughly Bonita Beach, you're looking at 8 to 12 feet right there along the Lee Islands. These numbers continued to climb yesterday as the storm shifted to the south, and then 6 to 10 feet possible from Bonita Beach southward all the way past Flamingo there in mainland Monroe County. I think what shows you a little better view here are these storm surge inundation maps, these storm surge potential, which is your reasonable worst case scenario. And if you're at home, they already take into account your elevation, and they just take that, they throw in the water and the modeling, and this is what it looks like for parts of the Cape. You can see how far north 1 to 3 foot of storm surge could possibly move today up the canals. And then you can see down to the south there, we've got areas of 9 feet plus, and this extends all the way over towards North Fort Myers past the bridges. And then you can see how far south of the Caloosahatchee past McGregor, almost down to Summerlin here in some locations as the storm surge is going to be pushed up the Caloosahatchee. Obviously, the Barrier Islands in red at the highest end there of the scale at 9 feet. The Lighthouse all the way over there towards the central part of the island. Then you get over towards Bowman Beach and Captiva, and you're looking at 6 to 9. As we drop to the south, you've got Bonita Springs, which we talk about the flooding, the Imperial River. That's why you see this little notch inland there just north of the county line. And to the south, Naples, with the surge coming in early, we've got pockets right there up 41 there in 10 city areas that have a lot of docks. You've got 6 to 9 to 9, and even inland here as you get up through Marco Island, as that water cuts in, the surge values for Marco went up to 6 to 9 feet as well. So that gives you a little bit of an idea on the storm surge, Lisa. They've improved the quality of this. This is one of the new products from the National Hurricane Center, and unfortunately with that storm moving up the Caloosahatchee, this is almost to what we call a worst case scenario. We have a major hurricane, possibly a Category 4, and the movement across Southwest Florida, pushing that water on the south, is what's really going to be devastating here along the coast for this storm.
All right, Trent, thank you very much. I think the key, one of the keys to what Trent just said was talking about the technology and how much forecasting storm surge has improved. If you were around for Hurricane Irma 5 years ago, you know that the forecasts were for pretty bad storm surges in places like Cape Coral. That didn't turn out to happen, and we all felt fortunate there. Hopefully, we will be as fortunate this time.
Absolutely. At this point, we do want to turn it over to one of our reporters, Colton Chavez. He's actually in the Bonita Springs area near the Imperial River, which we know with just given any day of rainfall, it tends to flood. So let's send it on over to him to see what he is seeing in that area right now.
Lisa, well, you can see how strong the wind is behind me. It's starting to push my hood up into the back of my head, and also rain is continually falling down. Now, one thing I want to point out, we've heard our meteorologists, we've heard everyone talk about storm surge and about these rising levels of water. Well, the Imperial River is just behind me, and it runs along this neighborhood. And if you can look at the street, there are now streams forming from that Imperial River down this side, and within the last hour also starting to go down this side of the road as well. So you can kind of give a little bit of an indication how much rain we're starting to see, and starting to see that Imperial River start to rise. In this neighborhood here in Bonita Springs, certain areas of it run along the Imperial River, and because of that, we've seen kind of spot flooding in the area. Now, this area, like I said, you can see the runoff from the river. Just down the street, though, it's completely dry, so it depends where you're at. Now, we took Bonita Beach Road right here down to this neighborhood, and there's a lot of businesses, restaurants, things of that nature on that road. And one thing I wanted to point out for context was there are a lot of buildings that are here that are now boarded up. I did see a couple of gas stations with their lights still on, but a lot of boarded up buildings at this time as we continue to make these hurricane preparations. As for here inside the neighborhood, I wouldn't call it shocking, but I was a little bit taken back when I saw how many homes in the area don't have storm shutters put up. Now, a lot of the homes do have their lights turned off, so that could be an indication that they've already left the area, but not a lot of storm shutters on the homes. But again, this is an area that we've known has been prone to flooding, and the rain has continued to come down this entire time. For producers, I'm having a technical difficulty with my earpiece, so I apologize if the anchors are trying to ask me anything, but we're going to continue to look at these conditions, and I'll update you within the next hour about how things are seeing. For Live in Bonita Springs, Colton Chavez, Fox 4.
Yeah, Colton, thank you very much. No problem there. I know it is difficult doing what you're doing right now, so we appreciate the work you are doing. It is just before 5 o'clock on this Wednesday morning, and the new advisory for Hurricane Ian has come out, and there is some breaking news. So let's get right to Fox 4 certified meteorologist Trent Eric.
Chris, Lisa, just a few moments ago, the hurricane hunters gave us what they call a vortex data. It's information from one of the drop zones that they dropped from the aircraft. And when we got this information in, there were a couple of things to note. The eye wall is open to the southeast, meaning we don't have a solid ring of thunderstorms around there. But one thing that caught my eye that I went back and double checked, they were reporting a central pressure of 943 millibars, and that was a 10 millibar drop from the last advisory, which we had at 4 a.m. So at 5 o'clock, it was no surprise there that 942, not the 943, even in the vortex data, they must have got even a lower number there, is showing signs here this storm is strengthening even further. Look at the winds, 140 miles per hour now, sustained winds, and that is up from 120. Which we had on the last advisory. And as the storm moves north-northeast now, here at 10 miles per hour, this is not the news that we wanted to hear this morning. This is a strengthening hurricane as it approaches our coastline. Let me get you a little closer look at the satellite view and that latest track. They're still indicating a little bit of a north-northeasterly jaunt at 10. Yesterday evening, the storm, one of the outer bands of this system, had wrapped all the way around and was getting into the eye wall of the hurricane. And we typically look at that as the beginning of what we call an eye wall replacement cycle. And that's when the inner core of the actual storm itself begins to tighten up and go away. It's replaced by a larger eye, and that's where we see the numbers and value. And Lauren, I know you've been looking at the eye wall replacement cycle in the last couple of advisories here on exactly how far out that eye changed and what that will do for us. Unfortunately, instead of having a small eye wall with some concentrated damage of those really devastating winds, the eye goes bigger. So I believe at the last advisory, Lauren, you were saying the eye was some 60 miles wide. What is the latest information here? Come on out and join us.
Yeah, hold on. Let me hop on over some of these wires right here. So I'm just going to take some of my notes and
you bet.
rest them right here if you don't mind. All right, so just everyone has an idea of what we're talking about right here. So when we were taking a look at the eye wall, roughly about 60 miles from one edge of the eye wall over to the other side. So here is what is wildly impressive is because as Charlie made landfall, for example, as it makes landfall, it's going to start to expand. But if you compare where Ian is right now to Charlie before it made landfall, you can actually take the center of Charlie and put it inside of Ian right now. So that is why it's really hard to compare storms, because you have Charlie that was significantly smaller. And in that last advisory, the way we kind of measure how big those storms are, how they're increasing in speed, is going to be your RMW, which is your radius of max wind. Yep. So overnight, I know Katie and Andrew, they were talking to you about eye wall replacement. Typically, it collapses in on itself and then it starts to rebuild. It takes a little bit of time. Ian didn't blink, and it increased by RMW by 50%, and then it got stronger.
And you look at the latest advisory here, you can probably hear our computer chiming as the data starts to trickle in. The hurricane force winds actually extend out 40 miles from the center tropical storm. So if you take that 40, that's 80 miles that you've got hurricane force winds away from the center, and 175. So you're looking at 350 miles worth of tropical storm force winds. This storm just continues to strengthen. I was trying to see if they said anywhere on how big the actual eye was when it on this last advisory. That's something we'll dig a little deeper here.
Are there any updates right there on the storm surge? I know that's,
storm surge,
of course, that is going to be the biggest threat to life and property, and probably one of the most significant threats we're going to be able to see as this storm gets closer.
So Chokoloskee to the south. We'll start south here to East Cape Sable, 4 to 7. Bonita Beach to Chokoloskee, so you're looking at the county line between Lee and Collier down to
so that's going to be Bonita Beach north, you said, correct?
Bonita Beach south to Chokoloskee, so go down to Collier 6 to 10. Middle Longboat Key to Bonita Beach, and Charlotte Harbor is still 8 to 12 feet.
Okay, so that hasn't changed
the numbers haven't changed all that much, and quite frankly, a major hurricane that big, the numbers, we don't want them to go up. That's already high enough on the scale. So let me get back over here to the radar. I know we're juggling a lot, but the
if you want to give me this, I'm actually going to go update some of this over on social media. You can see our scribbles and our notes. We're just trying to tag team the best we can as this new information's coming through. I know you just went through the track as well, right?
Yeah, actually, I have not gone through the track yet. I want to look at that. So what we're talking about with the hurricane force winds, 40 miles. So from the center of the storm, that's that 80-mile core. And you can see that almost jives completely with what we're seeing on the radar. I mentioned a while ago that the center of, or the eye wall from that last vortex message said the southeastern part of the eye wall was open. And that is indicated right here. Notice how we don't have the reds and oranges in this spot. So that's why they're saying the eye wall is open on that side. There's just not that solid ring around. Now this storm is obviously strengthening. It doesn't mean a whole lot. With an eye wall replacement cycle happening that close to the shoreline, one thing we watch as they approach is if it goes through a cycle, the winds weaken a little bit, and that always helps. this did the opposite. So I'll let you get back over, look at it.
Actually, I don't know if you heard, while you get a chance to look at the track, we do have a live look over at Cape Coral.
Okay.
I don't know if we can go ahead and take that. So this is going to be a live look at current conditions. You see, this is the Fox 4 Tower Cam, a stark contrast compared to what
Wow.
we typically show you on what would have been, we had hoped for, would have been a beautiful Wednesday morning, but instead with Ian on the way, we're looking at rainy conditions. My last check, Cape Coral seeing close to about 3 inches of rainfall over the past 24 hours. I know that doesn't seem all that impressive because over the past 24 hours, we have just been dealing with downpour after downpour. But this is just the beginning. We have much more rainfall on the way.
Yeah, Lauren, I want to take us a moment here. We're going to send it over to John Barron in Charlotte County to get a live look on what's going on there. I want Lauren and I to look closely here at this latest forecast track to see about any movement up for you. So now let's go up to John. And John, what are you seeing up there? I know it's still dark as we wait for sunrise, but any indications that the water continues to climb there?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, you can kind of tell just like where I'm standing in. We're just sitting here in this parking garage, and I'm already standing in just like maybe 2 inches of rain just from the pileup right here in this garage. But the biggest concern at this point in time is debris like this. Although it is small, you're still going to be upset if this hits you in the face. It's going to hurt, okay? Especially as the wind starts to pick up, the greater chance of these larger objects becomes a lot higher as well. Take a look down the street as well. As you look down here, we've already got several palm branches on the streets right now. Some of these street signs already swaying with some aggression as well. And as you can tell, actually, just over the last hour, the wind has picked up, intensifying overnight as we continue on to see as Ian starts to make his way over here to landfall here on the west side of Florida. But as you can see, like I continue to say, this debris is something that we're really being concerned about. This is just one of the many objects that we've seen around here. But as the morning is starting to make its way around, we're starting to see a lot of citizens making the ways on the roads right now. Actually, as we're talking right now, you can see a car making its way out here. This is not something that we really need to be doing at this point in time, especially taking this advice. And as you can see, I'm losing my hat. So as you can see, the wind really making its way out here, and it's starting to really intensify as we continue on with the track as Ian starts to make his way here to the state of Florida. That's all we have for you right now, live in Charlotte County. John Barron, Fox 4.
Just at a quick glance here at the forecast track and that center line, I still need to shuffle through some of the exact latitude, longitude points here with the point for this afternoon at 2 o'clock and then on 2 a.m. on Thursday. But it appears the center line may have moved just a little bit to the north, and that is not much of a movement. It doesn't really change the impacts here. But where we watch that core come ashore, because instead of this line, we're looking at a storm with an eye, again, with hurricane force winds extending out some 80 miles across in diameter. So right now, the thinking has not changed at all. We are looking at a landfalling major hurricane, not only a major hurricane, but a Category 4. That's when we start to get to some damage where roofs can be ripped off homes. It's when we start to get into some of that devastating damage. That's why they call them major hurricanes, Category 3, 4, and 5. Now, as far as the actual wind speeds there on the storms, let me see if I can get back to that. Looks like I'll pull it back up here in just a minute. But for now, we're going to continue to process this data. Chris and Lisa, if I can send it back over to you here for just a couple of minutes, we'll get the very latest. And of course, we'll check that radar as we continue to monitor there for the possibility of tornadoes as well.
Absolutely, Trent. Yeah, get to work. We will see you again in just a couple of minutes when you have a chance to fully digest that new 5 a.m. update. All right, a couple of things we want to go over right now. First, the Sarasota County Sheriff just tweeted something. Sarasota County, one of the areas that appears, at least the southern part of that county, to be in the bullseye of this storm right now. They tweeted out some pictures of their 911 call center. A little bit of good news there. They say they're not seeing an increased call volume. They say it appears as though people are staying off the road right now, and they just wanted to reiterate to everybody, now is the time to lock down, to protect yourself and your family.
That's something Governor DeSantis was talking about a lot in his 11 o'clock update last night. He was saying, you know, when the bridges and they tend to close and rescuers, they won't come and help you when the winds reach up to 40 miles per hour. It's too dangerous for them to respond. So that's something you need to keep in mind. Like John was just seeing, people out and about and driving, not recommended to do at this point. At this point, you really need to hunker down. But Governor Ron DeSantis will be providing another update today at 7:30. So in just about 2 hours from now, 2.5 hours. But in his last update, he was talking a lot about how this is really a statewide event and it is going to take some time before we get through this storm.
So this is going to have widespread impact. So you see major hurricane category 4, that initial impact, you know, that's going to be severe. The storm surge is going to be severe. Obviously the water and the flooding for a slow moving storm, very severe impacts in Southwest Florida, but those impacts are going to continue going out all through the state. So this is not going to end up leaving the state of Florida until sometime on Friday morning.
In that same address to the media, Governor DeSantis said that the areas that are at least forecasted to get the worst of this are between Naples and Sarasota, so pretty much the heart of Southwest Florida. That is chilling to hear. He also talked about the potential for catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge. So those are the warnings being sent out, and that was a way for him to reiterate that if people, as of 11 last night, hadn't left and evacuated, if they were in an evacuation zone, they needed to do it immediately.
We've been really focusing on that Sarasota to Naples area, but the impacts of this storm really do extend up into the St. Pete area. That's where Fox's Lauren Blanchard is with an update from there.
More than 200 miles of Florida's western coast is under a hurricane warning.
The eye of Hurricane Ian is moving closer to Florida. In the southern part of the state, thousands already without power and tornadoes with damage have been reported near Miami and Boca Raton. It already devastated parts of Cuba as a Category 3 hurricane, knocking out power to the entire island.
I'm just hoping and praying. I'm scared. I'm scared for our property here.
The storm is expected to get even stronger as it approaches the west coast of Florida, where 2.5 million people have been told to evacuate. Florida's governor said more than 170 shelters have been opened.
If you live in an evacuation zone, you need to be leaving. If you have been asked to evacuate, you need to leave.
Landfall is expected later this evening near Cape Coral. Millions are expected to lose power as Ian rips across the state. 30,000 personnel are already standing by to help get the lights back on. People who haven't evacuated boarding up windows and putting out sandbags.
When you talk about 10 to 15 foot surges, that should get everyone's attention. No one is safe from that.
FEMA is sending hundreds of employees to help with relief and disaster efforts. In St. Pete Beach, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, Lauren, thank you very much. I want to move a little south of where Lauren is right now into another area that we are watching closely for you. I think we have a live picture to show you of Charlotte Harbor. This is the live picture where you can see I-75 in the foreground and the water in the background. Here is a live look at that. Now, this is not too far away from where Fox 4's John Barron was live just a few minutes ago. We saw all the rain and wind he was getting there, and you see a sense of that here as well. When it's dark, it's not always easy to see the water, but when we have a light like that street light on the interstate there, it is a little easier to see how hard it's raining. And you can see that that rain is coming down at a fairly good pace. Here's the thing, though. It's probably going to get worse than that in the next few hours, and we are just going to be riding it out where we'll have periods where it may be a little lower like that, and then it'll ramp up, and we'll have to deal with that for a while as the band goes through.
A lot of people in Charlotte County are talking about on my
5 o'clock advisory. I do want to check one thing before I send it back over to Chris and Lisa real fast. I noticed a couple of tornado warnings pop up, but they are over in Broward County. Let me stop the radar. And yeah, right. Actually, no, it's northern Broward into the southern parts of Palm Beach. Really strong rotation here with this cell as it continues to move mostly over the rural section of Palm Beach County. We did get indication this morning. Lauren and I updated the tornado watch box. Now goes through 5 p.m. for all of Southwest Florida. That's just an extension of the current watch we had earlier, as that threat will continue as the storm approaches here throughout the morning, guys.
All right, Trent, thank you very much. You're talking about those tornado warnings and watches on the other side of the state. We have a crew in West Palm Beach. We have our sister station there who is out covering some of that damage. Some of it has been fairly significant. We've seen damage to cars. We've seen damage to buildings. And our sister station there is reporting what we believe are the first 2 known injuries having to do with this storm. And they are reporting 2 injuries in Delray Beach this morning.
And that was due to a possible tornado.
Possible tornado, right.
All right, now we want to send it on over to Fox 4's Alexandra Ronhell. She is at RSW, where typically around this time we'd be starting to see some of the flights taking off, but of course it's a ghost town right now.
It is completely empty here at the Southwest Florida International Airport. RSW closed down at 9 last night after announcing that all flights in and out of Fort Myers are canceled. Take a look for yourself. Not one person in sight here at the departures terminal. And it's not just here at RSW, but across Southwest Florida. Nearly 2,000 flights have been canceled due to the dangerous conditions expected from Hurricane Ian. Right now, I want you to take a look at what we're dealing with at RSW. You can tell by these palm trees on this side that the wind has started picking up. You can also see the rain is starting to pick up as well. We have some light rain right now, but that's all expected to change very soon. Again, all flights for Wednesday have been canceled, as well as some on Thursday, so make sure to stick with us on air and online for all the latest updates about when flights will resume. In Fort Myers, Alexandra Ronhell, Fox 4.
And Alex, we are already seeing flights being canceled into Friday out of RSW as well.
All right, now let's go to Fox 4's Elise Chingari. She is live in Sanibel, and to give us a little perspective about not only what's going on there, but how things have changed in the last 10 hours or so. Elise, what are you seeing?
Good morning, Chris. Yes, a drastic difference from what we've been seeing. I was telling you guys earlier that my photographer, Kevin, and I arrived here around 3 a.m. Tuesday morning, and it just seemed to be, a little bit of drizzle, nothing too crazy. Today, those winds, everything has just completely changed that we've seen from overnight, and it just keeps progressing by the minute. Those winds, it's getting stronger. I just asked Kevin, I said, what was that noise? He's like, that's wind, because, the sounds are just pretty crazy. Now, I know you were asking earlier, Chris, about that water. If you can kind of see, like I said, it'll be a little bit easier once it starts to get a little bit more light out in the next, hour or so. But you can see that water, that's rising a lot more than it was when we first got here. As I told you earlier, the power it's gone out like 2-3 times so far. Again, the wind has been picking up. The rain, it's been a lot. It's been non-stop, and it seems to get worse. I know that you can see the palm trees blowing in the wind here. There has been obviously that mandatory evacuation for Sanibel, Captiva. There's also that curfew in place until 6 a.m. Not sure if that'll be extended yet, so we're working on trying to get more information about that. We also know that the mayor of Sanibel, she put out that message in the last 24 hours stating that she evacuated and was basically saying, it's sad to, leave there, and she was encouraging other people to leave as well. When I talked to Sanibel Fire Rescue, they also wanted to make it apparent that if you decided to stay and you were not going to leave as part of that mandatory evacuation, they want you to know that they will not be able to come out to you. They said once those winds reach more than 40 miles per hour, they won't be able to come help you if there's an emergency. They also gave an example at one of the meetings the other day saying that during Irma and Charlie, they say that there was someone who called, they were having a heart attack. They said they were not able to get over there until the storm passed, and those winds were lower than 40 miles per hour. So again, we're out here near Sanibel. I know I've been trying to post to social media. I've been seeing some people's concerns. They're basically like, oh, is all of Sanibel Captiva going to go, underwater? People are pretty scared to see, what's going to happen. Obviously, we've been tracking this as best as we can. We're also trying to stay safe. If you did not evacuate, again, just be aware that those crews may not be able to get to you if you were having some type of an emergency. So, hopefully you had your evacuation, your plans, and, if you did stay home, hopefully you have those emergency kits and everything in place like the crews and officials have been telling you to do. But again, a drastic difference from what we have seen. Those evacuations have been in place, so we're here. There's not very many people here, and like I said, that water, hopefully in the next hour or so, we can start to show you how that's continuing to rise. But again, Chris, just a lot of water, a lot of rain. We know that water is just piling up. That biggest concern here is that storm surge that we've been talking about and trying to see, how that's all going to work out. But again, we'll remain here over in Sanibel to give you those updates throughout the morning. Live in Sanibel, Elise Chingari, Fox 4.
And Elise, if we can ask you a question really quickly, I know that you got to the Sanibel area yesterday when it was still light out. Is there a lot of people that seem to have heeded the warning to evacuate? I know it's a mandatory evacuation, but of course they can't force people to leave. So does it seem like people on Sanibel were listening and evacuating?
So yes, when we were live Tuesday morning, I know, like I said, we got there around 3 in the morning, and the difference with that was we were waiting to see if there was going to be that mandatory evacuation. And once we said that that was in place, after Lee County came out with that, we could see that the cars, they started going over that causeway, and you could tell that they were evacuating because, through the windows you could see that they had boxes, and I even recognized some cars that I could see that they made multiple trips. And now if you did decide to evacuate, once that's closed, if you have that hurricane re-entry pass, they say that's basically like a fast pass when you go to Disney, because once that reopens, they said there's going to be 2 separate lines. So one line you're going to have to show your ID to get back in. The other one you can show that pass. So hopefully people went and picked those up at the police station yesterday. But yes, as soon as that mandatory evacuation was announced, we could see cars. I mean, they were going back and forth off that island to basically get off. And then once we arrived to our hotel, we know that there was the evacuation in place, and people were being taken on buses to leave. And actually they were kind of asking, where are we being sent to? Where are we going? So there were people who were here on vacation. There were people who were planning on evacuating and, staying here. But again, they wanted to get everybody out to safety. So we were basically watching that all happen when people were just kind of like, what's going on? Where do we go? So it seems like some people had an evacuation in place. I also think, Lisa, obviously you've been here in Florida. A lot of people are kind of like, I'll just kind of wait it out. Maybe it won't be that bad. I know I was saying yesterday when my family FaceTimed me, they were like, it doesn't seem that bad. But then all night, they've been texting me asking, if we're safe, should you guys be there? Are you guys okay? So, just a lot of emotions going on. But hopefully a lot of people, got out, did evacuate, and are at a much safer place. I know my photographer, Kevin here, his wife had to go evacuate as well. He's in the more Port Charlotte area. So a lot of friends and family that we know here in Florida that have been evacuating. Again, we're here in Sanibel, and, we'll just kind of continue to see, what happens and how bad, these conditions continue to be.
All right, Elise, good reporting there. We tend to think about evacuations and everybody leaving their homes, but completely different situation when you're here on vacation, as a lot of people are, and out of nowhere you get told, well, you have to leave because of this storm.
It's true. I know a lot of the people on Fort Myers Beach were dealing with a similar situation. I know that crews stationed throughout Southwest Florida were told that they had to leave the hotels they were staying in because they were being evacuated. So you have to think, for all those people who are here without a home and are just coming to visit, what are they left to do? They're left to go somewhere else, try to find another hotel that they can stay in.
Yeah, and with RSW closed at least for a couple days, flights canceled as late as Friday, that's something that could impact their day as well. All right, time right now is 5:26. Want to show you some video of what it looks like on the roads right now. Needless to say, it is rainy and it is stormy. The winds the winds are blowing around, and this is kind of gives you an idea of what it's like out there on the roads. Now, this is a little earlier this morning. You can see the rain. It's bad. It's definitely not ideal. You don't want to have to drive through this. But it's, you know, what we might typically see in an afternoon or an evening in the rainy season. I have a feeling the further we go throughout the day, it is going to get a lot worse than this. And that is one of the big reasons why the governor, everybody from the governor to county to city leaders are telling people just to stay home, make sure you're safe, don't risk it, just stay inside today.
I know you were looking at some video in the Charlotte County area as well, because this video that you're seeing here, this is from Fort Myers. In
right.
Charlotte County, it looks similar though. We're seeing a lot of rain starting to come down. People that I know in Charlotte County, my family is up texting that lives in Charlotte County. They've told me that the wind is already extremely loud.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's there right now. I guess that's just part of the wave that's going through. But yeah, we have a live reporter, John Barron, who has been in Charlotte County, at least in the early morning since we've been on the air. His live shots have been the windiest and the rainiest. And I'm looking at some Department of Transportation live cameras right now in Charlotte County, and there's definitely a lot of wind. And since we're talking about that area, let's just go to John, because I can see his camera right now, and I can see that it's rainy and windy where you are, and it looks like it's gotten worse.
Time. You can honestly just see how much rain we have at this point in time, that is just so much more rain has just come in the last 15 minutes. As Charlotte County, a lot of those people were taking the heat of that warning that, you know what, we're going to batten down the hatches. If we have to evacuate, we're going to do so. We saw a lot of people leaving the freeway yesterday as we were trying to make our way to the Peace River. A lot of people making their way out of the city. So we know a lot of people were listening to that warning, but still a lot of people doing this and being out on the roads. You should not be doing so right now at this point in time if you do not have to be. And I can guarantee you that Charlotte County would be saying the exact same thing. But as you can continue to see how much rain is starting to make its way down here, you can start to see as that front of Ian is really making its way in here now. And so that's going to be something that we're going to be watching continuously. With that wind, what I was showing you guys was that debris that's making its way out here as well. It's very, very dangerous to be out here with how much debris could be flying as the wind starts to pick up. As we were talking a little bit earlier, we have wind gusts right now, and I would honestly say it's pretty high. I don't have that number with me right now. We don't have the gauge. For that, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio live here in Charlotte County. John Barron, Fox 4.
Yeah, John, boy, be careful out there. The wind's really picking up right now. I want to just a real quick question to Trent. We won't go live to you, but just how high are the winds right now in Charlotte County? And while we asked Trent that question, he's got to look it up. He doesn't know it right offhand, but I think we have a live picture that we can show you of Charlotte County right now, a different picture from where John is, while we get that information from Trent.
And
yeah, the winds right now, Charlotte County, Punta Gorda, over there at the airport, 31 mile per hour sustained there on the south side of the river.
Okay.
And as far as the wind gusts this morning, we've seen them as high as the mid-40s. So when you get inside those rain bands, it doesn't necessarily pick up at the reporting stations, but we are seeing those tropical storm gusts for sure. And what's going to happen throughout the day is it's going to continue to pick up and continue.
All right, yeah, and just a fraction of what we could see later today. So this is Charlotte Harbor right now, and again, you can see the rain blowing in the wind right there. It gives you some indication, a better indication, I think, because with the light hanging over the darkness, you can see how much rain there is and how much it's blowing. And I've been curious to see if we will see any cars or anything. So the darkness in the background of this picture is Charlotte Harbor, and that's I-75 right there. And I don't think we've seen any cars drive through this camera while we've been monitoring the situation right now.
I've been
So-
looking actually,
oh, go ahead.
Chris, I just wanted to get a brief update in here. Already we're seeing more and more people losing power in Charlotte County. I just
Okay.
checked this 10 minutes ago. The number was 820. It's already up to 1,130 in just a matter of a few minutes. So power outages are already starting to happen, and they're happening pretty quickly.
And we'd expect that with the high winds that we're seeing there right now. All right, so, well, there goes a car. There are a couple of cars on the interstate right there. Let's hope that as long as they're not emergency vehicles, that they are being careful as they drive by. So this is the situation in Charlotte County right now, one of the areas that is dealing with the worst of the bands that are going through as we wait for Hurricane Ian to come to Southwest Florida. I want to take you to south of this area now. Fox 4's Colton Chavez is in Bonita Springs. He's along the Imperial River where it typically floods. Colton, what are conditions like where you are?
Well, Chris, some interesting information that we're seeing right now is there is the street light that's just above my photographer. It just went out. It keeps flickering on and off, and I'm starting to see some of these lights, even in this neighborhood, starting to flicker on and off. So when we start to talk about these power outages, we're seeing it in real time. And we listened to John and we listened to Elise talk about these wind gusts really starting to pick up. It's going to be a similar situation down here in Bonita Springs. But the other big portion that, of course, Chris, you just alluded to, was the flooding and storm surge in the area. This entire time, this river that's sitting next to me has continued to widen and get bigger behind me. Now, I know right now it's dark, so it's hard for our camera to kind of capture that, but this thing is basically inching closer and closer, and that's because the Imperial River is just behind me. And like Trent and Lauren have told us, as the rains continue to fall, sea levels rise, river levels start to rise, and I can even hear the river off into the distance. A little bit of maybe good news, I have not seen anybody driving in the neighborhood in hours. When I got here 2 hours ago, we saw 2 cars quickly drive by, but that's all we've seen so far. And again, I do want to reiterate what I've said earlier this morning. Not a lot of storm shutters on these homes, but not a lot of lights on these homes either. So hopefully that means people have heeded these warnings, these evacuation orders. And look, you can really see these wind gusts, and they kind of calm down for a few minutes, and then they tend to pick back up again. I'm sure my microphone is starting to pick that up. Not a lot of heavy rain, but the wind is something that we're definitely starting to notice. And as I'm saying this, the light just above our Fox 4 vehicle just turned back on again. So those outages are something that we are starting to see, and the winds are definitely relentless right now, Chris and Lisa.
All right, Colton, thank you very much for that reporting there. It is worth noting that the Lee County, has spent a lot of money in that area since Hurricane Irma. You may remember that's one of the areas that a couple of weeks before Irma hit, they dealt with a lot of flooding just because there was a lot of rain. Then there was more flooding after Irma. So that's one of the areas that the county and the federal government and the state spent a lot of money to try to shore up some things to hopefully prevent flooding in a case like what's happening today.
I want to show you a live look now at the Naples area. We've been focusing a lot on Charlotte County and Bonita Springs, but in Collier County, we are seeing a lot of rain and wind as well. This is from one of our live cams there. Rain is really coming down in this area. It's something that we are going to be following every step of the way, and this is a good time to remind you, with the power outages that we're already seeing, we're seeing about 3,500 people just in Southwest Florida already without power, and that's expected to reach the millions all across our state. You can download the Fox 4 app. That way, if you do lose power to your TV, you do have that option as long as you have internet to stream Fox 4 to your phone. That way you can stay up to date because we are going to be on air here all morning long tracking this for you.
All right, 5:35 is the time right now. It's been about a half hour since we got the new update on this hurricane, and Trent, we wanted to give you a little bit of time to go through the data, really pull out the most significant parts of that. So you've had a chance. What are you seeing?
Well, we talked about the change in intensity. I think that was the biggest takeaway, the fact that the Hurricane Hunter aircraft found a 10 millibar drop from their vortex data. And with that, in flight level winds that were extrapolated to the surface, the National Hurricane Center went from a 120 mile per hour category 3 up to a 140 mile per hour category 4. And they are expecting the storm to maintain that. Now, looking at the data, reading the discussion, and looking at some of the latest water vapor loop, there is a little bit of moderate shear that is trying to impact Ian, but it is such a large storm that it's not going to have that much impact as it makes landfall. So the National Hurricane Center keeps the forecast here of 140-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane right before it comes on shore. And you get to see that track anywhere from the Sanibel Causeway offshore up towards Sarasota. But this is a very large hurricane. We're talking about a hurricane core of 80 miles, 40 miles out from each center, and the timing puts the center very close to us later on today, noon to 2 o'clock. Those outer bands and the edge, the eastern edge of that eye wall will arrive a little bit sooner than that. To give you an idea here of the wind speeds and the type of damage that we see with a Category 4 hurricane, well, the Saffir-Simpson scale, if I can go back one graphic here, shows those wind speeds. Category 1 and 2, those hurricanes there aren't classified as major. It's when you get to Category 3, because that's when the winds pick up to 111 and they go all the way up to 157 plus. And you can see devastating damage with the Category 3, and the wording of the Saffir-Simpson scale takes it to catastrophic. That's where homes start to get destroyed, and we will unfortunately see some areas here in Southwest Florida that are going to get hit really hard by this Hurricane Ian as it moves on shore. So with preparations already done, because simply it's not safe to go outside now as these rain bands continue to move on through. We are also getting a little bit more news on the tornado watch. The National Weather Service here from Melbourne and Orlando have extended this off to the north. And what that has done has included Sarasota County north of Lake Okeechobee. This goes until 5 o'clock, and you can see that core there on the radar. Let's put it into motion, and the lightning that is around the center of this hurricane is just constant right now off the coastline. And some of the more formidable rain bands right here from Naples working their way northbound. We've been checking in on our reporters. Bonita Springs, where we have Colton Chavez. We've got John Barron up along Port Charlotte. And as these rain bands move through, and of course, I can't forget Elise out on Sanibel, because there we are going to see the storm surge and eventually the winds continue to pick up. But as this core gets closer, the tropical storm force winds will start to get stronger and stronger before we switch over and start to get to the worst part of this storm. And that will happen after sunrise. Right now, as you look at the coastline, I-75 from Naples northbound, these rain bands continue to just wrap on through. And Colton alluded to this, and so is John throughout the morning. As soon as one of those bands wrap through, you get a little of a break, and then bam, you get another one coming on, and that will pick up in frequency as we go throughout the morning as the eye wall gets a little closer. It's set up like this, where we have heavy rain over and over again for the last couple of hours that we'll have to watch for some localized flooding. That's why well in advance of the storm, we had a flood watch put out, and that is something that's going to be of a concern. Now, so far, the rainfall of totals haven't been all that impressive, but we'll have to watch, again, training like this as those numbers continue to increase, where we get those outer bands just setting up here in the hours and days ahead. Let me take a look over here at the velocity because we did have one tornado warning that popped up in the rural sections of Palm Beach County. And if I pause this there on that last frame, you can see what's left there of a little couplet off to the south. You've got the greens, and you've got that are going towards the radar side of Zoo Miami, and you got a little reds going away. So what is left of that is right in through there and continuing to move on out. So for now, I'm going to send it back over. We've had a little change this morning. I want to say good morning to Amy Wegman, who's joining Lisa Greenberg this morning. And ladies, it's going to be a long morning here as Hurricane Ian continues to approach.
Yes, thank you, Trent. Good morning, Southwest Florida. Chris is just going to take a little break. We are here with you throughout the morning, throughout Hurricane Ian and the impacts we're seeing here in Southwest Florida. We are not going off the air, and so we are going to hold your hand and walk you through this. We've done this many times together, Lisa and I, Chris, and all of our team here at Fox 4, so stick here with us. If you lose power and you can't watch us on TV, make sure you download the Fox 4 app right now, because you can always stream us on the app. It's WFTX is what you're going to want to search in the App Store. We do want to let you know, coming up at 7:30, it's a little less than 2 hours right now, Governor Ron DeSantis will be making another address to the state, doing the latest updates on Ian. Obviously, we're seeing the worst of it right now in Key West. I was just looking at some cameras where the storm surge and the flooding there is really jaw-dropping. And so we here in Southwest Florida are just bracing for what Trent and Lauren are telling us is going to come our way.
Right, and in Governor DeSantis' last update, he was talking a lot about how he has crews, 30,000 people deployed throughout the state to work on restoring power. once they are able to safely do so, because of course we're already seeing a lot of different power outages right now. And there are actually crews coming from the Oklahoma area here to our state to work on restoring power. We have video of that we do want to show you. These people are, this is happening from states all across the country where they're driving to our area to be ready the second that it is safe to do so to restore power to our area and all throughout the state. And here's what they had to say about that mission.
How important power is to everybody's everyday life, and we want to make sure that all people have power as soon as they can. Weather happens and we can't control that, but we can safely and efficiently restore power.
All right, so when we look at the power outage tracker, we can already see a little over 1,000 people in Charlotte County, in Lee County are without power. We know obviously that number is going to go up. I believe the governor said they expect over 1 million people to lose power at some point. It's going to happen, so just be ready for it, be prepared for it. Get those batteries and the flashlights now. Charge the phones now. Those have a flashlight on them as well. So those are the things you're going to want to do now as we prepare, because from this hour on is when we're really going to start seeing the effects, and it's just going to get worse as the day goes on. It's here, it's coming. I do want to show you a live look real quick. Actually, this is some video. Look at these airplanes.
This is in Hollywood, Florida.
Yeah, and it's funny because, both of us grew up in this area. I know a lot of people who decided to evacuate to the East Coast, and I think there was this thought, oh, well, there's not going to be much over there, but we're getting tornado warnings over there. We're seeing planes flipped over, trees falling over. So really, this storm is just, impacting the entire state.
Right, and we just got word from one of our producers actually that in the Cape Coral area, first responders have had to suspend their services because the winds have gotten high enough there that it's now too dangerous for them to go out and perform any rescue missions or anything like that. So really now is the time to stay at home. Don't try to go out and about and get any last minute supplies or anything. It's time to hunker down and really pay attention to the warnings of emergency officials. I'm sure this is something that Governor DeSantis is going to talk a lot about in his 7:30 update as well. Now is not the time to go ahead and leave your home. It's time to stay.
Yeah, and we talk about the winds and the fire department being affected by that already. Remember, emergency crews, once the winds are 40 miles an hour, they cannot get to you. So, if you've decided to shelter in place, we're getting questions on social media. We're getting some text messages. Oh, I'm reconsidering my choice to stay home. Should I leave? At this point, the advice from emergency management officials is no, you should not. You should shelter in place, stay where you are. And, we hear about the winds affecting the fire crews already. That's obviously why flights all day throughout the day today are canceled, not only at Southwest Florida International Airport, at Tampa International Airport. So it's going to obviously impact any flights. And I think, was it you was saying that you have a flight canceled on Friday already?
Yep, already Friday morning a flight was canceled out of RSW. So it just goes to show that, as Governor Ron DeSantis said in his 11 o'clock update, this is expected to be not just a today thing. This is a tomorrow thing and into Friday that we're going to expect to continue to see those impacts. And then with flights, you have to think about the possibility that this is going to cause a ripple effect where, they can't get the flights off the ground. They are going to continue to have to deal with that over the next few days.
Yeah, so we have a report from Alexandra Rangel. She is at Southwest Florida International Airport this morning with the latest from there. Alex?
Yeah, the airport is completely empty. Usually you can hear those planes coming in and out of the airport, but right now, all you can hear is that wind that's starting to pick up, and you can notice by these trees here that are swaying back and forth with the wind. RSW closed down at 9 last night after announcing that all flights in and out of Fort Myers are canceled. And it's not just here at RSW, but also Florida. Nearly 2,000 flights across the state have been canceled due to the dangerous conditions expected from Hurricane Ian. We have some light rain right now, but that's all expected to change very soon, as Lee County is expected to see roughly 6 to 12 inches of rain with this hurricane. Again, flights have been canceled for Wednesday, as well as most of the flights for Thursday. Make sure you're staying with us online and on air for all the latest updates about when those flights will resume. In Fort Myers, Alexandra Rangel, Fox 4.
Thank you, Alexandra. We'll check back in with you in just a bit to see how conditions are changing at the airport. Now, we were talking a bit about how Cape Coral Fire Department actually had to suspend its services because the wind speeds in that area got so high that it's no longer safe for those first responders to go out and about in any kind of an emergency. So I wanted to bring in Trent to talk about what he's seeing as far as data for how fast those winds are now blowing, not just those gusts of wind, but the sustained wind that they're seeing in the Cape Coral area. Trent.
Yeah, the winds so far sustained have been less than tropical storm force, but we're starting to get close. That tropical storm force gusts for sure have already been moving in, especially inside some of those stronger rain bands. You see the sustained wind of 33 there in Punta Gorda, 14 Venice, and you're right there in the mid-20s from Fort Myers all the way down to Ochapee. Now, as far as the gusts, you can see the 46 report there in Punta Gorda, 38 Fort Myers and Naples, just one shy of tropical storm force. So the only thing that happens here is inside of those stronger feeder bands as they whip around the center of Ian are tropical storm for sure. They're just not hitting the reporting site. So as we continue to load in, bear with us here with this continuous coverage, because as we swap sources, you're going to see things load. You're going to see us build things on the fly, and that is just because we want to get it to you just as fast as we can. We continue to track just how far the center of the eye of Ian is offshore, and we'll check a couple locations. If we go from downtown Naples, the center is still about 75, and if you look from roughly Fort Myers between Port Charlotte, it's a little bit farther. Let me draw that one more time there. Right now, going from downtown Fort Myers, let's draw it out to the same location. It's about 80, 85, give or take. So it's just a matter here of a few more hours this morning before we start to get into the really strong part of this hurricane, which has strengthened to a Category 4. And when you look at this radar representation, a little bit of an open eye wall here to the southeast side, and by no means does that indicate that this system is weakening. It did just the opposite. After it completed a eye wall replacement cycle last night, the storm temporarily held. Sometimes they weaken, but instead of going from 120 and shooting up, it held at 120 over several advisories until this morning. From 4 a.m. to 5, shot up 20 miles per hour as the pressure dropped 11 millibars. That was based off aircraft investigating the system. They drop equipment into the eye and around the system and found that indeed that pressure had dropped. They extrapolated the flight level winds, and we've got a Category 4 hurricane that is showing no signs of weakening as it approaches our coastline. There is a little bit of moderate shear still expected, but this system is so large and so big, it should not disrupt the flow or the intensity before it gets closer to us a little later on today. And we've been keeping a track on these rain bands. You see a few little stronger ones there. Areas on Golden Gate between Bonita Springs and Immokalee, and stretching towards right there between Fort Myers and the Caloosahatchee towards the Cape. We'll keep monitoring the rainfall totals as they come in this morning. It'll be just a few hours before we start getting that data, and when that starts happening, we're going to be focusing on the radar anyway before those damaging winds continue to push on shore. As of last check, I was not seeing any type of active tornado warning in place, especially here in Southwest Florida. We did have a brief tornado warning for Palm Beach County as that storm lifted on off towards the north. That tornado watch, it just means the atmosphere on that northeastern quadrant there of Hurricane Ian is primed for the possibility of tornadoes. Anytime we hear the word warning throughout the morning, means it's Doppler radar indicated or already being reported on the ground. So it's something that, again, that right now we're okay with. We've had several out throughout the night. A few of those, we've got video back here at Fox 4 of them out over the Everglades. So for now, I think I'm going to send it back over to Amy and Lisa to continue our coverage here as we continue to monitor the radar, in particular over here in the Weather Center.
All right, Trent, thank you. We'll check back with you in just a second, but we want to take a second to talk about the power outages right now, because we are seeing, I'm quickly doing math here, but more than 4,000 power outages in Charlotte, Lee, Collier, Manatee, and Sarasota County. So those western counties on the western side of the state where this is really, they already are seeing the impacts of this storm. Governor Ron DeSantis did deploy 30,000 workers across our state to quickly get the power up and running again after it's safe to do so because of this storm. But we want to talk about something that we're seeing online. A lot of people talking about, once they get the food in their fridges, once those run out of power, what kind of food that they should toss and what they should keep. So we want to make sure that you know that if you have any kind of raw meat, dairy, fruits, open sauces, or spreads in your fridge and the power goes out, you lose power to your refrigerator, those are things that you're going to want to toss. They're no longer going to be good to eat. The last thing you want after all of this is to get sick from something like this when you already are dealing with all the storm and the potential damage that we might see. So that is something you want to keep in mind if you, in fact, lose power. Governor DeSantis is estimating that power outages in our state could be in the millions.
Yeah, so at 5:51, we are waiting for Governor Ron DeSantis to address the state, give us an update on Hurricane Ian. That should come at 7:30 this morning. In the meantime, I do want to show you some video out of Cuba this morning, because obviously here in Southwest Florida, you see from our live reports, we are starting to see the impacts of the outer bands, but we are still far enough away, as Trent and Lauren have been telling us, from the most intense weather. We're not seeing that yet. Now, Cuba, obviously the storm already passed over the western portions of that island. Havana was really impacted by the storm surge. There were blackouts all across Cuba. So if we can show that, we just want to give you an idea of what they were dealing with there in Cuba.
Really devastating stuff there. And we were told, too, the media in Cuba was reporting a total blackout on Cuba because of the hurricane. It made landfall there as a Category 3 storm, knocked out power to the entire island. And I know that they were talking about late last night and into this morning, hopefully starting to restore some of those power outages so people there didn't have to go too long without power. But at last check, the entirety of Cuba, I should say, was without power.
Let's take a video, look at some video from Delray Beach. This is video from some what are believed to be tornadoes that have spun off of Hurricane Ian. So this is Delray Beach. Look at that plane. You can just see it flipped over. We're starting to get images of some of the damage. We are hearing about people being injured. This is just a reminder that, the weather is starting to pick up. It's only going to get worse, as Trent and Lauren have been saying, so you're going to want to shelter in place. You can see that's on the East Coast. And, tornadoes, it's funny because we are so used to dealing with hurricanes here in Southwest Florida. Maybe you're new to the area, maybe you haven't dealt with a hurricane, but you have time to prepare, right? You know this is coming. Tornadoes pop up quickly, so we want to give you some tips of what you can do and what the experts say you need to do if you start to hear information from us that there's a tornado warning. Trent and Lauren have been telling us when we say there's a tornado warning, that means it's happening, so you need to take shelter. We don't typically have basements here in Southwest Florida. That's where they would like you to go. You don't want to go up into your second story of your home. If you do have a second story, you want to stay on the bottom level. If you don't have a basement, the best place to go, find a room inside your home that has no windows, and is really just basically an interior room. Maybe it's a bathroom in the middle of your house. Go in there, pets, family members, shut the door. If you can bring some soft material in there with you, not a bad idea.
I remember when I was riding out Hurricane Charlie in 2004, it was me and my parents and all of my siblings. I have 3 siblings, our dog, my little brother's hamster, all in my parents' closet, because that was the room that was the safest to be in. It was there was no exterior walls, there was no windows. Of course, like you mentioned, basements aren't very common. So places like closets, places like pantries, things like that, those are really going to be the safest spaces. Any bathrooms that maybe are in the internal parts of your home that don't have windows, those are going to be the places you want to go when things really start to pick up here in Southwest Florida and we really start to see those dangerous conditions.
So we've been telling you, throughout our coverage of Ian over the past couple of days, one of the biggest things that you had to take into consideration if you decided not to heed those mandatory evacuation warnings, especially in Zone A, Zone B, really wherever you are, is the fact that once wind speeds got to a certain point, 40 miles an hour, emergency services were going to be shut down because it's not safe for them to get to you. And in Cape Coral, the emergency services are at that point. We told you the fire crews are no longer going to be responding until the winds get back below 40 miles per hour, but we still have quite some time before we get, through the worst of the storm and then back down to that. And we are learning that all emergency services in Cape Coral have been shut down at this point. So we are getting to the point in the storm where if you are home, if you are watching us, this is really time to just hunker down, take shelter, don't panic. We're going to get through this together. and just know that if you do have to call 911, no one's going to be able to come to you right now.
And you're looking live right now. This is at Charlotte Harbor. This is one of the areas that's really expected to see the brunt of Hurricane Ian later on today. Rain is already coming down. I know our John Barron is live there, and he was talking about how windy it's already gotten in the Charlotte County area early this morning. I did want to mention really quickly, because we talked about tornado safety tips when you live in a home, but we did just get some as far as if you live inside an apartment. I'm looking at this. This is from NOAA and the National Weather Service as well. So basically, if you're in an apartment building and you're listening to tornado warnings, if you go to the lowest floor, and again, stick to a central room as well. They're even also saying you can crouch under an indoor stairwell or anywhere that really doesn't have windows. Hallways, if it's on the interior of the building, that's a good place. And they also say make sure to cover your head and neck to protect yourself from any falling debris.
All right, so it is 5:56 right now, and we want to check in with certified meteorologist Trent Eric. You know, Trent, it's funny, having grown up in this area, I'm getting a lot of text messages, emails from our viewers, from friends and family. Ian, in a sense, feels different than storms we've dealt with in the past, because so many people, I always ride the storm out. I always ride the storm out. And I think a lot of people are second guessing that right now, because things have changed so much over the past 24 hours. So we are here obviously to walk our viewers and our friends through this. We're here to be with them throughout the storm. What would you say to people who are at home right now and they're thinking, wow, I'm really nervous?
Well, we've been here before, right? We've been through major hurricanes. You look back at history across the state, and 7, if you count Ian, making landfall as a Cat 4 later on today. Hurricanes have hit the coast as Category 4 or higher. Each year we get smarter, we build better, we're going to be able to pick up the pieces, and thankfully what I've seen over the last couple of days is a lot of folks here preparing. The lines at the grocery store, people getting gas, generators, and that's what we're supposed to do, right? But Amy, Lisa, one thing I do want to touch on that you were talking about earlier was tornadoes and safety and how they compare. I want to do a little comparison here with winds, because on the Saffir-Simpson wind scale that we use to categorize hurricanes, Ian jumped this morning from 120 to 140 mile per hour. That's where we get the catastrophic damage. So keep in mind, 140 mile per hour winds. I'm going to flip over to the enhanced Fajita scale here. And what that is the measurement that we use for tornadoes. And 140 miles per hour is a strong EF3 tornado. And think about this. As that hurricane moves through and that eye wall goes through, in the Midwest and the Great Plains, when they get an EF3 tornado, that storm is moving. And it's moving sometimes as fast as 40, 50 miles per hour. So those tornadoes are in and out. And you see the kind of damage they can do. Well, what's going to happen here with the hurricane is we're going to get those type of winds prolonged for hours as this hurricane moves through. So while tornadoes, the winds get higher, up to EF5, they're violent, over 200 miles per hour. And I will go back just so you can compare it. Category 5 at 157. The problem with hurricanes is not only are they prolonged, but they're over a larger area. And with Ian making a eye wall replacement cycle late last night, the eye got bigger and the wind field got bigger, and the storm surge is going to impact a lot more people later on today. So I get that question a lot. How does that compare to tornadoes? So think about the eye of a hurricane there being an EF3 tornado for hours over some neighborhoods later on this afternoon, once we find out where exactly that center is going to come on shore. With the eye expanding here in the last little bit since late last night, it's going to unfortunately be a few more folks here around Southwest Florida. As we approach the 6 o'clock hour, Lauren Petrelli is over in the Weather Center here. We're going to do a little handoff here. We're going to continue to analyze our data, and we're trying to do our best to update our social media platforms as well. We want to hear from you. We want to know what kind of questions you have that we can answer. And before we send it back over to Amy and Lisa, I want to get one more check of the radar here just to double check that we're not seeing any rotation. Again, you're going to see this throughout the day, the graphics loading, and that's because we're switching sources. We're trying our best to get you information just as fast as it comes in. And while this tornado watch box goes until 5 o'clock, as far as central and southwest Florida here, there are currently no tornado warnings in place. We've got one rain band wrapping around here just to the west or east there of I-75, and some of the stronger ones still offshore. Let me put it into motion real quick, and you can see that it's a matter of hours here today before we start to get that strong core of hurricane force winds pushing in. For now, we'll send it back over to Amy and Lisa.
All right, Trent, thanks for that update.
All right, now we want to send it on over to Fox 4's John Barron. He is in Charlotte County, right along the Peace River, which is one of the areas that we are really expecting to see kind of the bullseye of this storm. So, John, what are you seeing in Charlotte County? Last we checked in with you, the wind was really starting to pick up. We just got word that John is not ready at this moment, so we're going to check back in with him. But I know when he last was showing us where he was picking up signs off the roadway. He was picking up debris, already tree branches, seeing a lot of rain in the Charlotte County area. And again, that was in the 5 o'clock hour, so we're still in the very, very early hours of this.
It's unnerving, you know, when you see we're still quite a ways away from the strongest of it, and we're already seeing those kinds of impacts. We will check in with John. Is John ready? Can we go toss to John? He's in Charlotte County. Let's see how things are looking out there right now. It's getting poured on from what I see.
So when you guys were last talking to me, the rain and the wind picked up tremendously and is doing so yet again. The wind and the rain is really starting to pound it here in downtown Punta Gorda, and that's really what we're taking a look at. You guys won't be able to see it right here because we have a pillar, but the sign for the downtown sign right here is just shaking all over the place. And actually, we still have a bunch of people just walking around just trying to get their day going. And honestly, it's one of those things that obviously with the alert and the signal, it's one of those things that they don't want you to have at this point in time. And what we're actually going to be taking a look at are people actually walking their dogs at this moment in time. And I don't know if you could show them over here, but they're walking just out here with their dogs, just walking around in trash bags. You'll have to show them on the other side, but they're walking around with trash bags, just walking their dogs. That's something that we don't want to see at this point in time. But as we're taking a look at how much rain and wind is making its way out here, it's obviously pounding southwest Florida at this point in time. Still a lot of debris, like I was talking about earlier, when you can see some of those palm trees just laying on the floor right there out there, and people still getting up in the morning and trying to figure out what they're doing. And like they were talking about, Trent, you were saying, and Lisa, you were saying as well, Charlotte County is one of those areas that had a huge evacuation set in this morning, and honestly yesterday as well, trying to just make sure everybody was out that needed to be out. And a lot of those people did take that warning, but some of them decided they were going to buckle down and just try to see if they could brace this storm. And now we're having to see that obviously now it is way too late to be trying to make your way out of here. Now you're just going to have to weather the storm and hold together. So as we're taking a look at how much of this rainfall is coming down, it's been tremendous over the last hour and a half, and we're starting to really see that wind really bring up and pick up here in southwest Florida as well. I continuously lose my hat, so as you can tell, obviously the wind, as it starts to make its way, is starting to batter southwest Florida. If you have those shutters up, hopefully they're going to be holding strong, and if not, hopefully you guys have some other means of being able to have protection as well. Lisa, you were saying as well, you've got family and friends that are all in here. They're just hunkering down for this all. So actually, we got the chance to really speak with some of those people as well, even over at the harbor when we were talking over at the Peace River, and they were staying on the boats for the morning. So they're honestly right now, I know one guy we were talking with said he's going to weather the storm on the boat while his wife stays home at the house and just batten down the hatches, stay with the shutters and the generator, and he's going to weather the storm on that boat. So we're going to have to see exactly how that turns out. We'll have to see how the river holds up as well, because you guys continue to talk about the storm surge, and with the wind and rain that we're seeing already before Ian really makes its way out here, it's going to be tremendous. We're going to send it back to you guys over here in Charlotte County. John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, thanks for that, John. You know, we are just checking, and you can too at home if you want to, the power outages that we're seeing. The numbers are really starting to go up. In Charlotte County and Collier County, still not too bad, 1440, but in Lee County, we're seeing over 4,000 now, 4,370, and those numbers are only going to tick up as the morning goes on. You're going to lose power. Just be prepared for it. Most likely it's going to happen at some point. They are working as quickly as they can once the weather is safe enough to do so. Those FPL trucks, LCEC crews, they are already stationed and ready to go so they can get your power back as soon as humanly possible. But as we know, for those of you who are used to these storms, and maybe not even just an afternoon thunderstorm can knock your power out, Hurricane Charlie I had no power for a week. Hurricane Irma, I had no power for a week. So it's something to digest, something to think about, and we cannot stress this enough because every time we have a storm, we say this, and every time we have a storm, we have horrible accidents with generators. So if you're planning on using your generator when your power goes out, it needs to be 15 feet from your house. Please do not turn on your generator inside of your garage or near your home. The carbon monoxide that comes from that is silent and deadly, and it doesn't smell, it doesn't taste, and it can kill you. So please, we are not, being over dramatic when we say that. It's something you really need to think about and push your generator away from your home if you're going to use it.
Something else too, I know it's kind of early to be talking about this, but just something that came to mind when we're talking about power outages and losing power is after the storm or in the eye of the storm, when things are calm, you might be thinking, I want to go outside and check things out. There is a danger of live wires from the down power line. So keep that in mind as well. It's really just best to stay until you're inside your home until you're told otherwise that it's okay to get out of your home because it is dangerous.
Absolutely. So let's go check with meteorologist Lauren Petrelli because she is letting us know that she got an update, the latest update on where Ian is and what the storm is doing at this point. So Lauren, what can you tell us?
Hey, yeah, good morning, Amy and Lisa. So just to give you an idea of what's going on, around 4 o'clock, we did get an intermediate little update. This is from the National Hurricane Center. And so from the same buoy, this is going to be out in Sanibel, they gave us another update. So within roughly 2 hours, we're looking at wind gusts increasing by about 10 miles per hour in the Sanibel area. In their note, they did mention that conditions are really starting to go downhill. They say that they're going to be deteriorating. So wind speeds at that buoy are going to be up to about 39 miles per hour as of 6 o'clock this morning, gusts up to about 55 miles per hour. Amy just asked for an update as well on the location of Ian at the moment, and it roughly says about 55 miles south-southwest of the Naples area. So that is what we're looking at with the latest update that came right at 6 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center. I know we also have a whole team working on digital. They push that out as well. So we are sending updates also to your phone. You can follow us on live stream as well. So a lot of different platforms where we're trying to make sure that you know everything as we go and weather out this storm. So those were some stats over for the Sanibel area, but I got to let you know, taking a look at the wind speeds in the direction here, you can really start to see a shift now that Ian is not too far from us and right off of the coast. So we're looking at wind speeds right now in Punta Gorda close to 30 miles per hour, Cape Coral 15 miles per hour, the same over in Fort Myers. You saw that live on air right there. That just upgraded. So that's going to be just under 35 miles per hour wind speeds over in Punta Gorda and then 26 over in the Naples area. Taking a look at the radar, we are still getting hammered by those rain bands. That started yesterday and it has continued well into tonight. The rainfall totals over the past 24 hours when I was looking, not all that impressive for most areas. Cape Coral, for example, under 4 inches of rain. But I have to tell you, isolated areas, this would be near Immokalee, this is near Port of the Islands, already seeing close to 7-8 inches of rain. And we're looking at isolated areas because of these rain bands just constantly wrapping around and hammering Southwest Florida, looking at about 12 inches or more of rainfall in certain areas. You can start to really see that lightning lighting up around the eye wall as well. It is just right off of the coast. Something to really note that Trent and I have been talking about all morning long is going to be just how thick the eye wall is. It's a very large eye wall, and as a matter of fact, when you kind of measure it right here, let's see if I can get this tool for you and give you an idea of exactly what I'm talking about right now. So this is going to be the eye wall. If you go right through there to the center of the storm, it's roughly just under 15 miles on one side. So this is what's going to happen. So as this makes landfall, you're going to have this eye wall cross over. That's going to be roughly 15 miles of just getting hammered by wind and rain. It'll be a little calm as the eye wall crosses over you, but then you're going to have another 15 miles of that wind and rain all over again. The important thing to remember is when that area crosses over, right now the forecast track takes it still over the Charlotte Harbor area. It is going to be loud. You should not go outside. You always get people who want to go outside so that way they can say that they were inside the eye of a storm. But once that second area crosses over you, those are wind speeds that are tornado-like. You don't want to be outside when that starts to happen, especially if maybe you have a neighbor or someone outside that didn't take in any of the debris. This is where it can get really dangerous. So again, lightning is circulating around that, also very high wind speeds, and a lot of rain is what we're looking at right now. I know Trent also touched on this, but if you're just joining us, I want to make sure you're well aware of this. Earlier this morning, the National Hurricane Center, also the National Weather Service, they were all working in tandem. They let us know that they extended the tornado watch box. This is the red polygon that you're looking at right here. It now includes all of Southwest Florida. That means we have the ingredients for tornadoes, and that will continue as this storm pushes onshore. Now, when it becomes a tornado warning, that means we have a radar indicated tornado. We're expecting it to happen, and when we tell you that you need to get to a safe place inside of your home, no windows, a bathroom, a closet, those are usually the typical places a lot of people go to. So we're going to get another weather update coming up in just a little bit, so I'm going to send it back over to the anchors really quickly, and we're going to do another check of those rainfall totals as well coming up.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much. We'll check in with you in just a second. She was just talking about tornadoes. So again, I just really want to quickly run through what you need to do if you are being told of a tornado warning in your area. She said that there is that tornado watch box for all of Southwest Florida right now. If you're in an apartment or a home, really make sure you seek the inside interior rooms without windows. No matter what kind of place you're living in or staying in right now, that is the most important thing. No windows and those interior walls.
Yeah, and the other thing is if it gets really hairy, you need to cover your head from any flying debris. I know tornadoes are not necessarily something we're used to dealing with here in Southwest Florida, but we are already seeing some. We've seen some on the East Coast. So we just want you to be prepared. We've got all this information on our website as well, fox4now.com. If you haven't already, download the Fox 4 app. It's an awesome tool. I use it almost every day. You can watch us live. Even if you lose your cable or power, hopefully you're charging your phone right now, then you can watch us and we will be with you throughout the storm this morning.
Every step of the way. So Lauren was talking a lot about the conditions that we're seeing with and that we're going to see. So we want to send it on over to Fox 4's Colton Chavez. He's live in Bonita Springs right now, right along the Imperial River. This is an area that is prone to flooding as it is with just typical rainfall. So it's really bracing for this storm. Colton, what can you tell us?
Well, Lisa, along with the flooding, I also want to point out, boy, like Lauren said, when these winds start to pick up, these gusts, they're making themselves felt. I really have never felt winds like this in the year that I've been here in Southwest Florida. But I'll go ahead and touch on the storm surge and the flooding. Like Lisa said, this is an area where even just our afternoon storms really start to have flooding be an issue here, and you can hear the wind probably picking up from my microphone. Now, see, you can totally tell the difference from when I first started talking to you to when these winds pick up, and it's like night and day. But as for those flood conditions, you can see probably behind me and right here that, almost lost my hat there. The winds are picking up, and there are floodwaters coming from the Imperial River. Lisa, that's actually directly behind me. It runs along this neighborhood here, and that storm surge and those rise in waters is actually causing the area to flood. And if I head straight back this way, I would run right into the Imperial River. So if it's kind of hard because of how dark it is right now. We'll give you a better look as maybe we get some sunlight here, but the water is rippling, and you can see it slowly pushing its way down this street. As for on the street itself, we've also talked about how in Lee County, remember, I'm in Bonita Springs, that power outages have been a thing. The street lights have continued to flicker on and off, sometimes going off completely. Right now, they are back on at the moment. And as for homes that are here in the area, Lisa, flooding in this area is a hit and miss. There are areas like this one where you can tell that it's going to be a problem, and then there are other parts of the neighborhood that haven't been impacted, at least at this time when I've been here. I've been here for about 2 hours so far, and I think a lot of it has to do with the Imperial River, like I said, running along certain portions of this neighborhood. As for homes in the area, only 2 cars we've seen in the last 3 hours of being at this location. Oh my goodness, that wind really starts to pick up. I have my photographer actually holding our light stand right now just so that way things don't fly off. But as for the strong winds, storm shutters, not really a very prominent thing for homes in this area. Not a lot of lights on in homes, so maybe people have already left. And Amy and Lisa, I heard you guys talking earlier about people preparing to leave or already leaving. I've been in Collier County the past 2 days from Marco Island to Naples. We were kicked out of our hotel in Marco Island just yesterday. We tried to go to another hotel in Naples, and about 8 o'clock last night, we were kicked out of that one as well because of these mandatory evacuations. So I've seen firsthand people trying to find different ways to get out of this storm. A lot of people on vacation. Unfortunately, this storm having to get them out of the way, so we understand. But coming down here, not a lot of cars on the road. And I've heard Lisa and Amy and both of our meteorologists, Lauren and Trent, really echo that message of, hey, if you're already at home, stay home. So the winds are starting to die down a little bit, Amy and Lisa. So I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you in the studio, but we'll check back in just a little bit.
All right, stay safe, Colton. We will check back in with you in just a bit. We do want to show you an update to the power outages that we are seeing specifically in Lee County right now. Take a look at this. This is the Lee County Electricity Cooperative, LCEC Electric Cooperative, I should say, map. They are already seeing more than 6,000 power outages just for LCEC customers. Add on to the FPL numbers, we're seeing more than 10,000 total power outages in Lee County right now. That's just Lee County.
You know, and this is a storm that's, you know, expected to make landfall on the western side, southwest Florida area of the state. I was just looking at Miami-Dade County. They have 15,000 people without power right now. So this storm is massive. It's going to have impacts across the state. Marco Island apparently has a huge outage as well. So we have crews stationed all across southwest Florida. Sunrise is going to be in a little less than an hour now, and that's when we're really going to start to be able to see things. In one way, I'm thankful that at least we will have some daylight, because if you've ever been through a storm before overnight, it is a terrifying experience. So the landfall will happen during the day. We will be able to see what's going on outside. Our crews will be showing you live pictures from across southwest Florida. I do want to check in with Calvin Lewis. He's in Fort Myers to show us the latest from Fort Myers right now.
Well, I'm Calvin Lewis reporting from Fort Myers, reporting from home to here, the hotel in Fort Myers, where it's actually under evacuation zone D. And right now, Lee County has ordered zones A, B, and portions of C to evacuate. We just want to show you current conditions right now. You can see just the rain pouring down, the wind gathering stronger and stronger here this morning. That rain actually started to accumulate here in some ravines and even some of the roadways that we've seen here this morning. So just a quick note of caution for those still seeking shelter to be careful of street flooding at this time. We'll of course continue to monitor these conditions here for you as Hurricane Ian approaches closer to southwest Florida. But for now, reporting here in Fort Myers, Calvin Lewis, Fox 4.
All right, Calvin, thank you. So Calvin is in Fort Myers, where you can see that rain is really coming down. Charlotte County, again, is kind of where this storm has its bullseye set, is the Charlotte County area. A lot of people who've already been through Hurricane Charlie, like myself. I know I'm worried about my family and loved ones and friends that are in the Charlotte County area. We want to go ahead and bring in Fox 4's John Barron, because he's live in Charlotte County right now to talk about what they are seeing in that area. Last we checked in with John, he was showing us signs and debris that had already blown away. What can you show us now, John?
Well, Lisa, that debris is still flying all over the place, and in fact, we're still seeing people walking around. If we see them again, we'll show you guys, but there are two people that are walking around in trash bags and walking their dogs. Right now, we're talking about 45-mile-per-hour winds at this point in time, so this is not a time to be walking around and walking your dogs outside. This is a time to make sure you're taking shelter and making sure you're protecting yourself and your family. Now, we got the chance to actually speak with Punta Gorda Police. We have an officer right over here just on standby. He's just waiting for a call, and we talked to him, and he said at this point in time that Charlotte County Public Safety is still on the roads, and so are their available units for Punta Gorda Police. Now, he said at this point in time they've got about 25 people all out right now, all the officers on the roads at this point in time, but he did say that if the wind gust goes above 25 miles per hour, that they're going to be called off, and that's something that they're waiting for, because they're trying to stay on the roads right now, make sure everybody's safe, making sure they're available if there are any calls, and that's really what Charlotte County is doing at this point in time. But this is not something that they want to have to get a call. They don't want to have to come out and save somebody who was outside doing something that maybe they shouldn't be doing. So if you guys can, make sure you guys, this is the time to stay with Fox 4. Make sure you guys tune in to us. We'll continue to update you on anything you need to know outside that's happening. We will continue to stay out here, keep ourselves safe, and to keep you informed. This is not a time to be walking the dogs. This is a time to make sure you guys are battening down the hatches and making sure you're keeping yourself and your family safe. Again, like I continue to say, right now, Charlotte County, all the public safety, their officers are out at this point in time trying to make sure they're keeping yourself safe if there is an emergency that needs to be had. But like you were saying, Lisa, there's a lot of residents that are worried about that debris. Well, the wind is picking up. You can hear it. You can see it. The rain, torrential rainpour at this point in time, coming down from really all corners, and you really can't just figure out exactly where it's coming from. So that flooding is going to be a concern for a lot of us. We showed you guys in the Peace River yesterday how that flooding was even kind of starting now, but you can kind of see even in here, we got a lot of rain making its way in and nowhere to go. So that's something that we're going to have to watch out for, because that vegetation is soaking it up as much as possible, but after a while, it's not going to be able to do so because there's so much rainfall making its way here in Southwest Florida. We're going to send it back to you guys and here in Charlotte County. John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, thanks for that, John. I do want to give you a live look right now. Obviously, we have crews, like I said, all across Southwest Florida, but I want to show you the Naples Pier right now because we have the live cam there. Once we take that, obviously still pretty dark outside at 6:21. The sun should be coming up here shortly. Like John said, he sees people out in garbage bags walking their dogs. Every time we have a storm, we see people trying to ride the surf and get out there near the pier. It is very dangerous. So please, we hope we don't see you this morning trying to do that. So looking at the Naples Pier, you can definitely see the surf is kicking up there for sure. And we are starting to see those winds there push on shore. So now is the time to, just charge those phones. Hopefully you still have power. And if you don't,
It on over to the St. Pete area because this was an area that was really expecting more from this storm, so they were very prepared. And now it seems like more of the focus, of course, is in our area, the Sarasota area as well. But we know that St. Pete is still going to see some impacts from Hurricane Ian. We have a reporter, Sarah Hollenbeck, in that area now, the St. Pete area, so we'll send it on over to her.
all right, let me check with our producers and our directors and see. All right, good information there. And again, we have live crews all across Southwest Florida. We want to take a look in Cape Coral this morning. We've been talking about not only the storm surge that we're going to see in the coastal communities. Trent and Lauren have gone over the different levels of water that we could potentially see in some of those communities. But I grew up in Cape Coral, and if you've ever driven through that area, on a afternoon where there's a thunderstorm, you can see flooding on a lot of roadways. So that is definitely a concern as we are heading into a lot of rain this morning. You are looking live right now. This is the camera that sits on top of the Fox 4 studio. So that's Pine Island Road and Nicholas Parkway. You can see the lens is covered with a little bit of water. I don't see too many cars out on the roadway. So, winds are starting to pick up. We're going to start seeing deteriorating conditions across Southwest Florida. Lots of rain headed our way. And we are watching Cape Coral as well. Some of those storm surge models, I'll have to have Lauren and Trent go over that with you here in just a second. But the possibilities, Lauren, what Cape Coral was, how high was it?
Possibility between 8 and 12 feet. I have that storm surge warning up whenever you guys are ready, and I can kind of go through that map. If you could take weather, and I can help Amy kind of better explain not just what Cape Coral, the live look you see right here, is expecting, but also the rest of Southwest Florida. A lot of people have been asking about the storm surge over in Charlotte County and Tampa. We over in the Cape Coral area. There's a reason why all of that happened, because as that track for Ian in your area, so that is why the numbers went down maybe in the Sarasota County area and north. Right now they're looking at potential storm surge between 4 to, but it's going to be well into Charlotte County, Lee County as well, all the way down to the Naples community. You're looking at significant storm surge, and remember, storm surge is the biggest threat to life and property. All areas highlighted in the purple right here are under that storm surge warning. So one more time, let me go through those numbers with you. That is going to be 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. As you head south, it gets a little bit less. That's going to be 6 to 10. But when I say a little bit less, I want to emphasize just a little bit. That is still catastrophic water that could come well into the first floor of your home. So a lot of people up and down the coast, I think this was a big deciding factor for a lot of them for wanting to leave. We actually have the storm surge map, if I can just find it really quickly. This really narrows down exactly what your neighborhood can expect. It's something that Trent and I, we've been going over repeatedly for the past couple of days. This actually stopped me dead in my tracks on air earlier. It's because it was such a significant change as that track did change. So right now, as we move through the Charlotte Harbor area, not seeing nearly as much red as we were before. That's because the winds are going to be not as coming out of the southeast to say when you start to move south. So areas highlighted in the red, that's 9+ feet of storm surge. The orange through the Charlotte Harbor area is going to be 6 to 9. As we move a little bit south right here, this is a big difference. When I woke up this morning, this area north of Pine Island was not highlighted in that blue, for example. That's going to be 1 to 3 feet of storm surge, but look at how far inland that storm surge potentially could go. And as you get closer to the coast down in the southeast Cape, you're looking again at the red, 9+ feet of storm surge that continues into the Cypress Lake community, the Punta Rasa area. I know we have crews not too far from there, so they've already talked about seeing those rising water levels. This is just the beginning as Ian gets closer to our shores. As you get down a little bit closer to Vanderbilt Beach, North Naples, you're not looking at the reds and the oranges as much, but still anywhere between 3 to 6 feet of storm surge is very significant. Portions of Naples, though, especially up and down US 41, this is going to be not too far from the Inn on 5th, for example. You have that little estuary that it could cross over. That's why you see that area highlighted in red right there, because there is a little opening in the waterway. And remember, storm surge, it's very opportunistic. That's why Cape Coral, for example, is an area Trent and I we're watching very closely and we're concerned about. You have all of those canals out there, so it allows that storm surge to push through, and then it's a narrow channel for the water to push through into all of those canals. The Caloosahatchee, the rivers over in Sarasota County, those are also areas where the storm surge could kind of find its way through. Marco Island right here highlighted in the orange, that's going to be 6 to 9 feet of storm surge. That is a very big difference from the last time that I looked at this map. So this is what we're looking at with storm surge, which is just one of many potential threats that we're looking at right now, Amy. I hope that cleared up a couple of things for you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for that, Lauren. And, you know, it's so funny. Obviously the storm is creating the potential for storm surge. It's the thing that our meteorologists have been saying they were most concerned about, because the storm is going to push the water on shore. And it's one of the things I've been getting the most questions about from you at home and from friends and family. You know, wait, explain it to me. If it's 9 feet, is it 9 feet from the shoreline?
Right.
It's only from the Gulf, right? No, storm surge, because we have so much water in Southwest Florida, like Lauren was just explaining, it's up. You know, when we talk about 5 feet of storm surge, it's 5 feet up from the ground. So this is why they issued those mandatory evacuations in zones A and B, those coastal communities. And our Elise Changari is actually in one of those coastal communities. She's in Punta Rasa, which is, if you're not familiar with that area, it's just before the Sanibel Causeway, where you would go onto Sanibel Island. And she is there. She's seeing conditions deteriorate throughout the day. So let's check in with Elise and see how things are looking right now.
Good morning, Amy. We know that yesterday morning we were over on the Sanibel Causeway. We're not there today because of safety reasons. And we know that the wind is starting not only to pick up, but it's now starting to shift. If I can have our photographer, Kevin, kind of show you, we found a more kind of like safe area over here and like a bit of a barrier, but you could just see how those palm trees are blowing in the wind over there. In the distance, we're hearing a fire alarm going off on one of the buildings nearby. Again, the winds it's starting to get more intense. And Amy, I know that you were saying, kind of one of the scariest parts is when it's dark out. I can 100% agree. I mean, even yesterday, trying to even go to sleep, you heard the wind, hitting our hotel windows really hard, and you're kind of just wondering, like, what's going on. When there's some bit of daylight, you can kind of see what's happening. You could see the waves coming in. You saw, like, the white caps. Right now, we're seeing the water. It's starting to get higher. I know our photographer, Kevin, here, we were just talking. He said he's covered, at least more than 24 big storms. That includes some major hurricanes that he's seen. He says he's expecting this to be, one of the worst that he's ever seen, just from the conditions that we've been seeing here over the past basically more than 24 hours now. And, that storm surge that you're talking about, that's probably one of the scariest things that we are kind of anticipating for, because as you can imagine, I'm sure once that comes in, we could probably think that this dock may be underwater. I mean, once it gets lighter out, we'll start to see that. But I mean, the waves are really starting to pick up. It seems to be like every 20-30 minutes, even every 5 minutes, it starts to change. It'll kind of go to a drizzle, but it's been a constant rain. Like yesterday, it was on and off, but today, the rain's been steady, but the winds, they just keep continuing to pick up. Obviously, we know that the mayor of Sanibel said that she evacuated and how sad it was. She was encouraging residents to also evacuate. Yesterday, when we were over at the Sanibel Causeway, and after, Lee County came out and said there was that mandatory evacuation, we really saw people coming over the bridge, boxes in their cars. People that I noticed similar cars were making multiple trips. So that people, maybe they weren't going to evacuate, but then they just realized how serious this could possibly be. Again, we know that crews, they say that they are not going to be able to get to you with winds more than 40 miles per hour. So that's a safety thing that you have to remember. They were giving examples that someone had a heart attack in a hurricane before, and they were not able to get out to them because it was, more than 40 mile per hour winds. Again, we're not over near that causeway because we could see yesterday just how intense it was getting as we're trying to clean the lens here so you could see a little bit better. But Amy, we were saying, once it gets a little bit lighter out, we'll be able to get a better idea of exactly what's happening. But you could just see how strong the winds are, at least, and hopefully you could see a little bit just how high the water is getting there. We also know that there was the curfew for Sanibel until 6 a.m. today. We're still trying to get more updates. But even when we got to our hotel, people were being evacuated. And I know I was mentioning it earlier, but people, they were either going to evacuate here or they were on vacation. So when the buses arrived and they were being transported, they were like, where are we going? So it just kind of was a bit of a hectic, it was a little bit chaotic that people kind of like, what happens? I mean, if this is your first hurricane, this is the first time I'm experiencing something like this. My phone's continually being blown up by, Kevin's going to clean the lens again, by my family. They're like, how is it? Is everything okay? And I just says, it keeps getting more intense, by the minute. We'll see, just how bad this gets, but we know that, it's getting more intense, and we'll just kind of see when daylight hits, just how this could possibly be. Again, I told you our photographer here, he's, thinking that this is going to probably be one of the, worst ones, he's seen. We've seen the wind, it's kind of been going this way, and then all of a sudden it'll kind of smack us this way. You can kind of see, just from our live shot now, how it's just been picking up. So we'll continue to be over here in the Sanibel area, trying our best to stay safe, but hopefully a lot of people evacuated and are taking this seriously. Like I said yesterday, until they announced that evacuation, we didn't really see people over that causeway until they said that, and then all of a sudden the traffic started to pick up. Again, we'll remain here in Sanibel. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you, Lisa and Amy.
All right, thanks for that, Elise. Absolutely, we want you to stay safe. I'll be interested to see, for those of you who were here during Tropical Storm Elsa, we saw the Sanibel Causeway, waves were crashing over it. The Lee County Sheriff's Office had to shut it down. I don't remember in my 20 years being with Fox 4 seeing the water over the causeway like that, so it'll be interesting to see. Elise will give us, obviously, a look at that when the light is up and when it is safe to do so, and see how the water is affecting the causeway. Remember, the bridge is shut down at 40 miles per hour, so I would say safe to say you should be at home right now. You shouldn't be driving. You shouldn't be going over any bridges at all.
All right, I want to show you this video. This is from South Jones Loop in Charlotte County. And if you take a look, you can see the camera, the FDOT camera that we are giving you a look from is shaking from all of the wind. This is a weigh station there for the semi-trucks that drive through the area. And the camera is shaking. It is wet on these roadways. The rain is really coming down in the Charlotte County area and really across all of Southwest Florida. There's no dry spot right now. So this is something you really need to keep in mind. This is why emergency crews are really urging you at this point to stay home and not leave your homes. In fact, we know Lehigh Fire as well as Cape Coral Fire have suspended services at this point because conditions are that bad. This is a live look at Charlotte County and Harborview, I-75, where again, it is just a mess out there. This is not something that you want to be driving in right now, like you see here on your screen. Someone driving in these conditions, maybe a last minute evacuation or maybe some kind of an emergency service member. But this is something you do not want to be doing right now. It's not the time to get out on the roadways at this point. Hunker down, stay safe. Don't leave the area because this is the conditions you're dealing with, and it's only going to get worse from here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm hoping those headlights we're seeing are state troopers. FHP has 340 state troopers stationed from here all the way up to Tampa, and you know they are there to keep you safe and shut down the roadways or you know, detour you if need be to keep you safe. But again, stay home. Please don't get out on the roadways right now. DeSantis is going to be speaking at 7:30 this morning. We, of course, will carry that press conference live so you can hear the latest from the governor on the state's response to the storm. He has been telling us in the days leading up to the storm, they have all kinds of preparations ready to go. They sent out so much water and generators, and you know they have meals ready to go in the areas they expect to be hardest hit. So we will see that response from the state. We will also see a response, you know, growing up in Charlotte County after Hurricane Charlie, from the federal government. If you remember, maybe you don't remember, maybe you're not from this area, FEMA had to come in after Charlie and build what we called FEMA City here in Southwest Florida. So many people were displaced from their homes from that storm. They had to bring in mobile homes, manufactured homes, put them on the side of I-75, and people lived there for months and months and months, sometimes years. So FEMA will be coming in, and we will be seeing the federal response. They are ramping up. The president is well aware, obviously, that we are dealing with Hurricane Ian throughout the morning. Let's check in with Fox's Doug Lazater because he has more from Washington on the White House's planned response.
Well, even with a powerful hurricane approaching, it's impossible to ignore the politics here, where the Biden administration will have to work very closely with one of its most outspoken critics.
With a monster hurricane just offshore, there's also been another storm gathered. Can President Biden and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis make peace with one another long enough to navigate the crisis?
It's my sense that the administration, wants to help.
Last night, DeSantis, who's usually unsparing in his criticism of Biden, actually offered words of praise.
We all need to work together regardless of party lines. The Biden administration has approved our request for a pre-landfall declaration and did that very quickly, so we're thankful for that.
We're here to support them in every way we can.
Earlier in the day, the president described phone calls he made to a group of mostly Democratic mayors in Florida in the run-up to the storm.
I told each one of them my conversation separately. Whatever they need, I mean this sincerely, whatever they need, contact me directly.
Last evening, the White House said he did eventually speak to DeSantis, but much of the outreach has come from FEMA.
And the president directed me to contact the governor early on before we even did the declaration. I did that. My regional administrator is with the governor right now, making sure that we're understanding what the needs are, and our focus is on the current life safety needs that need to be met.
And also in the path of the storm is the U.S. military's Central Command facility. The Pentagon says they will not miss a beat. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Just drag it down a little bit.
No, it doesn't matter.
Tracking some breaking developments with this storm that includes the intensity of the winds associated with Hurricane Ian. Lauren and Trent, take it away. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so as soon as I could, I called Trent over here because we got a special update from the National Hurricane Center saying that hurricane hunters have found wind speeds up to 155 miles per hour. Trent, That is significant.
It's very significant because you look at the Saffir-Simpson scale, and when we started our coverage this morning at 4 a.m., we had seen winds of 120 miles per hour at a Category 3. It had maintained there all night. We've been talking here over the last 12 hours or so about this eye wall replacement cycle, and what happens with the storm is the eye wall replaces itself. It's that simple. And as it undergoes kind of a reconstruction around the center, usually the storms weaken a bit before they start to ramp up the intensification. It didn't weaken. It stayed at 120. And then the hurricane hunters got in there this morning, and you and I saw it jump up 20 miles per hour. We questioned it enough that we doubled and triple checked the data, but there was a 11 millibar drop in the pressure as well. And now the strength of the hurricane went from 120 to 140 to 155.
155 is where we are right now.
Just to give you an idea, that is a strong Category 4. 157 starts Category 5. You will never notice the difference of 2 miles per hour. This is a devastating, if not catastrophic storm at the moment, sitting just off our coastline. I can't reiterate that enough, that change this morning from 120 to 155 is a huge jump.
Within hours. I think that's the part that is most shocking to us and what really caught our attention. It really strengthened significantly within such a short amount of time.
When Hurricane Andrew came on shore back in '92 and the southern parts of Miami-Dade County, obviously building codes were a lot different back in, and that was a small storm similar to Charlie. Ian is a very large storm. It has a large eye wall. So if we have winds of 155 miles per hour, let's say the storm can sustain that status here until it makes landfall, we unfortunately are going to have life-threatening winds along the coast. You have to stay home. We can't move today. You're going to have to stay with us here throughout the day, because if this storm in the next few hours between 9 and I'm saying roughly noon, we're talking about a landfall, and the way the National Hurricane Center marks landfall is the center of the eye. That hurricane force core, if we can flip over to radar, is going to come on shore long before that. So right now we're sitting at roughly 7 o'clock. We'll hear from the governor. We'll get an 8 o'clock intermediate advisory. And from that point, which is going to happen pretty quickly, you're looking at 9, 10, 11, 12, before we could possibly see a strong Category 4, might as well call it borderline Category 5, impacting the coastline of Southwest Florida. And it is just kind of a sombering report that we got from the hurricane hunters. That is data direct from dropsondes. It is not an estimate. So I just want everybody that's listening here this morning to know that this is a very serious situation we're watching. A jump from 120 to 130 to 140, all the way to 155 like that is something that we hate to hear, and it's going to change some things on what we're going to see here later on this afternoon.
And Trent, you briefly just talked about the eye wall, and off camera he and I were discussing this because this is a very thick eye wall, so you have anywhere between 10 to 15 miles of an eye wall here. Then you're going to have the quiet between the eye of the storm. A lot of people like to go out, they like to try and say, I was in the eye of a storm. Because it's so calm, it's deceiving. You still have another 10 to 15 miles of an eye wall that's going to cross over you again. So this is our plea to you. Is a lot of people have been asking me questions, should I leave now? I think we've reached the point where you need to stay inside, and it's too late to leave.
If for some reason you're watching us this morning and you're hearing us say this is a strong Cat 4, borderline Category 5, and you're thinking, I got to get out of here, no, you have to stay put. You have to find somewhere in your house here in the next couple of hours that you're going to feel safe. And for those of you maybe who haven't shuttered up and you're worried about wind getting in the house, you act just like you would with a tornado. That's an interior room in your house. So think about your floor plan. Think about your home on the first level, bathroom, somewhere where there's pipes. Usually they're interior, they don't have windows, and it's someplace that you can just stay away from any type of danger in case a window were to blow out and debris were to fly in. One other thing that you're going to want to do when it's time to seek shelter in that interior room, if you've still got power and you've got your TV on here on Fox 4, you got to crank the volume up. Because you want to hear what we have to say. That way you know when the all clear is issued, assuming that the power is there, or as long as you can get our signal and our broadcast today, it should help you out. But this is not the time to throw things in the car, and to try to evacuate. It's just
Yeah.
simply too dangerous with the tropical storm force winds we've already got in place.
Or even to go outside and try to secure things. That's really what one person was asking me about. Can I secure my camper? Is the camper really worth it? You're going to have high wind speeds right now that are swirling around debris. It is not worth you getting hurt, especially as we're starting to hear first responders say they're at the point where they cannot come out and help you any longer because it wouldn't be safe for them.
Yeah, yesterday afternoon, after our shift at work, I went home, and because of the shift to the south, decided it was necessary to go ahead and put up shutters. It was dangerous enough in that drizzle. By the time the evening picked up and the wind starting picked up, it was done. The entire neighborhood, nobody could get out anymore. So, Lauren, that was great information. I want to do one more thing. Pull the radar back up. I'm actually going to step off camera here. I was doing a little research here. We were comparing the size of Charlie to Ivan, okay? And if you look at the two storms,
there you go.
they are comparable in path only. The size of this storm is completely different. The hurricane force winds with Ian compared to Charlie are 2.9 times larger than Charlie. So call it 3 times. And if you look at the tropical storm force winds, which as of the last advisory extended out about 350 miles, you're looking at 2.3 times larger. So we're going to have a huge area of southwest Florida that's impacted. And with the eye, I showed you the radar data earlier, the tiny eye of Charlie fits inside the eye of Hurricane Ian here. So this is something that is going to begin to impact us. We talked about the early arrival of those hurricane force winds before the actual landfall. So it's going to be interesting. It looks at the last couple of images as the storm moves. You see a little oblong look right there. Sometimes that's showing a storm that's getting tugged just a little bit off to the north. So we'll have to watch to see if there's any kind of wobble or movement. But it's just, I don't know, leaves you speechless. It's that event that we don't want to see.
And Trent, it's kind of funny that you actually bring up that wobble. That is because one of your friends, while you were over at Mississippi State, that's Greg Nordstrom, ended up being one of my professors. And the reason why you see that wobble, he taught me it's because of friction. And the same way it works is when you are driving on a highway and you have those the friction on the side of the road, you know, those lines in the road, if you start to veer off of the side of the road, your car wants to pull into it, and you as a driver want to pull away. That is what a hurricane is doing. It's friction pulling it in, but the hurricane wants to stay over those warm waters, so it's jerking itself away. And that's why we're going to see this wobble that Trent was just describing, just to give everyone a better idea as to how close Hurricane Ian is to our shores right now. It is roughly 65 miles away from Naples and about 85 away from the Charlotte County area.
And you talked about the friction. We're mentioning that until it come off the northern shore of Cuba, we weren't going to know exactly whether it was going to make more of a northwest or a north or easterly jog. Unfortunately, the inflow and the friction of that small little passage over the eastern shore of Cuba near Pinar del Rio caused that storm to move northeast. It picked up a little more northern movement last night, and now that it's getting picked up to the north, that easterly component, although temporary there off the coast of Cuba, has kind of put us in the predicament we are now. Something else that you notice here, if we zoom back in on the radar, Lauren, when we had
I got you.
when we had Hurricane Irma come through, there we go. When Irma came through, it wasn't nearly as symmetrical or perfect as this storm looked. And by perfect, I mean it looks like a donut. You don't see a void of showers on the southwest side or the northeast side. And that's because over the last day or two, there has been no wind shear. There's been very little dry air trying to entrain in the middle, where Irma was sucking in some dry air, so the storm wasn't perfectly symmetrical. This one has had no issues. And over the warm southeastern parts of the Gulf of Mexico here, it is just blown up.
And what people, you probably hear us, tropical systems, they like to be well stacked. So when you say it is perfectly symmetrical, that means you have the multiple layers, the surface, the mid layer, and the upper layer. They are all perfectly stacked, which unfortunately means that it has more time to get more organized. It has more time to even strengthen. Amy, I don't know, have you gotten any questions from anyone recently?
We have people, logging onto our social media sites, and please ask questions if you do have them. I actually have a question,
okay.
as a weather novice, right? Like you guys are the experts. So we saw this go over the western portions of Cuba, and it didn't even, touch the storm. We see this now so close to the Southwest Florida coastline. You said it's like that perfect shape, Trent. How quickly does something like this weaken? Do we know? Do we just have to wait and see? Because it seems so strong.
Yeah, weaken before it gets to our coastline.
Or weaken once it starts. So is it, when the ice starts hitting the coastline, does it start weakening then?
Yeah, well, the difference between where it hit in Cuba, that very thin stretch of the eastern island, it didn't have a whole lot of land to interact with. When the storm, which is a strong Category 4, keep in mind this number is from the 5 o'clock advisory. Now, I'm not sure if the National Hurricane Center is going to issue a completely separate advisory to update all the numbers, but it's going to change. It's going to be interesting to see if they have to increase the point for tomorrow morning up to a Category 2, because when you have that strong of a Category 4, it takes some time for the storm to unwind. Now, the interaction with Florida is different because you see how much land is going to interact. It uses the ocean as fuel. It picks up that moisture, it picks up the heat, and it's like gasoline to a car. It's going to lose that fuel as it moves over land. The friction, it always typically kills it pretty quickly, but this is such a large and powerful storm that they could see Category 2 winds well inland. You're looking at DeSoto and Hardee County there, and if they do upgrade this to a 2, you could see Category 1 hurricane force winds extending inland, and if not possibly some hurricane gusts even over towards the Space Coast, which is one of the reasons that they brought in the SLS program, the Artemis program. They brought in the SLS back to the assembly building there at NASA. That project cost nearly $5 billion, and they weren't taking any chances.
Yeah, and you really can't blame them. And speaking of just the other side of the coast, you would think, okay, they're not really dealing with a lot right now. But when you take a look at the magnitude, I'll pop up the radar here of Ian.
Sure.
I have friends in West Palm Beach who are telling me that they have spent the night in their closets because they've had repeated tornadoes in the neighborhood that goes all the way down the East Coast. And that's something we're also watching for on our coast, as all of Southwest Florida is in a tornado watch right now.
Yeah, it's been interesting. So far, we've had just a couple of tornado warnings, and they've been inland. Yesterday afternoon, some pretty impressive tornadoes over southern Collier County out over the Everglades. We had some debris signatures as well, and what that means is on the radar, we were able to pick up visually trees that were being lofted into the atmosphere from these tornadoes. Now, generally, they're fairly quick and they're fairly weak. They're not the big EF4, EF5s you see in the Central Plains. And,
give it 1 second. I'm trying to bring up the debris tracker for you here.
This is the debris tracker, and you can see right now it is, quiet. We don't have any tornadoes on the ground, but it's this product and this tool that we'll use here throughout the day, and it helps us confirm whether or not we have a tornado on the ground. Sometimes they are just Doppler radar indicators showing some very strong rotation, but the funnel cloud has not made it all the way to the surface. By definition, a tornado is a funnel cloud that made contact with the ground, and it's one of the tools there with the new upgrades to the radars across the country, the WSR 88Ds there that we use, and the velocity just a little messy this morning, Lauren, because we've got the core of a hurricane continue to come on shore. So a little bit of inside baseball to what we're watching here this morning, and Amy, I hope that answered your question a little bit, and Amy's got, I think, one more for us.
Yeah, I have one more question. Obviously, as we were leading up to this storm, we were talking so much about how this was going to be a water storm, right? So we had to worry about the storm surge. Now, this has shifted a bit because we are on the cusp of seeing Category 5 winds. Does this, for people who are at home, maybe didn't put their shutters up, what's your recommendation? Should they see debris fly into their window, or should they see something happen to, wherever they're sheltering in place, go into an interior room? And how long are we expecting to see weather? This is going to be an all-day event, correct?
It's going to be hours. The storm's moving roughly at 10 miles per hour off to the northeast. And as of the last advisory, the hurricane force winds extended out 40 miles from the center in either direction. So you're looking at a diameter of 80 miles. You do the simple math, right? Divide 80 by 10, you've got 8 hours. And then you got to worry about the tropical storm force winds. So once we start to see the onset of those hurricane force winds, it's roughly 8 hours, give or take. So this is not going to be like a tornado where you get a warning and 15, 20 minutes later the warning expires. It's a long day.
Yeah, and also Amy just touched on the storm surge. Remember, up and down the coast, we're looking at anywhere from southern portions of our viewing area seeing nearly 6 feet of storm surge up to about 12 feet is what we're looking at. And Trent, I'll pop the radar back over here because timeline-wise, that's something that you and I have been watching. So that next advisory doesn't come out until 11 o'clock, but this previous one had landfall happening early afternoon. So any change in the track, we really won't know until about 11 o'clock.
Yeah, with such a huge eye, it's usually the center right there that they consider landfall. And again, long before they classify it as a landfalling hurricane, we're going to see that damaging core of hurricane force winds. Now, if it continues to move off to the northeast here, it's going to be locations that are getting slammed from the south as those bands wrap around. Sanibel sticks out. The reason it's such a wonderful place to shell is because the landmass is opposite. It's perpendicular to the rest of the state. So water is going to continue to pile in here. It's going to go on the backside on the bay here, and you're going to see surge and the J.D. Darling Wildlife Refuge, and that water is going to continue to traverse up here south of Cape Hayes into the Charlotte Harbor, Peace and Myakka rivers, and that storm surge, Lauren, has already started. It is not an instantaneous thing that happens. The water begins to pile up as the storm approaches. Yesterday, we saw some reverse storm surge from Naples all the way to Fort Myers Beach. We were monitoring the cameras out at the pier, and the water was actually moving away from the coastline. Now the opposite is happening, and as that water piles in, you get on top of it the freshwater rain, which right now, if you look at the main threats from this hurricane, yeah, we're going to get some localized flooding. But in my opinion, the wind now has stepped up a category. It's at extreme because we're this close, 2 miles per hour away from being at the top of the Saffir-Simpson scale. And I think the reason that surge is up there as well is because it's such a large area that is going to see the inundation here of seawater moving in, and that's going to be a huge difference from Charlie. We're hearing the dinging.
Yeah, so it's funny you speak of the wind because this is what they're discussing. So when you have this ding over here, we have the chat from the National Weather Service. They are monitoring everything. One of the chats that just dropped down said stronger wind gusts to potentially strong tropical storm or hurricane force winds are possible in coastal Collier as the large inner band is gradually rotating right off of the coast. So they are continuing to monitor that. They're monitoring effects also on the East Coast as well.
And it looks like they are indeed issuing a special advisory here on Ian. We talked about that a while ago. I wasn't sure if they were going to go ahead and update the track information. Lauren, if we could go back to our weather graphics real fast, let's go ahead and click on the latitude, longitude to see if the initial part of that data, we usually get that information first and then followed by the track because I'm anticipating that we're going to see a stronger hurricane, a Cat 2, a little more inland.
There it is,
yeah, there it is. Look at these gusts, Lauren. 190 mile per hour gusts continuing with this storm. So when we talk about the wind, that's sustained over minutes. That's how they measure that. It's not an instantaneous gust. If those were measured, we're almost to 200 miles per hour. And look at the pressure.
I was just about to say two other things that really stick out to me. That pressure that has since really dropped since that last special update that we got, and it's slowing down, not by much, but it is down now to 9 miles per hour as opposed to the 10. And that means it's very significant. It means that it's going to stick around a little bit longer. The more it slows down, the more rainfall, the more gusty conditions we have to deal with, and for the longer.
I was just looking at the northeast component, the little jogs back and forth. It just kind of shows that wobble. We had a couple to the west, and now it just appears that it's getting tugged a little bit more to the north there. Let's go to the forecast track. If you can find the forecast close graphic, it should be.
You want the close one right below?
Yeah, let's just do the close because I want to talk just about the Florida impacts here today. I'm sure these numbers have updated. They didn't quite go to Cat 2, Lauren. They bumped it up to 90. So you're right there at a strong Category 1 as it moves there through Hardee County.
Thankfully.
Thankfully. And we never know how a storm's going to interact with land, so this could be even a little on the conservative side. But this is really the alarming news that we've got this morning. This is becoming more and more the worst case scenario for Southwest Florida. A major hurricane moving at us with the storm surge. It was bad, but if this storm can maintain a Category 4 and heaven forbid get up to a Category 5 status, it's going to be a very long day. And I just want to reiterate, 155 to 157 from a Cat 4 to a Cat 5, don't get hooked on that number because we're practically already there. If you walk outside on a summer day, you don't notice a difference between a 9-mile-per-hour wind and an 11. So this is just absolutely devastating news, and there's going to be catastrophic damage today in Southwest Florida. I don't know how else to say it.
I do want to turn over, so we're getting the discussion with the 7 o'clock advisory coming in, and so because the wind speeds have significantly increased, not only that, but they are now forecasting catastrophic storm surge of 12 to 16 feet.
So
this is from Englewood to Bonita Beach.
Okay.
So that's the area that we're looking at. So we're now looking up to about 16 feet of storm surge. Right now, they made no other significant changes to the forecast. So those are all things that we are just getting in, and we're reading it to you as we read it as well.
12 to 16 feet, Lauren, what were the numbers before? It was 8 to...
I'd have to go back and check
Do that real fast, but we have some video here, live footage from Naples of the Naples Pier. Let's take a look at the surge situation there. They closed the pier here yesterday, obviously for safety concerns. A very beautiful place down there in Collier County. And if we can, let's go ahead and take a look at that video. Right there it is. Lauren, I'm actually going to step out of here. I want to get a little closer to our monitor here. And you could definitely see the waves crashing on shore there. So far, the water, even though it's elevated and a little rough, it's not dramatically up the beach there, but this is the area that we're going to continue that slow rise, continuing from Collier County. And your colleague on the weekend mornings is out and about, and he's seen some of the worst weather here so far.
Yeah, John has just been getting drenched from all of the rainfall. So right now we have John in Charlotte County. John, how are conditions where you are right now? What can you really tell us as far as how things have started to deteriorate where you are?
We're talking about cold, wet, and rainy. That's really what we're seeing at this point in time. Just the torrential rainfall continuing to make its way. For a little while, we had a pocket that it really was just all wind and not a whole lot of rain, but then that's just picked back up once again. You can kind of see all the way over in the horizon, the sun trying to make its way over here, like you guys are saying. And it's just been absolutely horrific because you don't know exactly what you're seeing because you can't see too far ahead of yourself. And now we're getting the opportunity to really actually get to see how bad this could be as it starts to make its way in here. And guys, obviously a very terrifying thing to hear that obviously this could be a Cat 5 hurricane. One of those things that we're continuously trying to continue to track, let you guys know, really at this point in time, we're not here to scare you. We're letting you know exactly what we have, just to get you guys a little bit of a perspective of what's happening outside. What we're taking a look at right now is all the rain, all the wind really making its way. A lot of that debris still finding its way out here as well, guys. As we continue to talk about that, we're seeing tree limbs continue to fall. We've got a bunch down here. Actually, if you could take a look up here, Travis, we're starting to see this palm tree really starting to get stripped away of all the palms, as we're getting a chance to really see all the way out there is all the chances of seeing this debris find its way onto the roadway. So one thing is we're really seeing a lot of as people are starting to wake up is getting on the roads. If you should not be on this roadway, you do not need to be on this roadway, okay? We've been talking with Punta Gorda PD and we've been talking with public safety as well, and what they've been telling us at this point in time is that they have all the units on the roadways trying to make sure that they're keeping everybody safe. And as you can see, she's very wondering what we're doing out here. We're kind of wondering the same about her. So what we need to figure out is exactly your method of making sure to keep yourself safe, batten down the hatches. And you guys, this could be a Category 5 as you're listening to Trent and everybody else in the studio, Lisa, and we're getting the chance to hear from Lauren as well, just about exactly what we're hearing. And Lisa, you know, I say once again that we're talking about here in Charlotte County, everybody battening down the hatches, your family as well. That's something that we're worried about at this point in time, is that everybody's making sure they're listening to what we're saying, turning up the volume because the wind is starting to really pick up, and we're wondering exactly how everybody is doing, although a lot of people that we've seen so far have actually evacuated already and have done so for a while. As we were talking about, Travis and I were driving in to go to the Peace River yesterday, and the highway was continuously packed up all the way out on the way out of town. So we know that a lot of people have been doing so. Others putting on those shutters and just staying indoors and making sure they're getting ready to weather this storm. But as you can see, it's dark, It feels wet, it's windy, and you can see everybody's trying to figure out exactly what they need to do. And I'm going to tell you right now, you need to stay inside. So make sure you guys continue to stay with us here on Fox 4, and we will make sure that we'll give you guys more as we continue to come back here in Charlotte County. John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, John, stay safe out there. Please be careful. I hate to see people still out on the roadways. So if you can get inside, please do. If you are just joining us this morning, Trent and Lauren have been updating us. Hurricane Ian is, I just want to call it devastating strength right now for Southwest Florida. As someone who's from this area, I've got a pit in my stomach, and it's not a nice thing to see off our coastline. We are with you throughout the storm. The most important thing is your safety, right? You can replace things, you can't replace your life. So you need to make sure you stay inside from this point forward. The winds are picking up, the rain, the storm surge. It's all stuff we're going to deal with. It's going to be a long day today. So please stay inside. If you still have power, charge your phones. Right now, we've got over 10,000 people without power just from LCEC. But let's take a look right now. You're looking at the southernmost point. This is Key West. And you can see the waves just battering that area there.
Amy, what's interesting is something that Ian did overnight was not only did it strengthen and double in size, it caused the third worst storm surge in Key West history, even though that storm, the center, stayed well offshore. We were watching that camera at this time yesterday, and we saw people out there with the waves just smacking that seawall. Lauren, you and I are very familiar with Key West. It's a very popular place. Back in Hurricane Irma, the paint was completely wiped off of the concrete there, and they repainted it since. And it's just insane to think of how rapidly this storm has developed and grown in size that they stick out there. They've seen hurricane after hurricane in Key West, but the third worst recorded storm surge in history.
And I think that really goes to show the magnitude of this storm. My uncle lives down in Key West, and he called me and said, "What do you think I should do? It looks like it's really going towards your coast." And I told him to leave, and thankfully he did. You know, he's retired, he lives in an RV. Those types of conditions within an RV can be absolutely, very serious. We also are keeping our eye on the radar right now. Trent, you pointed out we have a crew in the area that's about to get hit pretty hard.
Yeah, Alicia Gary is sitting right here near Sanibel. She's on the Punta Rosas side for safety because of the bridge. We take the safety of our crews so seriously here at Fox 4, and she has a great vantage point there of what is going on. We're hopefully going to get to Elise here pretty soon, but I want to check in a little farther south here with Colton Chavez, who's down in Bonita Springs to monitor the flooding there. We all know how bad that flooded during Hurricane Irma. And Colton, I believe you got a little bit of a break. Give us an idea of what you're seeing right now just north of the Collier and Lee County line.
Trent, what I can tell you is that the winds are persistent right now, and the big thing, we're starting to see transformers start to blow. We had a big flash of blue light just right over there. I've been telling you guys for the last 2 hours that the lights continue to die on the street lights here and all the homes from probably the wind, these giant gusts that continue to persist. You can see the strength of it right now as it kind of moves towards the camera. And as Trent pointed out, this area tends to flood even just from afternoon thunderstorms. So just over to my right, as we're starting to get a little bit more daylight, you can start to see that the Imperial River is just over my shoulder. It runs along this neighborhood, and there's actually flooding creeping along this street, making its way pretty much right up to my feet. We've watched it get closer and closer as the hours have gone by, and now this neighborhood is a very specific area because it kind of sits along the Imperial River. I don't know if you could catch any of these lights starting to flicker on and off. We just had the street light above our camera go off. This is something that's continued to happen. As for people that live in the area, we haven't seen anyone driving around, and I haven't seen anybody outside of their homes, but not a lot of hurricane shutters as well. So hopefully this means that people have already left the area. But those power outages, we're seeing them come in waves. So people are losing power for maybe 2 to 3 minutes, and there we go. They're coming back on right now. But these winds are something that has continued to stay consistent. And Trent, I'm sure you guys can talk about this a little more. right now a lot of wind, but not a lot of rain falling right now. And it seems like, you get either one or the other, or sometimes you get both. So we've seen a little bit of everything, but the winds are really what I'm starting to notice the most out here right now. Because even when I'm talking about flooding in this area, while you can see the water rippling and starting to push its way up to this part of the street, it really hasn't moved as quickly as I expected, especially when I hear about those surge numbers that you and Lauren Pacelli were just talking about. But we are going to continue to monitor this area, and I'll be checking back in with you in the next half hour.
All right, Colton, when we check back in with you in a half hour, I guarantee you it's going to look completely different.
Yeah.
Just to your south, we've got more of that heavy rain. We talked about him being in a lull. He had some pretty good rain showers here throughout the morning, wrapping around. And look what's to his south, Lauren. We have got heavy rain right now from the county line, stretching down Naples, North Naples, Vanderbilt Beach, and this extends all the way to Marco Island. This is one of those feeder bands that, as it continues to move to the north, is going to dump several inches per hour. So we will check back in with Colton here.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him about 20 to 30 minutes. So right now, if you're watching us from Bonita Springs South, just know why it's a little quiet where you're at. It is going to pick up here in a bit. Not only just the wind, but the rain. One other thing we're watching, the Naples Pier camera.
Yeah, I
if
keep
we could
turning
pop
to
that
try
up,
and see if it comes
because
up.
the Naples Pier camera is showing the waves and that surge coming in from left
There
to
you go.
right across your screen. There you go. Can you see it, Lauren?
Yeah.
And that is because the wind, with that same radar shot we showed you, the outer bands are coming from due south, working due north. So that's going to also push that surge up the coastline, but the water doesn't just go north straight to Estero Island and areas here. It's getting pushed onshore as well. So slowly but surely here, it's going to start finding its way into some of these canals and some of the smaller rivers like the Imperial River, and then you add that in. But that's what it looks like currently at the Naples Pier with the wave action and all that surge being pushed from south to north. It's something we don't see very often unless we've got a tropical system here in Southwest Florida. And to have a storm this strong right off the coastline, that is a sight that is
Not welcome.
no, not at all. I miss the beautiful blue skies there we see at sunrise in the Naples Pier. You can see the heavy rain as well. From our vantage point here in the studio, it's a little hard to see the camera, but you can definitely see the heavy rain coming down. So these rain bands, we've got several strong ones. We've got one inland here from Immokalee up towards Harker, stretching along 82, kind of coming down in Lehigh Acres, Gateway. If you're watching as well, if you're shuttered up, you're definitely hearing the rain on your rooftops and those panels, but they're kind of spaced out a little bit. So you got a break in between. And same thing, Lauren, from this strong band with tropical storm force winds for sure. And you can see the proximity right there of the onset of the very strong hurricane force winds.
Yeah, and Trent, you were just talking about some of those rain bands right now moving over Immokalee.
Sure.
So right now it probably doesn't look as significant over Immokalee as it does up and down the coast, but we've been getting hammered with rain, the outer bands, for well over 24 hours. So Immokalee, the last time I checked, isolated areas have already seen 7 to 8 inches of rain.
Wow.
And we have more on the way. So it's that area that had some significant rainfall. Port of the Islands, which is just going to be east of Everglades City, that area also had close to about 8 inches of rain the last time I checked.
I'm looking at the radar. I'll let you control it there. Let's go north. Let's go from Sanibel up towards the Charlotte County line, and we'll kind of look at the areas where we've got our two crews. We had John Barron, who's right here along the Peace River, and throughout the morning, his shot has been the most active. He is just getting drenched. And look at this rain band. It's a difference of being on which side of the storm. We saw the Naples Pier camera, and you see the waves moving south to north. Look at the direction of the rain bands north of the center of circulation. They're coming from east to west, and we have got heavy rain now anywhere from Arcadia, stretching across 17 into Port Charlotte. And if you remember, this is a location during Elsa, just north of Inglewood there along Eleanor Avenue, that couldn't quite handle the 16 to 18 inches of rain that fell in 12 hours, and they are once again seeing pretty sustained tropical storm force winds and that heavy rain.
And speaking of Elsa, so it's that area by, according to Charlotte County, they've been working on the drainage since that storm has moved through. They've made a lot of progress, but they still had a very large and significant project, and so that's been underway. It'll be interesting after the storm passes to see what that does to their project, how far back it could possibly set them, because they're probably looking at, again, significant rainfall totals like we have been seeing down in Collier County, the ones that we were just talking about.
We have numerous flood warnings that are still in effect here for DeSoto County. Throughout the week here on Fox 4, you've seen some excellent coverage from Colton Chavez going up and talking to people who own businesses and live along the Horse Creek. They've been taking boats to get to their homes, to get to their businesses because of the high water levels. And now on top of that, we're going to throw a very strong, if not borderline Category 5 hurricane on top of it. And you can see that rain, central DeSoto County, all the way over towards Venice and the southern parts of Sarasota County.
So those flood warnings that Trent was just talking about, those are for 3 major waterways that move through Sarasota County and also DeSoto County. That's the Peace River, the Myakka River, and also Horse Creek. And so those warnings have been going on for several weeks. I can hear our directors telling us to stand by. Were you able to catch that?
Absolutely. Take our radar down to Sanibel. We were able to get a live picture safely from Punta Rasa right there at the action on the causeway that goes over to that beautiful island. Elise Shingari is up and with us here. Elise, set the stage. What are you seeing this morning? You've got some pretty heavy rain bands, and especially right over the causeway from St. James City over to Sanibel. And bear with us here this morning because this is live coverage with a pending hurricane right off our coastline.
Hear them trying to get it together.
We are
right
trying to get her shot up, but let's set the stage a little bit for what we're seeing. We have stationed Elise here on the other side of the bridge.
For a good reason.
For a very good reason. And what you're seeing now is a very formidable rain band pushing across north of the J. Dean Darling Wildlife Refuge into St. James City. And I want to get straight to Elise before we lose the shot again. And right now, what are you seeing, Elise? Give us the very latest out there from your vantage point near Sanibel.
Good morning, Trent. Well, the rain is definitely picking up, and I'm not sure if you can quite hear it at home, but this storm, it's almost like a roar. I mean, the wind, it just sounds so crazy and intense, and it's starting to pick up. You can kind of see it better now that it's starting to get a little bit lighter out. I know you guys were talking about how we were closer to Sanibel yesterday. We were over by the Sanibel Causeway, actually right in the middle of it. And we are not there today 100% because of safety reasons. And even standing over here, we've tried to find a kind of more, sheltered area over here where we're not getting too hit by these winds. But I'll have our photographer, Kevin, I mean, if he could just show you over there, I mean, just how powerful the wind is right now. The rain's coming down really hard. I know we've been talking all morning how we got here around 3 a.m. Tuesday morning, and it just seemed to be like drizzling, and it was really like how they explain it, like the calm before the storm. This morning, it's just been coming in. I mean, the rain has been consistent, nonstop. The winds are picking up, I mean, pretty bad here, especially within just the last 10 minutes. We still hear a fire alarm going off at a building nearby. We know this entire area has been evacuated. Of course, we know that the mayor of Sanibel actually evacuated, said she was sad to do it the other day, but she was encouraging residents to do it as well. I did also want to point out, we were talking about how that bridge closes when it's winds of 40 miles per hour or over. We did actually see a couple cars trying to make their way over within the last 20 minutes, and it looks like they were making a U-turn. I could see the lights turning back around. So not quite sure what people were doing over on the bridge there, but that's the causeway that you can see in the distance. Now that you see it's lighter out, I know we've been talking about how the water, how it's just, really coming in. You can see how, just intense it is now that it's a little bit lighter out. Again, I'm not quite sure if you can hear that, but just the wind, I mean, like I said, it's like a roar that's coming in. It's it's extremely loud. It was loud last night to our hotel room. It was like banging against the window, and right now this is the worst that we've seen it since we've been here on Tuesday. One of our lights just fell down here behind us with the wind really, really kicking up. Kevin, if you want to come over here and kind of show how the waves are picking up over here. Actually, there's a few dolphins actually right here. But I know Kevin over here, our photographer, he's been doing this for decades. He's worked some pretty intense storms. He's been through hurricanes. He has told me, obviously this is the first hurricane that I'm seeing. he's been explaining to me that this is the worst that he thinks he's ever going to see so far. He just said the intensity, the way things have been picking up, the way that we saw things yesterday compared to today, especially right now, this is the absolute worst that we have seen it since we've been over here in this area towards Sanibel. But again, just look at that water, how it's really coming in. The biggest thing that everybody's really scared about is that storm surge and just how bad that could potentially get. As Kevin said over here, this dock may potentially be underwater. We'll just see exactly what happens as this is heading more our way this morning. We know there was a curfew in effect for Sanibel. I know we keep saying how important it is to realize that emergency crews are not going to be able to make it out to you at this time. They say when those winds get over 40 miles per hour, they can't get to you. And some people may think like, oh, you know, it's okay. But, you know, during Charlie and during Irma, those crews were saying the other day in a meeting that someone had a heart attack and they were not able to make it out to that man who was experiencing that. So that's another thing. If you're having a medical emergency, that's why they say to pack those kits and be prepared. When we got here, those evacuations were happening, and I really felt for people when we were getting here. Obviously, we're the media. We're out here to cover this for you, so you don't have to be out here. We're trying to show you what we're seeing firsthand, as you see right now. But I really felt for the people when we arrived to the hotel because they had to be evacuated. Some were on vacation. They didn't know where they were going. They didn't know what to experience. Some people were evacuating here. So we're here. Only a few people are still, you know, left here. Obviously, we know it's been evacuated. I'm going to send it over. We'll remain here in Sanibel in the meantime, towards Sanibel. I'm going to send it back over to Trent and Lauren, but 100% we can say, I mean, this has significantly picked up, especially even just within the last 15, 20 minutes. Back to you guys in studio.
Elise, thank you so much. That was actually a great picture that you painted for us as those conditions really go downhill. Before you go anywhere, though, Trent and I, we heard you say that you saw cars on the causeway, and Trent had a great question. Are they headed to Sanibel or trying to leave?
I'm sorry, am I on? What did you say, Lauren?
No, it's okay. I understand. The wind is probably really picking up.
Oh,
near
my
you.
goodness.
Those cars on the bridge, are they going to Sanibel or are they leaving?
So they would have been heading towards Sanibel. I saw about 3 cars try to do it, Lauren, and they could barely, I mean, all of a sudden, because it was still dark out, so I saw, you know, their taillights, and then all of a sudden I saw their headlights that they were turning back around. They did not make it over the bridge. Again, they said that that bridge is closing once it reaches 40 miles per hour. And we actually, if you look right now, Kevin, try to zoom in. You can see, can you see those lights in the distance right there? I think, yeah, Kevin says you guys will be able to see that. So, I mean, I don't know what people are doing over there right now. I mean, like I said, these winds, the rain, it's really coming up. It's becoming, you know, I would imagine a pretty scary situation if somebody's trying to make it over that bridge. Again, you could just see how slow, you know, a car is going at this time. But again, yesterday we saw, as soon as Lee County came out and said that that evacuation was taking place, we saw a ton of people making their way over the bridge to get out of there. But as you can see in the distance, I mean, we're seeing some lights over there on that bridge at this time. Whatever somebody's trying to do over there. Lauren?
Say stay dry, but I think we're already past that point this morning. So stay safe, keep us updated. You and Kevin are doing a fantastic job. We're just getting started. But Lauren, one thing I want to talk about here is the rain band that's set up right along the coastline. This is a location where Elise and Kevin are located on Punta Rasa, looking out towards the bridge. You look back along Estero Boulevard, and anywhere from Del Norte Wiggins State Park to Bonita Springs, we have a very strong rain band dumping several inches per hour with tropical storm force gusts.
Yeah, and our news director, she just came out here and said, you know, is it time to pull our crews back? Because you have the people we love. They're out in the elements right now bringing you this live report. We decided we don't think we're there yet, but
we're close.
Soon we're going to be getting there.
Absolutely. And as far as what else we're anticipating here, we have the possibility of tornadoes today until 5 o'clock. I want to shift and go to Fort Myers Beach, because the view you're looking at here along Estero Boulevard, it's our camera, which sits on top of Pink Shell Resort. Is that the camera we're using?
Yeah.
Fort Myers Beach. Actually, it's the pier. Is that the pier?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the pier. Now, yesterday at this vantage point, CJ's, Fort Myers Beach. All right, you can see the surge, kind of like the Naples Pier, coming across there. And it's interesting because the last 24 hours, we saw what we call reverse storm surge for a bit. And this is something that Lauren and I were looking at yesterday from the cameras around town. And it's when the water was pulling out as the rotation along Ian, as it was strengthening, was moving the water away. And that also happened during Hurricane Irma. Today, the water is going to come in the other direction, but boy, you can see the surf of the Gulf just really kicking up, and we're still in advance here of the worst of Ian.
And Trent, something that you and I learned really at the top of the 7 o'clock hour, we saw those wind speeds pick up to 155 miles per hour, and that also increased the potential of storm surge.
Yeah.
So those numbers, again, they were updated. This is all the way from Englewood south all the way to Bonita Beach. So this live look right here, this could potentially be an area that sees 12 to 16 feet of storm surge.
If for some reason here at 724 you've just turned on the channel, I want to tell you what happened with the wind speed. We're at 155 for a very strong Category 4. 2 more miles per hour, we're to Category 5. So there's really not much of a difference. You're splitting hairs. One thing that they mentioned was the increase in storm surge. And Lauren, the verbiage from the National Hurricane Center, they don't candy coat things. They cut to the chase, if you will. The words used, catastrophic storm surge, for the locations you just mentioned from Englewood to Bonita Beach. You get that much ocean water plus the fresh water on top of it, and it's just going to be devastating for some areas here in Southwest Florida. The only hope we've got is that the little bit of shear that's impacting the system, you get it interacting with land. Hopefully we can get those winds down just a little bit, but it's hard to unwind a storm with 155 miles per hour down. We're getting
Where was that,
Elise's location there at Punta Rasa, where we were telling her about the strong wind band. Let's go back to the radar. They have just lost power, and so we continue to watch power outages here in Southwest Florida. We're going to get to the power outage maps here in just a minute, but Punta Rasa is where Elise Chingari was at. We just talked to her a few moments ago, and we told her that strong rain band was moving in that direction. It is very, very strong rain. Bear with us here as we switch sources. There's the eye of Hurricane Ian, and our location here right there before the start of the causeway. So let's go right here on the edge of this tornado watch box, Lauren, and that is the location that we're watching for very, very strong rain bands from Sanibel back towards Bonita Springs, North Naples, and Naples. So more power outages now as they have lost power there on Punta Rasa. So that's area along, it's right there where the Bimini Bait Shack is at, right before the toll plaza when you cross over the bridge. So we are going to continue to watch that. It'd be interesting if we could check in with Colton Chavez pretty soon. He's in Bonita Springs along the Imperial River with our photojournalist, Karen. And we told him about 20 minutes or so, and his conditions were going to deteriorate pretty quickly. So we would love to hear back from Colton here in just a second if we can organize that shot. But in the meantime, we're continuing to watch the breaking information coming in. Tropical storm gusts being reported all around Southwest Florida, in particular here along the coast. You can see the heaviest rain bands now getting ready to impact areas along McGregor and Summerlin, and these will eventually pass Cleveland Avenue just south of downtown Fort Myers. And in radar view, very close to the coastline, is that very, very damaging core of Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you brought that to everyone's attention because that looks dangerously close to the Sanibel area where we have our crews. I'm seeing some slight rotation as well that's popping up that's going to be right near the center of this storm, which is not unusual to see something like that, especially on the East Coast all night long into this morning. They've been dealing with those tornado warnings. That is why we are under that tornado watch.
Inside the eye wall of a hurricane, you have tornadoes spinning around inside the eye wall, and so we get these, we call them skid markers here in weather, and it's showing either early signs of rotation. We can pick it up in the low, mid, or upper levels of that storm, and this one appears to be going at all levels. So not surprised that we're going to see little tornadoes spin up out ahead, but of course in the eye wall as well. Lauren, the good news is so far the red line is the edge of that tornado watch box from the Storms Prediction Center in place through 5 o'clock. We've been pretty fortunate thus far that all the tornadoes are continuing to develop inland, Palm Beach County, and Fort Lauderdale, and I believe we have Colton.
Yeah, so remember Colton, he was one of our crews that are going to be out along the Imperial River and Bonita Beach Road. As soon as we have him available, producers, just let me know.
I think we got him.
We have him. So, Colton, if you could just kind of tell us, how are things with you right now? We checked in with you maybe less than a half hour ago. We told you that things were going to start to go downhill within the next 30 to 45 minutes. You are already dealing with a lot of rain, but what are you seeing right now in your location?
Trent, we just talked about a half hour ago, and you said conditions were going to change, and my goodness, the amount of rain that we're starting to see at this time, it's really starting to come down. 20 minutes ago when I was talking to you, I said the winds were definitely a prominent factor and the rain really not coming down at all. But as my photojournalist Karen Deardorff shows you, we're getting a better look at what the landscape looks like here in Bonita Springs. Now this neighborhood is right off the Imperial River. Just behind me, what Karen is showing you is where the Imperial River is at, and that rainforest really starting to come down right now, getting blown by these strong winds. And if Karen can kind of show you here on the street side here, from the Imperial River, flooding is now making its way down this street. You can see the movement from the water starting to push down this street. And for a little bit of context for anyone who's not familiar with this area, this is an area that has flooded in the past, so we expected to see similar things like this again. And for anyone that's just jumping in, I spoke with our meteorologists Trent Eric and Lauren Petrelli about 20 minutes ago, and the wind and the rain was not as bad as it is now, and it's because of those storm bands that they've been telling us about. But it's a night and day difference right now. Rain just pelting the back of my jacket. I'm sure you guys can even pick up that sound right now on my microphone. My photojournalist Karen Deardorff, she's had to hold a camera with one hand and a light stand with another. And again, I do want to point out that look at this water stream here. You can see it's coming from the Imperial River and it's making its way down this street. And even, Karen, can we go over here to the field? You can see that it's even starting to fill up this field here as well. And there are homes all around this area with not a lot of them having storm shutters. The other thing I do want to point out, though, is that we've been losing power in this area the entire time, going on and going off. We haven't seen anybody driving around, so hopefully that's a good sign that people are starting to leave, because as I've kind of been telling you, and I'm going to echo it again, look how strong this wind and this rain is coming down. This is sort of what we were seeing from John Barron. He's up in Charlotte County really getting a heavy downpour, and this is probably the first time we've seen these types of conditions really start to ramp up here in Bonita Springs. It's been fairly calm in the perspective of what we're seeing now. We've still seen the wind and the rain, but we're really starting to get dumped on right now. Trent and Lauren, I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you guys in the studio. It's getting pretty heavy right now.
Colton, you're literally our boots on the ground there. You started our coverage the farthest to the south in Marco Island, and due to mandatory evacuations, you've moved off to the north. If you're still with us, we were just curious, so far, the worst weather you're seeing, is it in Bonita Springs? How does it compare to what you saw early on with the storm down in Marco?
Absolutely, Trent. So I've been down in Collier County for the last 2 days. We were in Marco Island at the beginning of the weekend. We saw nothing like this, Trent. We saw a little bit of rain. We even, at Marco Island on Monday morning, look at this. You can see the wind really starting to pick up. We saw nothing like this in Marco Island. We even had people down on the beach enjoying the day. Look at these birds starting to fly away here. This is the first time we're seeing anything like this. Tons of birds now. I think we're taking shelter in some of these trees now, kind of escaping and really getting spread out because of this rain and this wind. And then I was down in Naples yesterday, and this is nothing like what we're seeing now compared to the last 2 days. This is like night and day. I'm telling you, Trent, the rain is coming down right now. The wind is a monster to deal with at this moment, and I think everyone, including those birds that you just saw, really starting to feel it here in the area.
All right, Colton, listen, we're checking the wind speed here. Stay safe out there. We'll be in touch with you here in the next little bit to get more reports before we move you and Karen to safety before the hurricane force winds begin to move onshore and eventually through Bonita Springs. Lauren, I was curious to see what the sustained winds were. Tropical storm force, 39 miles per hour or greater. We're not quite seeing those sustained yet, but inside the rain bands is where we see those by far.
And really, Colton kind of gave us a good idea of what they're dealing with when it comes to rainfall in that area, not just the wind either, but that is something that you just pointed out. That might be just south of Colton, but that's pretty significant. Trent is pointing out 52 miles per hour of wind gusts over in Naples.
Yeah, Fort Myers inland at Page Field there along Cleveland Avenue. We all know the little airport there, 43. Let's go live here to Fort Myers Beach to show you what it looks like along the coastline, because with tropical storm force gusts and over the water, I should say, there's nothing really to slow the wind down, and you can see it picking up the surf there. It is a absolutely different shot compared to what we're used to here around town. That shot is something that we're going to watch here throughout the day as that surge begins to push on the coastline. But very, very heavy rain. Lauren, if you want to click back to the radar real fast.
Sure.
Lauren's busy monitoring the National Weather Service chat.
We just got it at the 8 a.m.
Oh,
so
the 8 a.m.
I'm reading
Okay.
that, yeah.
So every time you hear the dings, these are different reports, different watches, different warnings coming in. And what we're watching for us are the warnings. So here's the latest with the storm. And I'm going to let Lauren get back to that 8 a.m. advisory. We always get the 8 a.m. intermediates, but with the storm this close to the coastline, at the top of every hour we get an update. That's when we heard last time that we had a storm that went from 120 earlier this morning to 140 mile per hour sustained winds to 155, right?
155, you are
and
correct.
just 2 miles shy there of a Category 5 hurricane. So I'm curious to see here what the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory has to say. And matter of fact, on top of what she's looking at, I believe we have a flood advisory here. I believe the Governor DeSantis is talking now. Let's get over to Governor DeSantis for the latest.
South-southwest of Charlotte County, and it's moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. It is now a Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of up to 155 miles per hour. That is knocking on the door of a Category 5 storm. We expect landfall in southwest Florida later today as a major hurricane. And will slowly move across the central Florida peninsula before exiting the northeast Florida coast, probably sometime on Thursday. Much of southern Florida is already experiencing impacts from the storm as it moves closer to landfall. There have been several tornado warnings issued during the overnight hours, and we expect to see that continue today. A storm of this magnitude will produce catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge on the Gulf Coast of Florida, and the highest risk areas are ranging from Collier County up to Sarasota County. The current track has the storm making landfall in Charlotte County. If you are in any of those counties, it's no longer possible to safely evacuate. It's time to hunker down and prepare for this storm. This is a powerful storm that should be treated like you would treat if a tornado was approaching your home. If you're out on the roads, get to a safe place as soon as possible. There's more than 200 shelters open in just the southwest Florida region alone. We're already seeing bridge closures. The Skyway Bridge is closed now, going from Manatee to Pinellas counties. There's 40,000 power outages reported, but outside of southwest Florida, crews are responding to those power outages. Don't go outside in the eye of the storm. It's still dangerous. There's actually a calmness if the center of the hurricane is right over you. You think maybe the storm is past. That's not the case. It's still very dangerous. There's possibilities of tornadoes. It would also be very difficult to potentially get back into your home. So even if it seems calm, wait to make sure that the storm has actually passed. Once the storm is passed and it's safe to go outside, I urge you to be cautious. Avoid downed power lines. Avoid standing water. Stay clear of damaged trees. If you are using a generator for power, make sure that that is being operated outside your home. Do not operate that indoors. And then don't drive in flooded streets. People will look and think they can drive through it, and it doesn't work out well for them. As the storm has approached, we've already had enough winds to have local bridges closed. So the bridge on State Road 64, Manatee Avenue East, has now been closed. The bridge at SR 684 and Cortez Road has now been closed, and the John Ringling Causeway has been closed. And that is basically a function of when the winds reach a certain threshold. Obviously, you're going to see more bridge use suspended given the ferocity of this storm. This morning, Director Guthrie asked for additional airlift, hoist, and high water vehicles from the Department of Defense in coordination with FEMA. The Department of Transportation also has 1,200 personnel on standby to perform cut and toss operations. We're bringing in supplies by plane, boat, and by high water vehicle. All the airports in Southwest Florida have leave behind teams in place so that they will be able to get the runways in good shape. Including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, Louisiana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. We very much appreciate the assistance. And as this storm hits, we've got massive amounts of assets that are staged, but we're already discussing about ways where we can get more value-added support. So most of you have said call, and we may be doing just that as the recovery efforts go forward. So this is a major, major storm. It's something that we knew was going to be significant. The strengthening of this over the last night, has been really, really significant. It's potentially that it could make landfall as a Category 5, but clearly this is a very powerful major hurricane that's going to have major impacts, both on impact in Southwest Florida, but then as it continues to work through the state, it is going to have major impacts in terms of wind, in terms of rain, in terms of flooding. So this is going to be a nasty day, 2 days. Probably we think now it will be exiting the peninsula sometime on Thursday. Yesterday, based on how fast it was moving, thought maybe it would be till the wee hours of Friday morning. So this is going to be a rough stretch. We're here to respond to the areas that are affected once the storm is passed. Local emergency responders are standing by, ready to go. I think most people heeded the warnings of doing the evacuations in those very sensitive locations, but not everyone may have done that. And so we understand that a storm of this magnitude, there's going to be a need, to begin those rescue efforts apace. Kevin Guthrie is here for an update from Florida DEM.
Thank you, Governor. Hurricane Ian, as the governor has mentioned, is projected to make landfall this afternoon on the Charlotte County coast. This will cause life-threatening storm surge, flooding. Tropical storm force winds will be felt throughout the entire state, and even isolated tornadoes. I urge Floridians who have made the decision to shelter in place, to stay indoors, and stay off the roads. You do not want to be outdoors or on the roads as a storm of this size is making landfall in your area. It is extremely dangerous. If you have battery-operated or hand-crank weather radios, you should be checking them now, changing the batteries, making sure that they work. power outages will occur. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, and as the governor has already mentioned, if you're in the Southwest Florida area, you should make the same preparations as if it is a tornado going over your house. Get to an interior room, free of windows. Have stuff to be able to protect your head and body from the debris, such as a blanket, sleeping bag, mattress, or even potentially helmets. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, remember, it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded areas. We continue to coordinate with all of our electrical partners. As the governor's mentioned, there are over 30,000 linemen staged throughout the city, from north central Florida all the way down to Miami. As areas in South Florida and the Keys begin to experience power outages, remember to contact your service provider, not 911, for power restoration. You can also keep your refrigerators shut. Open them as little as possible to help preserve your perishable items. If you're using a generator, as we've been saying now for days, remember to keep it elevated on a hard surface, away from doors and windows, outside of garages. This will help you stay safe. If residents have any questions about resources for Hurricane Ian, I urge them to reach out to their local emergency management or public safety office. This storm is here. It is imminent. I can tell you it is a Cat 4 hurricane, nearly a Cat 5. I know all of the emergency management directors in Southwest Florida very well. Combined, they have over 200 years of experience. They're preparing and they're expecting a Cat 5. So please stay indoors, stay away from windows, get to an interior location of your house. If anyone has any questions and they still have phone service, if you need to contact the state to ask for assistance, we have a cell assistance information line. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That is 1-800-342-3557. As always, please follow us on our social media at Facebook and our Twitter page at FLCERT. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership.
Jimmy?
Thank you, Governor. Florida's urban search and rescue teams are staged in Miami and also in Central Florida. We have over 600 resources to bear. We have FEMA teams that have come in from out of state. We have Virginia 1 and 2 that just literally came back from Puerto Rico in Miami, also there to assist. Out of the 8 teams in Florida, 5 are activated. They will have search and rescue dogs. They will have swiftwater boats. They will go from door to door with engineers and trauma surgeons as soon as it is safe for them to make access to those neighborhoods. They will go from door to door to administer life-saving support through their missions. When it comes to hurricane response, I will put the state of Florida up against any of the 50 states. We have the best professionals, and Governor, this is the largest response I've ever seen in the state. It's amazing work that you and your team have done. They've been training for their entire lives for this mission. Please stay safe, and as the governor said, hunker down. Now's not the time to hit the roads.
Okay, so we will be, of course, monitoring the impacts as soon as the storm moves its way through any given part of the state. The priority is going to be to get personnel in there to be able to launch rescue efforts, and then obviously pave the way so that we can bring in more supplies to the airports, clearing roads so that our linemen can get in there and restore power. So all of that is standing by. But this is going to be a major storm. You've been following the tracks and seeing, obviously we knew for quite some time that it would be a major hurricane. Some of those tracks a couple days ago showed maybe it would weaken as it reached landfall further north. This one has just strengthened, and it is the real deal. So it's going to do a lot of damage. So people should be prepared for that. As Kevin said, there's going to be widespread power outages, and those power outages are going to occur not just in Southwest Florida, but in other portions of the state. Of course, it's a priority to give those linemen the ability to get in there and restore that. But people should just be prepared. There's going to be damage to infrastructure with a storm of this nature, and power and communications and all those things can be affected. Do what you need to do to stay safe. If you are where that storm is approaching. You're already in hazardous conditions. It's going to get a lot worse very quickly. So please hunker down, treat it like a tornado, and make sure that that your friends and family know where you are. We're going to have folks that are going to be there very quickly once it's safe. But you know, this is the real deal. So happy to take some questions.
One of the things we've been hearing is that about 2.5 million Floridians have been under some kind of evacuation order. You touched on it just briefly, but do we have any concept of how many people have heeded that evacuation order?
Well, I think if you talk to the local counties, I think that I spoke with some of the folks in Lee County, and they said people are by and large abiding by it. Now, it's not going to be everyone. I mean, you guys know, have been in Florida, there'll be a major hurricane approaching. There'll be sometimes people want to go out and surf in that. That's just, you just have some people that do that. But my sense has been there's been by and large interest in treating this thing very seriously across those counties. I mean, I do think that when you have tracks that are uncertain, and this is just, it's an inexact science, but when they see it in North Florida, then moving down north of Tampa, then some people think, well, it's probably going to shift again, so why should I do that? You know, we're at the point now, these aren't models, this is what the storm is actually doing, and so it is going to hit there. That's just the nature of it. So I think most people did. Of course, we've been stressing the folks in the mobile homes to make sure that they evacuated. Again, talking with the people on the local level, I think a lot of those people did. I don't think it's 100%.
Question for Director Guthrie on this storm. Is there a lot of resemblance to Charlie in the way it's going to cut across the state? And what is your best guess that's going to have on the people of Central Florida, Orange, Osceola, Seminole counties?
So, yes, it does have a Charlie-esque feel. I think one of the things that's a little bit different with Charlie, I mean, again, on the prediction models, it may go through Central Florida at a less intensity than what we had for Hurricane Charlie, dumping more rain, as the governor mentioned earlier today, possibly speeding up just a little bit to getting out of here in 24 hours versus 36 hours. So that'll certainly help on the rainfall side of the house. But again, it does have a Charlie-esque feel, but it should not be nearly as catastrophic on the winds like we saw with Hurricane Charlie all the way into Central Florida. We do expect rapid weakening, but again, there will be tropical storm force winds, strong tropical storm force winds felt all the way through the central part and up into northeast Florida as a part of this storm.
Yeah, we saw a lot of trees get plowed down during Charlie, obviously. So
and I think one thing for Central Florida is because we've had a lot of saturation, you know, those trees are vulnerable. So you're going to see trees are going to come down even with tropical storm force winds. It does not need to be hurricane force. So you are absolutely going to see that. That is going to cause interruptions in power. And of course, the sheer amount of rain that's going to come down is going to have a major impact across the center portion of the state. And even with the projected exit of the state in Volusia County, because of what it's going to do when it gets into the Atlantic, you're going to see impacts all the way up to Nassau County and Duval County, absolutely, in terms of some of the flooding and some of the other things that you will see because of the effects of this. So there will be significant effects, and you will absolutely see trees, you will see power interruptions, and you will see a lot of rain and water.
With the Sunshine Skyway just closing, and I'm sure y'all anticipate many more closures similar to that, is there any time y'all anticipate them opening back up, or first responders, that kind of stuff?
So basically what happens on the bridges is once it reaches a certain sustained winds, it's no longer safe to go over, so that's when they close it. Of course, as soon as the storm passes and those winds go down, they immediately will go out and inspect the bridge to make sure there's not structural damage and to make sure it's safe. And then the minute it's safe, of course, for first responders, but also we want to get people back into their homes. And so if there's people evacuated out of Pinellas County, there's a lot of bridges that you need to take to get back to that peninsula. We want people to be able to do that. And the further it's away from the really, really strong winds, the less likely I think you will see major structural damage in bridges. If you look in Charlotte, Lee counties, I mean, you're going to end up in situations where you have a massive storm that's impacting those bridges. And it doesn't mean that they're not, a lot of these are built very well, but there's a lot that can happen. One of the things that Kevin and his team have done with the Florida Department of Transportation is instruct the securing of these barges that are in the water. When we had Hurricane Sally, you had a barge that was loose, ran into the bridge, and it knocked the bridge out. So that is something that is avoidable, and so that's been something, that message has been sent down, that if the storm itself knocks out a bridge, that's Mother Nature, and we just got to work to remedy that. But if things are being left loose that are then going to ram into the bridge and cause that to be disabled, I mean, we worked really hard to get the bridge up in Northwest Florida back, but I mean, it takes time to be able to do it when it has that type of major impact like that. So all of that, there's sensitivity, the need to have the bridges open as soon as possible, but there's also sensitivity, the fact that you have 60-mile-an-hour sustained winds on one of those bridges. That's not a place that you want to be as a motorist, and quite frankly, it's not safe for our first responders even to be using that.
Given that there is a lot of rain and flooding and substantial storm surge associated with this storm, does it make it different than storms we've had in the past? Because I believe, Director Guthrie, last night you said there's going to be a great humanitarian lift that's going to be needed after this, especially considering some people may not have flood insurance, and that may be the biggest issue for a lot of them. So are there special preparations that you guys are taking for this storm that you maybe haven't taken in the past?
Well, I would say, and I think Kevin would agree, in terms of the resources that have been staged, we prepared for Dorian. That came very close. That was a Category 5. That was massive. That was a massive mobilization that we did. We were ready if that would have hit Florida. This has been bigger in terms of the mobilization. I mean, the assets that we have are unprecedented in the state's history, and unfortunately, I mean, they're going to need to be deployed because this is a really, really significant storm. In terms of how people in the aftermath who have damage, so one of the things with the flood insurance is there's folks that are told, hey, if you're not in a flood zone, you don't need flood insurance, and so people buy homes and they don't get it. But the fact is that there are places outside of, quote, flood zones where you absolutely, in an event like this, could be impacted. So FEMA does have programs that can offer support, but the FEMA's support is not going to be equal to what you would have gotten in a flood insurance policy. And so that's going to be something that we're going to have to look very seriously at in terms of what the impacts are of that. There's a lot of folks that have a homeowner's policy, and sometimes they're told that could also be for flood, and those are just different policies. The homeowners is from the wind, direct storm damage, the flood insurance obviously from rising waters. There will be debates in people's policies about, okay, you had a Cat 4, maybe even a 5 hit. Yes, your home got flooded, but is that also direct storm damage and not flood? And can your homeowner insurance? So that'll be good. I know Jimmy will be involved in doing that to try to help Florida consumers. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of fallout from this in terms of getting people back on their feet. But that's why we've done the mobilization that we've done. Right now, it's about safety. I think most Floridians made the proper precautions to keep themselves safe. The ones that didn't, that may end up in harm's way, there's a lot of assets that are staged, and those are going to be deployed because we want to help people. I mean, even if they made a different decision, we're all in this together, going to do that. Once that kind of life-saving part of the operation is concluded, it's all about getting people back on their feet. And there may be some people that had nothing more than just losing power, but that's important to get them back to normalcy. There's others that may have really significant structural damages to their residence. They're going to need assistance, and so all of that will be part of what will be really an unprecedented effort in the history of the state. I'm going to be traveling into North Central Florida today to be able to meet with a lot of the linemen that we have staged. I think it's important to just thank them for what they're doing, because their quick response, be able to help get people back on the grid, really helps with the entire response effort. If you have everyone no power for weeks on end, like we have had in other storms, that makes everything else that we're doing difficult. I mean, I've been through these storms, prior to being in elected office, and it's like, okay, the power is going to go out. But then after a while, you know, people just start to get antsy. It's human nature. And so the fact that they're here in really huge numbers, ready to go down and descend, they're not only doing their job, they're performing a public service for us. So we're appreciative of that, and we're going to thank them for that, and we will get them deployed. Kevin, FDOT, they're going to make sure that those roads get cleared as soon as possible. Now, some of that is going to be very, very difficult, because you're going to have a lot of debris, you're going to have a lot of trees. I mean, just think Hurricane Michael, there were some places at Category 5, I mean, it's like the whole forest came down almost on some of these roads. This is knocking on the door of that, and it's going to cause a lot of damage. And so that's going to be a huge priority. It's going to take a lot of manpower, but we're going to use the resources that we need to get it done. Okay, thank you.
All right, you are watching live coverage of Governor Ron DeSantis, his 7:30 news conference from Tallahassee at the Emergency Management Operations Center. A couple of big headlines from his 7:30 update. He expects this hurricane to make landfall in Charlotte County, and the emergency management director said he expects when it does make landfall, it'll be a Category 5. They both implored people not to go outside. They both said it is too late to evacuate if you haven't already. Their message, just stay inside and do whatever you can to protect yourself and your family. They also said 40,000 people are without power right now, but that's statewide. We are seeing some outages in Southwest Florida, but at this point it looks like many of the outages are in the southeastern part of the state, where they had some tornadoes or tornado-like storms earlier this morning.
We also know several of the bridges are closed right now. The Skyway Bridge in the Tampa area has been shut down, as well as several bridges in the Inglewood and Sarasota County areas. Charlotte County bridges, a lot of those are starting to close as well. So again, now is not the time to evacuate. We do want to show you some video that I just got from a viewer on Sanibel. They say they're staying there right now and that conditions are deteriorating at a rapid rate. At around 7:30 this morning, she sent me this video. First, actually, we're getting to some video in Cape Coral right now, and you can see just how bad the conditions are in that area as well. I mean, we are talking about a lot of rain. Look at how much flooding there is already in the Cape.
Yeah, and you know, this is to be expected with a storm like this. You're going to go through waves, and so right now, people in Cape Coral and maybe a little further south in Sanibel are going through those waves where they're having strong winds and a lot of rain falling at one point. We saw these kinds of scenes a little earlier today in Charlotte County, and maybe it's calmed down a little bit there now, but things will pick up. Here's that video you were talking about.
Yes, this is the video from the Sanibel area that a viewer sent me this morning. She says conditions on Sanibel are rapidly deteriorating. She says it's very loud there. You can hear, I mean, the wind in this video. Very loud, a lot of water starting to pool up on the roadways as well.
All right, so let's bring in Fox 4 certified meteorologist Trent Eric. Trent, we had the governor's news conference there. I would imagine nothing too surprising from your point of view, but he did say that he thinks this will make landfall in Charlotte County. Does that kind of line up with what you're seeing?
It's Charlotte County or south, but it is taking that turn north-northeast there at 10 miles per hour. This is what I'll give you as a takeaway as a meteorologist. Every storm is different. 20 years of forecasting hurricanes right here in South Florida, and the size, the speed, the shape of every storm I've covered has been unique and different, and that's no exception for Southwest Florida when you look at Irma back in 2017, Charlie 2004, and now with Ian as it continues to move up our coastline. This is a storm that has strengthened. It has gained in size. It almost doubled overnight as it went through an eye wall replacement cycle, and the fact that the eye of this hurricane is so large, there is going to be several communities that get devastated today. There's no other way to put it. The winds right now are up to 155 miles per hour. I want to take a live look at Charlotte Harbor, where some of those rain bands are continuing to wrap through. this is going to continue to get worse here throughout the day. You can see right now that heavy rain. You can't see very far off in the distance. It is wind-driven rain with tropical storm force gusts. We have looked at the latest ASOS reports, the latest information coming in through our National Weather Service chat and all of our computers here at Fox 4, and we have had sustained wind gusts now 60 to 65 miles per hour inside of these rain bands. So this is why we talked about all the preparations had to be made yesterday before sunset, because overnight last night the conditions deteriorated. As far as the storm itself, when I was talking about how every storm is different, this one 155 mile per hour sustained winds. That's 2 miles per hour shy of a Cat 5, the strongest hurricane that's possible. You won't know the difference between 2 miles per hour. This is as strong as they get. Winds north-north, or the movement north-northeast there at 10. Exactly how far northeast it gets before it makes impact, and with the governor saying a Charlotte County landfall. That's the center of the eye. You're going to have 2 areas around it that continue to see devastating damage. Let me show you what I mean, because if you compared this storm to Charlie, Charlie was very powerful. It was a Category 4, but the eye of that hurricane was tiny. It would have fit inside of this eye of Ian. And with Ian, you can see the damaging tropical storm, or hurricane force winds rather, right here, both north and south. Landfall is considered the center of the eye when it makes landfall. So let's extrapolate this up. Let's say it were to make landfall, we're just going to use Sanibel for this example. South of there, Estero, Bonita Beach would be on the southern part of this eye wall with devastating winds, the strongest of the hurricane. You also get them on the north side, so areas around Pine Island, Matlacha would get the hardest hit. So the center point, all that's going to tell us today when it makes landfall is where to look north and south for where the worst of this storm is impacting. So with Ian, it is going to be several areas here that continue to get those hurricane force winds, and it is so close to impacting our coastline. Let's take another live look here this morning to kind of get boots on the ground, if you will, with our tower cams and our technology here at Fox 4. This is on top of our studios, and you can see the camera rocking and rolling several hundred feet there above, and those winds really beginning to pick up. And like the camera from the Charlotte Harbor, you can see how heavy the rain is, how gloomy it is, and that wind is really starting to pick up. Lisa and Chris just showed us video from the Cape that showed the flooding this morning, and the next area that we're going to have to be concerned about with the flooding, well, that's right here, stretching from Naples all the way up I-75 into Tamiami Trail. So North Naples, Vanderbilt Beach, Lovers Key, right along Estero Boulevard. The reason this is of concern, this is freshwater rain on top of the storm surge, which with a special advisory after the hurricane hunters found that this storm went from 120 mile per hour winds up to 140 and then jumped again to 155, they reworded their discussion. The National Hurricane Center, they don't candy coat things because they try to get people to heed warnings. They're factual and they're straight to the point. Catastrophic storm surge were the words used in the last discussion. Storm surge up to 16 feet along our coastline now from Inglewood down to Bonita Beach. That's the worst case scenario. And as the storm moves on shore, that surge is going to continue to come in, and it's going to continue to push water, and it's going to continue to push water pretty far inland. That's why we've had evacuations throughout the last couple of days, first led by Charlotte County due to the original movement off to the north. And as that track and the wobble there allowed that storm to drift a little farther to the south, Lee County, parts of Collier County all heeded the same evacuation warnings to get people away from the water. It's water, not wind, that is the #1 killer with tropical storms and hurricanes, and that's why you've heard us time and time again say that you have to run from the water and hide from the wind. If you don't live in an evacuation zone and you have a solid house and you've shuttered up and you got your supplies, you're safe. You're good to go. But it is that water that we try to get people away from. And here in beautiful Southwest Florida, we're surrounded by it. Sanibel, Captiva, Pine Island, Bokeelia, Matlacha, all the way in towards the Cape. And now we are simply waiting nervously for this hurricane to come on shore, as later on today we are all in for a long afternoon. But we're here together, and we're going to get you through it, because right now the worst is sitting just offshore here of Sanibel and Captiva, and we're going to have two solid areas here of the worst of the hurricane, and it's right on the eye wall, a large eye of Hurricane Ian. We are updating our county by county maps because with the special advisory, those numbers changed, in particular the increase in storm surge up to 16 feet, and the winds now inland for areas such as DeSoto County, inland Lee, have gone up because this hurricane is almost a Category 5. We're looking at a strong 4, borderline Category 5, and Chris and Amy, this is one of the strongest hurricanes. It's only one of 7 to make landfall in Florida when it does so later on today, to do so as a Category 4 storm or higher.
All right, Trent, thank you very much. Time right now is 8:08. I want to take a second to kind of regroup and tell you where we are right now. Good morning, everybody. My name is Chris Shaw. This is Amy Wegman. We appreciate you staying with us right now. We want to give you as much information as quickly as we can, and we want to put it in context so you best know what's going on and what you can do to protect yourself and your family. We do not want to scare you, but the fact of the matter is scary things are happening and about to happen in Southwest Florida. As Trent just said, we're looking at Hurricane Ian, the potential for it to be a Category 5 storm when it hits, likely somewhere in Southwest Florida in the next several hours.
Right, and the exclamation point right now from the governor was it is no longer safe to evacuate. You shouldn't be thinking about that. You need to shelter in place wherever you are. As Trent said, we are going to be experiencing there's really no other way to put it, but devastating effects from this storm over the next couple of hours, and we are going to be with you here on air for that. If you don't have our app, now is a really great time, if you still have power, to download it, because you can stream our newscast live and we can walk you through the storm and let you know what's happening moment by moment, because again, we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, and we will be here, and one of the first effects people will start to feel this morning as they get up, it could be power outages. Yeah. The wind is blowing pretty hard, and that is leading to some power outages. We're going to work our way up the coast and tell you who has power and who doesn't. Let's start with Marco Island. About 8,000 people are without power there. In Collier County, that number from FPL is about 8,000. In Lee County, FPL, it's about 1,900, and in Charlotte County, it's about 3,500. That's just FPL. Low percentages right now, but we do expect that number to go up.
Yeah, the governor said at some point they expect over 1 million people across the state to be without power, so just be ready for that. It's likely going to happen. We want to go to our Elise Chengary. She actually is in Punta Rassa, which, if you're not familiar with that, is just before the Sanibel Causeway going on to Sanibel, and she had lost power at the hotel where she is taking shelter and where she is reporting live from. But we have her back up now, and we want to check in with her to see what the conditions are like there, just off of the Caloosahatchee near Punta Rassa.
Well, Amy and Chris, I'm not sure if you guys can hear me, but you can see that there's a drastic difference that happened here. Over here towards Sanibel. I know that the causeway's over there behind us. The winds have picked up. I mean, I was just standing over there and the winds were not that crazy. I'm going to try to way back over this way. But I mean, you can see how these lights, they're shaking in the distance here. The water has really picked up over here. I know that possibility of it, just how high it worked. Dozens of, including hurricanes, and he thinks this is going to be one of the worst he's ever seen. He said there's a possibility of that dock, possibly, maybe we won't even see it if that surge continues. I'm going to try to make my way up so you guys can hear me better. But the wind, I mean, it's been really intense. It keeps getting worse by the second. Okay, I moved myself to a more safe area up here.
All right, so you can hear Elise's audio is going in and out. That is something, as we continue to cover, excuse me, Hurricane Ian throughout the next several hours we're going to experience. This is live television. We are trying to bring you the best pictures and video and details that we can. But again, we're dealing with the elements. Elise is out there. You can hear she's out of breath.
Yeah, well, she walked a long way for one thing, and fighting the wind the whole time. That's quite a workout, and it gives you an indication of just how strong those winds are. So we can tell you that she did make it to some covering. She is okay. That was likely just due to some winds that were in the area, and sometimes the connection for those live shots go out.
All right, so she is in Punta Rassa. That's, again, just on the other side of the causeway. We do want to show you video from Fort Myers Beach in just a second, but first, let's go. We want to get to our live crews as soon as they're ready so they don't have to stand around and wait for us to toss to them. So John Barron is in Charlotte County. Earlier, he was seeing really heavy winds and rain. So, John, I see you're taking your hat off now. What's it looking like out there?
Me, Ian is doing that for me, but you guys can kind of see is that actually the wind, as you heard obviously in Elisa's mic, is picking up drastically, and actually we're just sitting here taking shelter underneath the Circle K, and as you can really see, the wind picking up and the rain, the trees just bending and getting ready to break. Honestly, look at the way that here on Kings Highway that we have quite a bit of traffic, something you really do not want to see, especially when the governor comes on and tells you guys that this is a time to take shelter. Obviously, he's saying that because it's time to do so, and obviously, if you're coming out and you're like, well, I need to get gas or something like that, well, you're not going to be able to. Pumps like these already boarded up, as you can see. They got the zip ties on it as well. You're just not going to be able to do so. So the gas stations have done so already. They've taken evacuation orders as well, and actually signs all over there saying that we are no longer open until the end of the hurricane. And actually, like you're seeing, this right here on this highway, on Kings Highway, really, we're seeing quite a bit of traffic, not something you want to see. And let me walk you over here a little bit too, as you can kind of see at the light, a good amount of traffic, and actually we have seen some emergency signals as well, some emergency services as well coming out and trying to make their way, even though we have heard that they are no longer on the highway. We've seen them up and down the highway as well, probably trying to take their way to some shelter as well. A good amount of traffic, though not something that we want to see, as people are still making their ways out here and trying to just get to wherever they're trying to go. Hopefully it's somewhere where they're trying to make their way to shelter themselves, and that's what we're trying to see. But like I said, gas stations, a lot of these places, Publix, they've all taken shelter. You're not going to be able to go get food. You're not going to be able to go get gas. So right now, the time for you guys to go out is done. You need to stay in your shelter. Make sure you guys have all the things that you need. The necessary necessities are already in place. Make sure you guys are there with your families as well. This is a time to make sure that we're all staying together with our loved ones and making sure that we're all safe. As you can see, somebody else pulling in right here at the gas station, and it looks like they're trying to get some air, but it looks like that's not going to be something you're going to be able to do at this point in time. You guys obviously have to make sure you're taking these shelters very seriously, because obviously, like they were just saying, this could be a Category 5 as Ian continues to make its way up the Florida coastline. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio here in Charlotte County. John Barron, Fox 4.
Yeah, John, quick question. You're doing a great job of painting the picture out there. I do wonder, though, we expect these conditions to get worse as the day goes on. How would you compare what you're seeing out there on Kings Highway right now to what you would say a normal afternoon thunderstorm? Is it about that? Is it worse?
Oh, it's much worse. And really, it's one of those things you can kind of gauge it just by how much the wind is impacting the highway just of right now. Really, the rain is something that we see on a thunderstorm, of course, but not this heavy, okay? When you're talking about the wind, it's really thrashing up against the dashboard, and really that's what we were having too, okay? What we have right here is the live truck, and really it is like a big sail because we have, you know, the satellite at the top, and I mean, it's shaking the car. It's one of those things, it's kind of eerie and kind of scary to have when you have to make it on the highway, and we're only doing so we could get closer to a shelter in place, and that's what we're doing right now. We're just across the street from where we need to be, and we left downtown in doing so. But I mean, when you've got a truck like we do, and we've seen a couple of them that are about this size, it's thrashing around. You can feel it shaking and moving. It's one of those things that's really scary to have, especially when you're on the highway. But really what we're having out here is when you talk about, like you say, a thunderstorm, that's one of those things. You don't have this kind of wind. You don't have this kind of torrential downpour that we have, and it just continues to come. And the most terrifying thing about all of this, Chris, when you talk about the thunderstorm versus this, is as the rain continues to come, the roads are going to become one of those things you cannot see. Okay, when you get to an area where you're like, oh, I can definitely make it, you don't know how flooded it's going to be. So now you're getting into an opportunity where you're putting yourself in a very dangerous situation where EMS, police, nobody can get to you now, because we're in a place that now they're all being called off. So that's a good point to bring up, is that as you start to make your way out here on these roads and you get to an area where it starts to patch out a little bit, that could be an area where you think it's not as deep, and then you get in and it's 4 feet deep of water. So make sure you guys are paying attention to that as well.
very much. I want to go to a live camera that is not too far away from where John is right now.
Actually, Chris, I'm going to take it real quick from here, but that same camera I do want to get to. I just want to give you an update here on where we're at with John. John's up here along the Peace River on the Port Charlotte side, and you can see the edge of the eye wall, the northern eye wall there of Hurricane Ian as it's slowly moving off to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. For hours now, John's shot has been extremely active. The heavy rain has continued here between Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte all morning long, and inside the rain bands that he has been facing this morning, we have had tropical storm force gusts. As the afternoon and I guess late morning, I should say, on 8/17 progresses, the winds are going to pick up, and eventually we will have to move John to safety, but it's going to be a couple of hours. But it gives you an idea of what we're experiencing here under some of those heavier rain bands. Let's show you a live look here from the Charlotte Harbor, and you can see the heavy rain. You don't see very far off in the distance because it is just a blanket of showers as they continue to wrap around. They're wrapping around so quickly that there is no lightning with these right now between Port Charlotte and Cape Coral. Simply moving too fast, tropical systems, you don't get a lot of lightning there with the rain bands that are between the eye of the hurricane and the extreme outer bands. So it's the wind and the constant rain that we are going to continue to be facing here. And right now, as we look at the radar, this stretches anywhere from Inglewood, Rotunda, so pretty much all of Cape Hayes, across the Myakka and Peace Rivers, right here into Punta Gorda. As you drop south along Burnt Road into the Cape, you've also got some really heavy rain just north of our studios here in Fox 4. The line you see here, that is Pine Island Road. And to the south and the western parts of the Cape, we've got a little bit of a break, but that rain band continues right across Page Field. This is Cleveland Avenue. You got I-75, Colonial, and MLK. And with that rain band whipping around, that's where we're seeing the training of the showers and thunderstorms. The longer those rain bands sit in place, those are the locations we watch for localized flooding and flood advisories and warnings, and that's where we're starting to get in trouble. You remember with Elsa, last year in July, we saw a rain band right over the Cape that stretched up along Eleanor Avenue just north of Inglewood and Northport, where we saw 12 in the Cape, up to 18 inches that fell in 12 hours. And while the rainfall amounts haven't been all that high for a tropical system, they are continuing to mount up, and now we're going to start adding higher wind to it as the core of that hurricane starts to get a little closer. Let me show you exactly how far distance-wise we are here from the beginning of the eye wall of Hurricane Ian. I'm going to get the little measuring tool here. So John is right here in Port Charlotte, right on the edge of that tornado watch box. And as we draw it to the south, you can see the most intense part of that eye wall about, we'll just call it 40 miles away. Now, from the center of the storm out, the hurricane force winds go 40 miles in either direction. So we have a core of hurricane force winds that stretch some 80 miles. The tropical storm force winds with this system, 175 from center in either direction. So that's 350 miles of tropical storm force winds. And real quick to the south, same tool, same measuring tool, Elise, which we saw a while ago, fighting the wind and rain from the core of the hurricane, is a little closer, about 30 miles away. But just as quickly as that rain band moved through, it lifted to the north into parts of the Cape and Matlacha, and that's going to be the ball game here as we go throughout the next couple of hours. Rain bands pick up with frequency, and they pick up in intensity. For now, I want to send it back over to Chris and Amy to continue our coverage here of this very dangerous hurricane.
All right, Trent, I want to pick up on one of the areas you just talked about, and this was an area that we were concerned about with all the rain that would flood today, and it doesn't look good in part of Bonita Springs. That's where Fox 4's Colton Chavez is right now. Colton, what can you tell us about the situation there?
All right, so looks like we're having a problem with Colton's audio. Please bear with us as we are going to be dealing with issues like that as we continue to cover the storm. But you could see he's wearing those white rain boots, and you could see the water already, 2 inches up on the sole of his boot. So
there was no road there. It was just water.
And it's early on. And, Trent, this is one of the things we had been talking about, the storm surge. But one thing that's kind of standing out to me, not necessarily as Fox 4 News employee, but as a Southwest Florida resident who's been through many of these storms, is that this is going to be an all-day event. Typically, when we see hurricanes like this, you know, sometimes you're like, okay, I just have to get through the next few hours, but this is going to be pushing rain and dropping rain all day long. So that is going to give that chance of that storm surge and that water where Colton is to really lift.
Yeah, this is a storm that is huge as far as size goes, and especially compared to some of them that we've seen here in Southwest Florida before, such as Hurricane Charlie, which is smaller. The hurricane force winds here with Hurricane Ian are almost 3 times larger than what they were with Hurricane Charlie. 2.3 larger, so a little over 2 times larger with the tropical storm force winds. So the wind field and the overall size of this storm are completely different than Charlie, even though right now they are forecasted to take a very similar track. The heavy rain continues to pile up here from Marco Island, Naples, all the way up the coast. And that's where Colton Chavez was earlier. He had a little bit of a break. He is going to get back into some very gusty winds and heavy rainfall in just a minute. But Marco Island is where Colton started 2 days ago, covering and preparing for this storm. And we have got video here of the bridge. Is this the Jolly Bridge, I believe? And you can continue to see the water rushing in there. This started early this morning, and that is the surge that we anticipated starting in the southern parts of Collier County first as the water began to push in to parts of Cape Romano, Marco Island, and then eventually up the coast to parts of Naples, Vanderbilt Beach, and you get the idea. Climbing up the coastline, Lovers Key, along Estero Boulevard, and then when the water begins to lift off to the north, it's going to continue up into the Gasparilla Sound, Caloosahatchee, and I'm not talking just a Caloosahatchee around the Cape. That water is going to get pushed into North Fort Myers, it's going to get pushed underneath the Edison Bridge, and it's going to continue up towards Buckingham and Alva, areas that you wouldn't think of with storm surge, but water always wins and water always finds a way. It finds the path of least resistance, and this storm is so big, and as it whips its winds across the Gulf of Mexico, and we have a very shallow plate out in the Gulf. You can go out miles before you drop a couple of feet, unlike the east coast of the state where we're protected by the continental shelf where it drops off very quickly close to shore for Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and West Palm Beach. Now, as far as this heavy rain here this morning, again, these rain bands here, tropical storm force gusts, we haven't quite seen the tropical storm force sustained winds, if you will, at the reporting stations here in Southwest Florida, but it's just a matter of time before that happens. The core of this hurricane still sitting off the coastline. Right now at 8:22, as we look ahead at the timeline, Lauren and I were projecting out, and by noontime, we should start to see this edge, this core of Hurricane Ian begin to push onshore here in Southwest Florida. And the reason this storm is so different as far as focusing on a landfall and any type of skinny line, right there is the center, but look how far out the damaging tropical storm force, or actually hurricane force winds in this case, are. Now, to talk about how far out the damage and impacts of this storm go, our rain here started Monday night into Tuesday. But look what happened over on the East Coast. This is damage coming in out of Miami. We have seen several different areas. Matter of fact, this is a live shot, I believe, we're getting ready to take out of Miami. This is chopper video coming in, and it appears to be damage to rooftops there. This is likely due to the tornado warnings that we had overnight. The tornado warnings have been rather numerous for the northern parts of Miami-Dade, Broward, into Palm Beach County. We're watching these on our velocity scope overnight, and at several different points, including in Collier County, the velocity signatures were showing debris being lofted into the atmosphere. For Collier County, it was trees out over the Everglades, but as we look at that video, rooftops, the airport, I believe it was Perry Airport in Broward County, we had small airplanes that were flipped over due to an apparent tornado, so the impacts go out very far. Matter of fact, I'll take you to the radar here this morning to show you that outer band, and it's moving just offshore right now in the eastern part of that tornado watch, and each one of these little cells, as they drift northbound, are rotating. But right now, likely some water spouts out over the open water, not impacting areas inland. We do have one cell, and look how fast it is just racing over the central parts of Palm Beach County and over the hour loop, a couple of showers around the lake moving northbound. Now, if I saw the data right, there was at least one tornado warning, I believe, here in the northern part of the state, and indeed, right there it is. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at it just to show you what type of spin-ups we're looking at. I want to stop the radar here on the latest scan and just do a little survey to get an idea of what we're looking at. This one moving pretty rapidly, but this tornado warning for Indian River and Osceola County, radar indicated, no ground truth yet, but moving quickly. We're talking some 30 to 40 miles per hour right there along, I believe it's Highway 60 and 91 moving northbound there. Again, this is out of our viewing area, Indian River and Osceola County, but these are the types of quick tornadoes that we can see pretty quick. Back here at home, Fort Myers Beach, again out towards 6 Mile Slough southbound is where we're seeing some of that heaviest rain. And we're going to continue to watch the impacts because the damage so far this morning over on the East Coast has been a little unexpected, if you will, with some of those outer bands. It's amazing that you go hundreds of miles away and the impacts being felt. Tropical storm warnings were actually issued for that coast earlier today, and that outermost band is roughly about 175 to 200 miles away from the center of the storm that continues to progress off towards the east-northeast. Chris and Amy.
A question, Trent. Obviously, Southwest Florida, we were talking earlier this morning and in the overnight hours about, what you need to do if a tornado does pop up in our area. If we get that warning, of course, we'll let our viewers know. As we approach the eye wall there, I see that red.
Yep.
Is that a time when we might see more tornadoes, or is it just in the outer bands?
So the outer bands is where we're going to see the highest chance of what we typically think of as tornadoes, right? Inside the actual eye wall of a hurricane, you have sustained winds, and in this case, currently 155 miles per hour. But you also get tornadoes embedded in that circulation. And let me pause this on the last frame because we are seeing our tools here at Fox 4 light up, and we call these skid markers. And what it does is shows us where there's potential rotation or confirmed rotation on the radar, and we have several right here on the northern side of that eye wall. Now, the sustained winds inside of this hurricane, or at least this damaging core, you see that donut shape, right, in the reds and orange, 155 miles per hour. That's equivalent to an EF3 tornado. Usually tornadoes move through with a storm system that's racing 20, sometimes 40 miles per hour. So it's in, it's out, it's done. We are going to see areas today that are under this part of the eye wall getting damage for hours, equal to a EF3 tornado. Let's go to some new video coming in out of Delray Beach, where you can see these cars are flipped over. This is possible tornado damage, and the National Weather Service, as soon as conditions clear with the storm, likely to confirm these. There were no straight line winds, so we use the word possible tornado just to allow the National Weather Service to confirm, but these were tornadoes this morning, and you can see the debris that were getting picked up by these as they were very fast, very quick movers. We have seen now cars, trees, airplanes flipped over at the Perry Airport, so some of these were rather strong. We have been very fortunate here so far this morning that most of the tornadoes, and a couple of confirmed, have been out in Collier County and have not been away from some of the more populated areas here in Southwest Florida. Yesterday afternoon and evening, we saw a few out towards Harker along State Road 29. So this is something we'll continue to monitor, but again, for the most part, we have been very fortunate when it comes to the tornadoes. You saw the radar take a little hiccup there, but as we look at the core of this storm, boy, it's just nasty. The areas here on the south side, some of the most intense thunderstorms, and again, right here to the north, this is a very large hurricane. And again, to give you some perspective, the damaging core of Hurricane Charlie could fit in the eye of Hurricane Ian. So these are two completely different storms when it comes to impacts. A lot more people along the coast and inland today are going to feel the impacts of Ian compared to Charlie.
Trent, I want to ask you one more quick question. It's a quick one. It has to do with something that the Marco Island Police Department just tweeted out. They say their officers are having to stay inside right now because the wind speeds are too high. We heard this before the storm, and we know this happens when the winds get too high. The officers or law enforcement, emergency crews can't get outside because it's not safe for them. Just curious if you could tell us what's going on in Marco Island right now, how high those winds are.
Yeah, I'm going to get a quick check of the winds, and I'm going to bring Lauren in, who can add a little bit of insight to this as well. While the graphics load, and by the way, throughout the day, you're going to see graphics load in and out like that due to our continuous coverage. Right now, Naples has a sustained wind of 36, and if you look at the gust, Naples has a gust of 55, no gust being reported there in Marco Island, but I can guarantee you inside those rain bands that have continued to move through, you're fine, Lauren. You're seeing the tropical storm force gust. Now remember, hurricane force winds or gusts start at 74 miles per hour or greater, so very, very strong. And we continue to get reports this morning, in particular from the Florida Keys, of tropical storm force gusts 65 miles per hour and higher. And Lauren, I know you've just got some latest information about this.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, guys, can you hear me back there? I had my mic off, so I have it back on. So as long as you guys can hear me, I'm going to keep on going. So the National Weather Service just updated some of the highest wind speeds that they've been able to register at some of their measuring stations. So Punta Gorda right now, the highest that they got at 6:23 this morning was 54 miles per hour. Grove City, 45 miles per hour. Down in Lee County, the highest that they've had registered so far is Tarpon Point. That was at 7:36 this morning, 55 miles per hour. You want to move down to Sarasota County.
Sure.
The highest they've had registered so far in their county, 55 miles per hour. That was earlier this morning. So those are just a couple of the measurements that we have coming in from the National Weather Service. And these wind speeds will increase. So this is not where it's going to stay. This is not the highest just for now.
As I look over your shoulder, some of the latest observations there come in just before 8 o'clock, 7:45 to 7:50-ish. So that was about a half hour ago. And Lauren, as we progress through time, those numbers are just going to continue to go up as that core gets a little bit closer. But so far, the worst is yet to come when we talk about the winds here. But the winds are really going to become an issue with the core of Ian. So hopefully, Chris, I gave you a little better idea of what the officials down in Marco Island were discussing here this morning.
Yeah, thank you very much. That puts it into more perspective. We appreciate that, Trent, and everything you're doing. We're going to go to Cape Coral now because we're seeing some video come in from the northeast part of the Cape. I believe this is video from a Ring doorbell camera that shows what is going on there right now. We know from our tower camera at the Fox 4 studio there's a lot of wind. It is shaking around a lot, and there is some rain. And here is that video. So you kind of get an idea there of the wind. You can definitely hear it whipping around there. And you can tell there's a lot of rain on the sidewalk and on the road.
Yeah, that's northeast 18th Terrace in the northeast portion of Cape Coral. And, you know, if you have videos and you can do it safely from home or wherever you may be here in Southwest Florida and you want to share them with us, you can post those to our social media sites. And you can also email us or tweet us, and we will be able to share that with our viewers.
All right, now we want to go up to Tampa. Our reporter Larissa Scott is there reporting on the conditions there as we start our Wednesday morning.
Your time to evacuate is coming to an end.
An urgent warning from Florida's governor, imploring residents to get to higher ground as Hurricane Ian barrels toward the state.
Hey, you're in a mandatory evacuation.
More than 2.5 million people are under evacuation orders along the southwest coast, but officials are telling all Florida residents to brace for impact.
There's also potential for flash flooding and river flooding with 10 to 20 inches across central and northeast Florida.
Ian caused a nationwide blackout after rolling through Cuba Tuesday, and thousands of utility workers are standing by across Florida to help deal with potential power outages.
We also have line workers and line men and line women coming from 27 other states. They're positioned at 24 different locations throughout the state.
Rains from the outer bands of the hurricane are already whipping southern Florida, and at least 2 possible tornadoes caused damage Tuesday night. Schools, supermarkets, and theme parks across the state have announced closures as the window for people to board up and head out is coming to a close.
We cannot send first responders into harm's way because you decided not to leave.
All right. So that was a story about the preparations for this Hurricane Ian. Of course, the time to leave, the time to evacuate, the time to put up those shutters is probably over. It is too late. The winds are too high and the rain is too nasty right now.
Yeah, so you have to shelter in place, and obviously you want to take care of yourself. If you do have an emergency, the Lee County Emergency Management and the sheriff have this message for you. You can call 911, and once winds are below 40 miles an hour, they will be able to send someone out to help you. But what happens in between that time, right? Because we could see quite a long period of time between now and when they're able to actually go out and provide emergency services. So what would happen is they are going to kind of like triage you on the phone. They have an emergency medical staff on the phone. They will put you through and they will walk you through what you need to do in that case of a medical emergency. Now, if they deem that it's not an emergency, they'll actually put you through to a telehealth so you can talk through a doctor there. We know for a lot of people this is extremely stressful, so we know it can kick up a lot of things. Physically and emotionally. We are here with you, and so that is one way to do that. You can call 911. You may just be triaged to telehealth or put on the phone with a doctor who can help you that way.
It is not easy for anybody right now. You're in the house, the hurricane shutters are up, it's dark, and you hear these sounds coming from outside. You hear the wind, you hear the rain. It is frightening. All right, so a little earlier we were with our reporter, Fox 4's Elise Chingari. She was at Punta Rassa. The winds, the rain were really strong, so we want to check back in with you now. Elise, have you moved, and what can you tell us?
Amy and Chris, obviously we've seen a drastic difference. The wind, the intensity, it's increasing. I wouldn't even say by the minute, it's by the seconds. You can see this pool, it's basically just the water's been coming out of it. The trees, it's been going crazy. You could see that boat over there. It's been looking like it's, rocking back and forth. The wind, like I said, I mean, it's practically, pushing my photographer, Kevin, over here. You can see that the water, I mean, the levels, it's definitely raising. I will say the Sanibel Causeway, we were talking earlier how we were obviously live there all morning yesterday. We're not there today for safety reasons. I know we were talking that we saw some lights on the bridge with cars. I did see about 10 cars a short time ago, about 20 minutes ago. Looks like they were leaving. I'm not sure if those were emergency crews. Like I said, I saw the headlights, or if it was maybe like 10 more cars that were trying to get off the island once they realized how serious this storm is. But you could just see how much the winds have picked up. You can see that dock over there. Of course, we're nervous about the possibility of that storm surge and what exactly it can look like. My photographer, Kevin, here, he's dealt with hurricanes. He's been in dozens of storms before. This is the first hurricane that I've covered. This is the first time I'm experiencing this. What I can tell you, the power has been on and off at our hotel here. The area has been evacuated, of course. We know that the mayor of Sanibel evacuated the other day. She said, she was sorry, she didn't want to have to do it, but she encouraged other residents to do it as well. If you are home, I mean, that's why we're out here. We're the media trying to let you know what this is like. So stay inside, stay safe. We're showing you what these conditions are looking like. The wind is very, very strong. Again, we're going to head in after this because we just wanted to stay safe. But you can see the drastic difference of what we are experiencing over here near Sanibel. As you can see, we're really feeling that impact of Hurricane Ian right now. Again, we'll stay here towards Sanibel to continue updating you throughout the day. In the meantime, reporting live here in Sanibel, I'm Elise Chingari, Fox 4.
All right, Elise, thank you very much for that report. Now we don't want anything to happen to you. The winds obviously very strong in the Punta Rassa, Sanibel area. Kind of hard to imagine being on Sanibel right now as this thing moves in. So much water.
Yeah, and when you look at the radar, Trent, it's kind of breathtaking not in a positive way. It's scary for those of us who love Southwest Florida so much and call this home.
Yeah, all of us live here, all of us play here, all of us love this beautiful place, this beautiful community, and to see an eye of a strong Category 4, borderline Category 5 hurricane sitting off our coastline and sitting at home and just thinking about what's going to happen in the next few hours. And and just praying that everyone is taking the proper precaution as being safe. Conditions are just going to continue to deteriorate here as we go through the next few hours. I want to show you what Elise was dealing with, and we're going to go right in here towards Punta Rasa as she's sitting here right before the bridge, before you get to the causeway or to the island, for good reason. We don't want any of our crews in harm's way or to be stuck on a barrier island with a hurricane sitting so close. One of the things I've noticed here on the radar imagery here is that we are seeing the reds here on the northern side of the eye wall temporarily weaken here, and what appears to be a little bit of an opening on the southwest to western side of the eye wall, but those winds still really whipping around here with some of those heavier rain bands continuing from Marco, drifting northbound right along I-75 and Cleveland Avenue. Let me give you an idea of how far away Lise and her photographer Kevin are from the edge of that hurricane force core. So we'll draw that line from Punta Rasa, and you can see about 20 miles 2025 there from the worst of it as that storm continues to approach. So she's seeing the wind whip in from the south here, and that is just going to continue to drive more water, and it's going to fight its way around the island, going up through Blind Pass. It'll cut underneath the causeway here and begin to pile up along the Wildlife Refuge and eventually up through Pine Island and around that into the Charlotte Harbor. So this is an area that we'll watch the surge begin to increase and do so here over the next couple of hours. I believe we had some damage footage, and if our producer one more time could tell me where this was coming in from here this morning, we'll talk more about it. So this is Victoria Park. This is down in Collier County around Naples. Let's take a look at what we had here this morning. This is being sent in to us by a Fox 4 viewer, and as you safely are able to get pictures and videos here throughout the next couple of days, we'd love to see them here, but you can see those winds really begin to whip around. Again, this is Victoria Park down in Naples when those tropical storm gusts really continue to move in. Let's move up to Lee County and let's go north of the Caloosahatchee into the Cape along Pine Island. Right now, you are seeing a shot from the top of our studios at Fox 4, and that tower cam sits a couple hundred feet above our studio, and it is rocking and rolling there. As you can see, it's shaking as it looks off towards the southeast. Those rain bands continue to whip around here in southwest Florida, and inside those tropical storm force gusts just continue to increase, just pelting buildings around town. As we get into the damaging tropical storm force core here throughout the day, we'll see more of the sporadic power outages and downed trees. The radar right now, I've got zoomed in along Pine Island Road, and you can see that cell drifting off to the north. That's the most formidable rain band close to the center of circulation. We've got more of that now stretching back to the south between Cypress Lake and just on the edge of Gateway on I-75 there. This is where Colonial and MLK just south there of Topgolf. And as this line continues to move northbound, North Fort Myers, Manatee Park, and the bridges, both east and west or north and southbound, they're really getting pummeled by some heavy rain. So this is an area that we're going to continue to watch here throughout the afternoon and the evening. So far, we have been very fortunate when it comes to the tornado warnings here in town. We've had a few out in Collier County over the rules sections. Yesterday, they were confirmed. We saw video come in, and also we were able to pick up the debris signatures on the radar. For now, we're just waiting for a 9 o'clock update. We'll send it back over to Chris and Amy as the storm continues to approach the coastline. And the next couple of hours, when we're really going to start to get into the thick of Hurricane Ian.
All right, Trent, thank you very much. One of the things that we saw in that live video of Cape Coral on Pine Island Road where the Fox 4 studio is, in addition to all the wind and the shaking camera, there was water on the road, it looked like. And at times this morning we have seen, in the last 30 minutes or so, we have seen cars drive through that water. And that's not a good idea, so it's just another reason to stay inside right now. You don't know what's going to be on the roads. You don't know what's going to be in the air with the winds and the rain. It's just a dangerous place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cape Coral, if you are familiar with that area, there are pockets of roads that flood all the time. It is so dangerous to drive into that water because you don't know how deep it is. And that is going to go throughout the rest of the day today and tomorrow as we get through the storm. Let's get through it first. We also do want to show you to our north. You know, initially when we were tracking the storm over the past 2 days, all eyes were kind of set on the Tampa Bay area. Then it moved south to Venice. Now it's south to Charlotte, and Fort Myers and Bonita are going to see the biggest impacts. But we want to show you a live look. The Skyway Bridge, if you've ever driven over it, is a very high bridge. It's been closed down for some time. But even to our north, you can see how far-reaching the impacts are. The wind. Look at the surf there. This is in the Tampa Bay area, the Skyway Bridge. Unbelievable.
That's scary. You know, when the governor had his news conference a little while ago, a little more than an hour ago, he mentioned this bridge being closed. There are a few bridges that are closed in the state, especially north of Southwest Florida. Have not gotten any indications of bridges closed here in Southwest Florida, but as you can see, there's good reason why that bridge is closed right now.
Right. So Florida Highway Patrol troopers kind of walked us through what to let you know. When the winds are over 40 miles an hour, that's when the bridges are closed, and I do air quotes because they don't put barricades out in front of, let's say, Veterans Memorial Bridge going into Cape Coral and Fort Myers, or the Cape Coral Bridge, because those are going to act as missiles should we see these strong winds that we're likely going to see. They may have officers there saying, hey, don't go over the bridge, but at this point, really, you just shouldn't be out driving around anyway. Stay off the bridges, stay off the roads. It is dangerous to be out at this point. The governor and all of the EOC, Emergency Operations Center people, they are saying, you got to stay where you are. Don't even go outside, because at this point it is not safe to do so.
Yeah, and one further indication of why it's not safe, the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office just put out on Twitter that its first responders are not going out right now because it's not safe. They join emergency services in Punta Gorda, Lehigh Acres, and Cape Coral, all suspended that right now. All right, let's bring in Fox 4's Colton Chavez. He has been in and around Bonita Springs this morning for us. Colton, the last time we saw you, you were standing on a road that was submerged in a couple of inches of water. Where are you now?
Well, Chris, yeah, you saw it firsthand. The water was getting very dangerous on that part of the road. So we now made our way up Bonita Beach Road, and we're at a racetrack where, as you can see, these conditions causing this gas station to completely shut down. They've completely wrapped their gas station pumps. They're not open at this time. And I want to show you, Chris, the reason why they're closed right now. You can see the rain falling off of this building. We're standing underneath an awning right now. It has been pouring down rain with heavy wind. If Karen can show you, Karen, if we could show them the Interstate 75 sign, you can see, Chris, in the distance how crooked that sign is. That's just an indication for how how high these winds have been in this area. I spoke with Trent at the very top of the 7 o'clock hour, and he said, Colton, very soon things are really going to start to ramp up a bit, both with the wind and with the rain. Now we're seeing that in full force. Driving down Bonita Beach Road, we're starting to see more limbs from trees start to come off, and you even see a couple of cars driving through this area just down the street where I've been giving you guys our report all morning long. We were in a neighborhood next to the Imperial River, and the reason we were there is because that has been an area of flooding concern. We've talked all morning long about surge and all the potential for flooding in that area. There was water covering my shoes at that moment, and we have to make sure that we're safe. So that's why we now relocated ourselves here to the racetrack on Bonita Beach Road. And one thing, Chris, I do want to point out, and I said it earlier, is I'm kind of shocked about how many people I'm seeing on the road. All morning long, we've been telling people that now is the time to stay home. And while I was in that neighborhood, I didn't see anybody driving around. And you can see these conditions, the wind blowing through these trees, the rain falling off of this over this awning that we're standing under right now. But as I said, it's very interesting to see how many people are driving on these roads, because we are starting to see pools of water even making their way on Bonita Beach Road at this moment, Chris.
Well, Colton, quick question for you. I assume that you didn't walk to the location where you are right now, that you had to drive. So can you tell us how bad the roads are, or explain what it's like to drive right now? And again, I always kind of like to compare it to, say, the average thunderstorm that we have on a summer afternoon or evening.
Well, Chris, I'll go ahead and put this into perspective for you. Anybody who lives in Florida and has experienced those afternoon thunderstorms, you know that on the right side of the lane is usually where that water starts to pool. That's not the case of what we're seeing here on Bonita Beach Road. Such heavy rain is making to where Karen, my photographer, and I, when we were driving down, we were making splashes of water not only in the middle of the lane but even in the far left lane as well. So that gives you a little bit of an indication. And also, I'm just going to continue to point out, look at this wind right now, Chris. It's even shaking this plastic wrap right here. Very strong, but like I said, when we're comparing to an average afternoon thunderstorm, this is definitely a little heavier of a rainfall than what we've seen. Whereas if you're driving through this area, we have a 4-door SUV, and we were still feeling sort of a pushback on how much water was sitting on the road at this time, Chris.
All right, State Colton, I really feel driven to point this out right now because you see us covering the storm for you. We have crews all across Southwest Florida. You see Colton there in Bonita Beach, Elisa's in Punta Rasa. We've got crews north to south. Our crews and their safety is of the utmost importance. We are telling you to stay home, and I see some people on social media, you know, joking, oh, yeah, stay home, but, you know, you have a reporter standing out in it. Our reporters are strategically placed. They are steps away from a very secure, safe building, and the moment it is not safe for them to be outside, they will go inside. So I just want to express that and let you know that they are absolutely safe, and there will be a point when we are doing our coverage where it won't be safe for them to be outside, and they will take shelter just as you are at home.
Well, Elise and Colton, just within the last 20 minutes, we've had to pull them both back to different locations because where they were, it wasn't safe.
Yep.
So we're going to bring you the news. We're going to bring you the conditions as best we can, but we are also, most importantly, going to keep everybody safe.
So while this is a storm that is going to make landfall on the west coast of Florida, Southwest Florida is going to see the largest impacts. It's such a large storm. We are seeing impacts on the east coast as well. We want to show you guys some aerial footage from Broward County. It shows that it's heavy rains there right now. We've seen tornadoes there. There is flooding. You can see some of the water covering docks in some of the videos we've seen. Airplanes flipped. It's kind of interesting because, you know, you always focus on where the eye is going to go and where the storm is at that moment. But really, this is just such a massive storm. It has such widespread impact.
Yeah, and one of the things I was thinking about when we see this video right here is there are a lot of people in Southwest Florida who saw this storm coming, knew that the west coast of our state was going to deal with hurricane-like conditions, and the east coast was not, and so they went over to places like Miami, and then presumably they are dealing with this morning. All of these storms, potential tornadoes, as you said. There's an airport there. Look at that. My goodness, those airplanes are just thrown all over the airport right there. We've seen damage to homes, damage to cars in that area. Our sister station in that area is reporting at least 2 injuries because of these storms, and that is on the east coast of our state.
All right, I do want to give you something, a tool that if you need to call, 311-211 are good numbers to remember. They're easy to remember if you need assistance before, during, or after the storm. Most emergency crews are grounded right now across Southwest Florida. You can call 911, but you may be sent off to speak with a doctor on the phone because, again, they cannot reach you at this moment. But 511 is another. You can download fl511.com. There's an app, and the governor was saying that that is a great tool to have so that you can keep up to date with what the state has to say.
Let's get right to Cape Coral. Let's take our tower camera again. This is what it looks like at Pine Island Road in Cape Coral, right above the Fox 4 studio, and it is gray, it is rainy, and you can really see the camera shaking around, and it is something that we've seen a lot of this morning, but right now it is darker than it has been, and the camera has been shaking around like this. So we know the winds have been strong. We know there's been a lot of rain because you can see there is water all over Pine Island Road right now. So Trent, put it into perspective for us. The rain and the wind that Cape Coral is seeing right now, is that stronger? Is it less strong than we've seen in the last couple of hours?
It's getting a little stronger, Chris and Amy, as that core of Hurricane Ian continues to get a little closer to the coastline. You can still see that donut shape there in the red. That is the eye wall, the strongest part of the hurricane. A lot of people, there's misconceptions when they see the latest advisory and they see 155-mile-per-hour sustained winds, which strong Category 4, borderline Category 5. It's only in a small section here around that eye wall. It is not the entire hurricane that has those type of damaging winds. Most of what you see on the periphery are tropical storm force winds, and yes, they can knock down trees, they can cause a little damage, and of course the scattered power outages. As you get closer to the core, you get into the damaging tropical storm force winds, 58 to 73 miles per hour, and those cause a little more of the concentrated damage, but it's right here where we've got the hurricane force winds. The hurricane force winds only extend out 40 miles in both directions from the center of the storm, so you got about roughly an 80-mile core of hurricane force winds. And what we're seeing right now in the Cape, as we take a little closer look here at Lee County, is an area that is right there in one of these stronger rain bands as it's wrapping around. So we're looking at Port Charlotte down to the Cape, and what we just saw was that cell move right over our studios here on Pine Island, and now is lifting north to the county line along Burnt Store and getting ready to move over the Charlotte Harbor. All morning long, the northern rain bands have been moving from east to west. Depending upon where you live in Southwest Florida, you've seen thunderstorms and showers coming in different direction along with the winds. And as we head towards downtown Fort Myers and North Captiva, again, you can see that general flow around the storm. You've actually got a little bit of a storm surge right now on the back of Boca Grande as that water is getting pushed in on the opposite side of where the Gasparilla Lighthouse sits there. And then to the south, North Captiva, we're starting to see some of those winds come in a little farther out of the south. So as we look at the core of this hurricane, we are just a couple of hours away from this leading edge beginning to push on and continuing to increase the winds and increase the likelihood of damage. This is a very, very strong, powerful hurricane. I can't say it enough that when Lauren and I got the special advisory from the National Hurricane Center indicating this jump to 155, it was just 2 hours before that. It went from 120 to 140. That was a significant enough jump. Then they added another 15. Anytime you get 2 miles per hour away from a Category 5 storm, this is a historically strong, dangerous, and deadly storm. And we are going to be right here with you over the next couple of hours as this eye wall continues to get closer and closer to the Lee Islands, places we live, places we love. And it's going to be several hours of winds that are equal to a EF3 tornado, and that wind is going to be right here around this core. Depending upon where the center of this storm makes landfall, we'll have two separate locations we're watching, both on the northern side of the eye wall and the southern side of the eye wall. And it's that south side, that dirty side of the storm, where you get the onshore flow with the storm surge, that we're going to see the winds, the onshore storm surge, in addition to that freshwater rain, and that's likely where we're going to see one pocket of some of the most damage here in Southwest Florida. We're just a couple minutes away here from a quick update from the National Hurricane Center. 9 o'clock, we'll get a position update with wind speed, and I'm going to hand it back over to you guys, and I'm going to take a little break here, hand it over to Lauren so I can go back and look at some data as well. So for now, Chris and Amy, we are just hours away here from the closest approach of Ian.
All right, Trent, thank you very much. I want to move up to Punta Gorda right now. This is one of the areas that we are watching closely because this is where it could make landfall. Ivan Rodriguez has a report from Punta Gorda.
Your time to evacuate is coming to an end.
An urgent warning from Florida's governor, imploring residents to get to higher ground as Hurricane Ian barrels toward the state.
Hey, you're in a mandatory evacuation.
More than 2.5 million people are under evacuation orders along the southwest coast, but officials are telling all Florida residents to brace for impact.
There's also potential for flash flooding and river flooding with 10 to 20 inches across central and northeast Florida.
Ian caused a nationwide blackout after rolling through Cuba Tuesday, and thousands of utility workers are standing by across Florida to help deal with potential power outages.
We also have line workers and linemen and line women coming from 27 other states. They're positioned at 24 different locations throughout the state.
Rains from the outer bands of the hurricane are already whipping southern Florida, and at least 2 possible tornadoes caused damage Tuesday night. Schools, supermarkets, and theme parks across the state have announced closures as the window for people to board up and head out is coming to a close.
We cannot send first responders into harm's way because you decided not to leave.
Okay, so we want to take a live look right now at one of the sky cameras that we use on a typical morning here in Southwest Florida when you watch us for Fox 4 Morning News, but we are using it for hurricane coverage as well because we want to show you different areas and how the storm surge is affecting those areas. So the pink shell is one of those cameras that we have. It's on Fort Myers Beach. Tropical storm force winds there at Fort Myers Beach right now, and you know what? Maybe so strong that the camera's down right now. So we're going to work and see if we can get that up for you, but as of right now, we don't have that.
Yeah, I think we do have the camera that points to downtown Fort Myers. I believe that's what that is that we see right there. We have a camera that points to the Caloosahatchee River. It's from the Luminary Hotel in Fort Myers. Okay, instead we're going to go to I-75 in Fort Myers. This is from earlier today, I believe. It's kind of hard to tell anything, actually, because there is so much cloud cover, so much rain. It's nasty out there.
Yeah, you know, Florida Highway Patrol has 340 troopers from Southwest Florida all the way up to Tampa. They're out there. They're making sure you're not on the roadways, and that is kind of the message right now. You should be home, hopefully sheltered in place and not watching us from your car or evacuating somewhere. It's too late right now.
Yeah.
Now's the time to kind of hunker down, and as we watch the eye get closer and closer to Southwest Florida, and we're just 2 miles per hour shy of Category 5 storm force winds is what Trent and Lauren have been telling us. So we are going to hear from the governor at 10:15, so in just about an hour and 15 minutes, and he's going to give us another update on Ian.
Yeah, and we do have some things we can talk about to keep you safe. It's not just the hurricane that we're worried about. We're also concerned, as we've seen in other parts of the state, of tornadoes popping up because of this system. And I believe we can show you some tips to stay safe, to keep your family safe, no matter where you live here in Southwest Florida.
All right, so one of the things obviously you want to find in your home right now if you are sheltered at home is an interior room with no windows. Specifically, if you are going to experience a tornado that kind of spawns off from this storm, you're going to want to stay on the bottom level of your house. You don't want to go up to the second story if you have a second story. Find an interior room, no windows, close the doors, lock all the doors. It's even suggested that you shut off the air conditioning and all the fans in your house. And if you end up hearing those train sounding noises that are so characteristic of tornadoes, because you do hear it even with smaller tornadoes that we see here in Southwest Florida, then you're going to want to cover your head and protect yourself, protect your family. Everyone just needs to find a safe space. Again, no windows in that interior portion of your house.
All right, now I'm going to take you live to Fort Myers. We are tracking this area closely right now. We are working to get you exactly what this location is. This may be our downtown camera. We are pulling that up right now, and we are working to bring that to you. This is Fort Myers Beach, I assume?
Yeah, that looks like Fort Myers Beach. That's the pier, and man, you can see the surf there pushing on. Trent, obviously, it's funny because you see the before the storm comes, you see it pulled out. What do they call that? Reverse storm surge. And now we're starting to see it push back onshore. And Fort Myers Beach is one of those really vulnerable spots that we're going to be watching so closely, even though it is south of that Charlotte Harbor area and the Punta Gorda area where the eye is expected to go.
Yeah, and you can see in the foreground on the left side of your screen, I believe that is a building, the restaurant that provides this camera, and you can see how high the tide is right now, how much water is coming up to that building right here. And it's not just a storm this strong that does this kind of thing to Fort Myers Beach. We've seen other storms of lesser categories do this same kind of thing. The question now is what's going to happen next? In the next few hours, will Fort Myers Beach, will other areas take significant damage?
All right, so we want to get right over to certified meteorologist Trent Erickey, obviously, and Lauren Petrelli are tracking the storm very closely. The eye is getting closer and closer to Southwest Florida. It's only 9 in the morning. Is it still true, Trent, that we're looking at a midday landfall, if you will, because it looks on radar to the untrained eye so close to our coast already?
Yeah, the definition of a landfall from the National Hurricane Center is when the center of that eye moves over land. Long before that, we're going to see the rain bands, that damaging core of Hurricane Ian, move on shore. It's going to be hours long before we get that damaging core inland and eventually out of Southwest Florida. That camera we just saw on Fort Myers Beach there sits on top of the Pierside Grill just behind the Dairy Queen when you're walking up there to Fort Myers Beach beyond Times Square and you're looking out over the pier. Roughly you're looking off to the west-northwest just to kind of give you a vantage point. That's why when those winds come across the camera like that, they're moving from south to north as the winds are whipping around Hurricane Ian. Right now that core is sitting offshore, and to kind of address Amy's question and the timing, we'll take you in a little closer here and just show you how close this storm is to making landfall somewhere here in Southwest Florida. We've got the capability here with our Doppler radar, the onset of the damaging hurricane core from Sanibel about 20 miles away. If it continues to move in a north-northeasterly fashion, you're looking at more of about a 30 to 35 mile fashion. And as far as the edge here, which will be the eastern periphery, it's more of about a 40-mile distance to get up to the coastline of Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, and southbound. So with the storm moving northeast at 10, you do the basic math, and we're looking at about 3 to 4 hours. So right now, 9:07, you got 10, 11, 12, 1. It's between noon and 2. Well, we'll start to see those hurricane force winds moving on shore. Then we get inside of the eye, the calm of the storm. You hear a lot of stories about people being able to go outside and hurricanes, look up and see blue skies. This is a very large eye of Hurricane Ian as it moves on shore, and that will happen for folks in Southwest Florida. But then on the backside, we get additional rough weather because we have two sides of the eye wall to go through, and you can see that eye wall right here. Perhaps some of the strongest showers and thunderstorms are on the south and southwestern side of Hurricane Ian as it gets a little closer to the coastline. We've still got this tornado watch box in place. This goes until 5 o'clock. We've been pretty fortunate here for a majority of the morning. We've only had 1 or 2 tornado warnings here for parts of Hendry County over the rural sections of Southwest Florida. Now, one of the more formidable rain bands we've been watching all morning long is finally starting to pull away from I-75 and Tamiami Trail. For hours, it was coming down in a hurry, and we had tropical storm force gusts there, some of those being reported over 60 miles per hour. And you can see that band, again, it was sitting there between Marco, Bonita Springs, and Estero, and that progression off towards the east shows the fact that the storm is getting closer and closer to the coastline, and now we're looking at areas such as Lehigh Acres and Gateway, also Everglades City there to the south along Tamiami Trail. Some very intense rain bands are beginning to move there towards I-75 between State Road 29. These will cross right over the Panther Preserve, and as we move on off over to the north, I want to show you some of these areas now that are newly getting into some of the stronger parts of the rain band. This is areas along 82. This is just into the county line with Lee. And as we slide the radar northbound, you can see Miramar Lakes. We're now moving north of RSW. And right there, you can see Gateway getting ready to pick up some pretty good downpours. This will continue to move up towards Buckingham, crossing the Caloosahatchee, and just south there at Babcock Ranch before it whips back around near the Civic Center there at Bayshore and 31. So we're going to continue to update you here on the radar throughout the hour. That new update should be into the computers. And before I toss it back to you guys, I just want to check the winds and the position. Not expecting any huge changes here. We're letting the graphics load 155 miles per hour still. So again, I'm going to hand things over to Lauren here. We're going to get our data back together. And for now, Amy, did you have a question?
Well, I'm just looking at information from the National Hurricane Center, which I'm sure you guys are just getting to, that they upped the storm surge amount expected on the Southwest Florida coastline from Englewood to Bonita Beach to 12 to 18 feet.
Yeah. That was an update that we got earlier with the special advisory. Did they update the bottom number?
No, so this is now the 9 o'clock.
The 9 o'clock?
16, now it's up to 18.
Now it's up to 18. So there was an increase by 2 feet. What we noticed was earlier today, the wording from the National Hurricane Center said catastrophic. And Lauren, I know you're working through the data. What you were saying was?
Yeah, so right now they are calling it life-threatening storm surge.
life-threatening. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've got you here, Lauren. We're still having some issues here with the microphone, but we're looking at up to 18 feet, and it was life-threatening storm surge is what they're calling it now. That was an update here at 9 o'clock. Again, I'm going to send it back over to you, Chris and Amy. Go look at the data. I'm going to send Lauren in if we can get that microphone issue fixed. And this storm is just hours away, again, from that outer eye wall, some of the more damaging hurricane force winds beginning to push on shore as it moves northeast. We'll watch for any type of wobbles here, but unlike Charlie, which had a very small eye and damaging area of winds, this one is going to impact a much larger area here in southwest Florida, both with the eastern side of the eye wall and the north and southern side. And with the southern side, where you can see those really bright shades of red, that's where you get the onshore flow. That's your strongest storm surge. So this is going to be a storm that a lot of folks are going to talk about here today, and I'm sure discussing. Looks a lot like Charlie with the path, but just to give you an idea, again, those hurricane force winds of Ian are 3 times larger than Charlie.
Real quick, Trent, I'm getting a lot of people on social media asking, what time is landfall? What time is landfall? Not to be flippant, but it doesn't really matter what time landfall is, right? Because that is technically, like you told us earlier, when the center of the eye reaches land. There's going to be major weather before that. There's going to be major weather after that. So I think everyone kind of just needs to get that out of their head. This is going to be an all-day event.
Yeah, I think a lot of folks are already thinking about getting antsy inside a house that may be shuttered up or when things are going to return to normal. Amy and Chris, I'm just going to be blunt with you. It's going to be a while before things get back to normal here in southwest Florida. This is, as Lauren mentioned, a storm that's getting the terms life-threatening storm surge. This is one of the strongest hurricanes to hit the state. It will only be the 7th hurricane in history of the state to be Category 4 or higher once it makes landfall. I just hope that we get some kind of break here to where the storm, maybe a little interaction with the inflow around it, weakens it just a touch. But it's so close to the coastline that window, and my expertise, is closing. We have got a very strong hurricane that's going to be here. Now, as far as the timeline of those winds, again, noon to 2 o'clock, we're going to see the beginning of the really strong hurricane force winds. We'll get near the center in the eye, and then we have half the storm to go through. And just like we've ramped up with the winds here today and not yet to the peak, then we'll have to climb back down the mountaintop and get back to the winds relaxing, which is going to take at least to tomorrow morning.
I hate to make you talk even more, Trent. We really appreciate it. We know you guys are working so hard in the Weather Center. One more thing to point out, because it will be our southwest Florida area and our viewers that see this eye, right? So if you go outside during that, you might feel a calm, right? You might see blue skies, but that's so dangerous. And for the selfies and the social media, it is so not worth it. Can you just really quickly explain why and how long, if you do pass through the eye, I mean, do we know how long you would be in that clear weather?
A lot of hurricanes, the eye's a lot smaller than this, so you don't have much time at all. It's kind of a brief pop out, look up, get back into safety. We'll have some time for some folks in southwest Florida to be able to do that. Now, the issue is, right, if you're in a house that's all boarded up and has the shutters, you know which way is out. You just want to make sure that you get out there if you want to observe it, take in something that a lot of people don't see in their lifetime. You got to get back in quick, because the mistake a lot of folks make, they think, storm's over, that's it. But again, you have the entire backside of the eye wall, which can be just as bad and strong as the front side. So once you're in the eye, if you're in one of those communities later on, depending upon the wobble off to the northeast here today, just know that that's your halfway point. And then you have the second half to go through. So this is a large storm, again, an 80-mile wide area of hurricane force winds, with some of those around the core registering at 155 miles per hour sustained. And I haven't mentioned here in a while, the gusts are estimated to be over 200 miles per hour. A lot of folks are more familiar with tornadoes. Maybe you've moved here in the last couple of years. The wind speed with this hurricane are equivalent to an EF3 tornado. And instead of it being a tornado that moves through in a matter of minutes, this is going to be hours of sustained winds of hurricane force up to 155.
A lot of frightening information, a frightening prediction. Trent, thank you so much for all the work you're doing. Again, we don't want to scare people, but we do want you to know what's happening outside your door and what will be happening outside your door. We also want you to know that we're going to be with you every step of the way. We will let you know what's happening, and we will show you as much as we can.
Yeah, and we don't lightly use that word, nor does the National Hurricane Center, life-threatening. When we are looking at these projections of storm surge, yes, they are projections. Maybe they won't get to 18 feet in some areas, but nonetheless, this is going to be devastating for Southwest Florida. As you know, the place where I grew up, I feel a pit in my stomach today just watching this, because covering these for 2 decades now, I don't know that we've quite seen something like this.
I don't think so. This is historic, unfortunately, and we all have families at home right now. This is difficult. We know that you have families at home too in other places. Some of you are watching us online and you're worried about your loved ones, and this is going to be a difficult time. It's going to be a day that we won't forget. Hopefully everything will work out, but again, we want you to be able to count on us for the correct information as it's happening, and part of that is our extensive team of live reporters staying in safe spaces but showing you the conditions. Let's bring in Fox 4's John Barron. He is live in Punta Gorda. And John, I know you have seen a lot of wind and rain today. How are things looking where you are right now?
Yeah, so Chris, it's really kind of up and down mostly for the day. Today, right now, obviously we've seen a lot of rain, and right now at this point in time, it's starting to trickle down. But the wind is starting to pick up in just small bursts as we continue on through the day. But that's going to obviously change as the hurricane starts to make its way to landfall. Right now at this point in time, we continue to see quite an active King Highway here, as actually people are all making their way out here and just trying to either possibly get last-minute things, which honestly you probably shouldn't be doing at this point in time, or they're trying to make their way to their shelter-in-place, which we're hoping will be the case. Now, what we've seen a lot of actually today, FDOT made their way up here and actually spoke with me here at the Circle K, is that they were saying, yeah, we're out here, we're closing up some of these highways, and then we're gone. That's what they did. So somebody else that we actually spoke with as well came right here and had a handheld map talking about some of the roadways and trying to find a way to get out of here and get all the way to Orlando. And unfortunately, I was telling them that time is probably gone. Okay, at this point in time, they've closed those highways and they've already done so. And so what they're already trying to do is, some people who are trying to evacuate, it's a little too late for that now. Now you've got to stay in, you got to shelter in place and put the shutters up, and hopefully right at this point in time, just ride it out and just be able to make, just have everything that you have in the house, bring that to center, and make sure you guys are in an area without windows, because as this hurricane starts to make its way, it's going to get very serious. Something else we've been seeing as well, people trying to get last-minute items at the Circle K as well came up, and we're trying to get some snacks. They're closed. Same with gas as well. And unfortunately, if you're running low on gas, it's a little too late as well, because if you're trying to do so, right here is what we're looking at. You're going to get a lot of zip ties and hold together. That's what you're going to have at a lot of these gas stations. Nobody's here right now. Everybody's back at home and trying to just weather out the storm. And the same out there as well. And most of these businesses that we've seen have boarded up their windows. Others who have not, mostly like this Kmart, have bagged over some of their electronics inside, just hoping that maybe they can minimize the amount of damage that they're going to have. They just have windows out there, bare and all, but what they're trying to do is really just try to really minimize how much damage that they can possibly see with this storm as it continues to make its way in here. And we've had quite a bit of activity at this Circle K in the last hour, and really a lot of people just wondering, okay, like, what can we do at this point in time? I told them, unfortunately, it looks like just go home and just weather the storm and, have your family there and just be safe as much as possible, because the time to pack up and leave is gone. Hitting the highway is no longer an option. Most of those highways are closed, like FDOT had just told me, and they're even going to be done. They told me that they're gone here in the next hour, and they're just going to go home as soon as they're done closing up all the highways. So all those main roads, most of them are going to continue to be closed. So if you're looking for a way out, unfortunately, that time is gone. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio here in Charlotte County. John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, John. John, you bring up a good point there. No stores are open right now. They are all going to be closed, so it's not even worth trying to get out. In fact, first responders are not going out right now. We can tell you emergency services are suspended in places like Punta Gorda, Lehigh Acres, and Cape Coral. First responders are not going out onto the roads right now in Charlotte County or Collier County, and we had a chance to speak with somebody from Collier County about the conditions that we've seen overnight and into this morning.
We had about 5 tornado warnings last night. A lot of notifications went out directly from the National Hurricane Center and from the National Weather Service These tornadic activity events are still likely to continue as these bands come across Collier County.
All right, so, that said, remember, just find an interior room of your house should you hear those winds and you need to find shelter. We do want to show you some video. Again, we have crews all across Southwest Florida, but we're welcoming you, if you can do it in a safe way, maybe outside your window, to share video with us. You can email it to us, tweet us, send it to social media, and we will share it with everyone at home. This is from Pine Manor. I want to show it to you. If you're not familiar where that is, it's in the Fort Myers area, and that is at Summerlin. Near Summerlin Road. We're trying to pull up that video for you right now. Sorry, we're all over the place. Okay, so here's the video. This is from a viewer in Pine Manor. And look already. So again, this is off Summerlin Road, just north of, College Parkway there in Fort Myers. And already you can see some of the streets and the weirs flooding. And we're not even close to,
the worst of
it, really. Not to mince words.
Yeah, so the winds are going to be higher, the rain is going to be heavier, and there is the potential for the storm surge. That is the big threat right now. We heard John in his report talk about, it was bad earlier today, not so bad where he is right now, and we are seeing that time and time again, and we will be seeing it, Lauren, I guess for the next 24 plus hours, these waves where it's really bad for a while and then it eases up a little bit. And I know you are tracking the radar right now. Where is it worst and where are people getting a break right now?
Chris, you're absolutely right. So we're taking a look at these rain bands really whipping around. In fact, I just had our Colton Chavez. He reached out to me because he's trying to move a little bit closer to the coast. Trent, while you're over there, if you don't mind reaching out to him, he had some follow-up questions for me. So he was going to be right along Bonita Beach Road. And as those rain bands are lifting to the north, you have this brief period right here of where you're going to not see the rain. But it's not going to be long-lived. As you zoom out of the map right here, you have plenty of rain bands that are going to whip right back around the system, and they're going to keep hammering the Southwest Florida coastline. So right now, if you maybe needed to get that way, Colton and Karen, now's the time to move. As we get closer to landfall time, that's where conditions are really going to deteriorate even more, and they're going to start going downhill. I do know that our producers and our anchors, you guys were asking a little bit about the rainfall totals, so let me put that into perspective for you really quickly. So if we could do the rainfall totals over the past 24 hours, because we started to see those most outer bands from Ian. That was going to start yesterday. Last time I checked, isolated areas, it was going to be near Port of the Islands, was seeing between 7 and 8 inches of rain. It was the same closer to Immokalee, about 6 to 7 inches of rain. It wasn't all too impressive through the Cape Coral, Fort Myers area. That's because they had only seen, last time I checked, that was about 3 inches of rain. Before we do a new check of all of the rainfall, I'm being told that we have a live look at the Luminary Hotel camera. Let's take it right here. We show you this live look every single morning. It's usually absolutely gorgeous. Right now, it looks like I have just a gray sheet right in front of you, and that is because that area is dealing with heavy rain bands that are just being dumped across Fort Myers and Cape Coral. This view right here, it sits right on top of the Luminary Hotel in the North Fort Myers area, and it looks into North Fort Myers. It looks into Cape Coral. Because the rain is so heavy right now, you can't even tell what you're looking at. Typically, you could see the bridge right there. We had Elise Changari. She was going to be in the Punta Rasa area. She saw such heavy rainfall and gusty conditions, and people were still trying to drive over the bridge. I can't see any lights right here, and I hope that is not the case. I've been texting some loved ones here, been talking to people here who are also trying to get in contact with their loved ones. I've been telling them all the same message. Now is not the time to get on the roadways. If you haven't left yet, we're starting to see those conditions go downhill. It's time to stay inside. All right, let's get back to the 24-hour rainfall totals. So let's take a look at the updated numbers. Isolated areas near Port of the Islands still seeing just under 8 inches of rain. The biggest difference I can see right now going to be in Naples. Before, they were not seeing anything like this. They're seeing about 6.5 inches of rain over the past 24 hours. We'll take a look over here in Immokalee. So this a bit different here as well. 6 inches of rain. Some areas seeing maybe about half an inch or more right there. And right where we just gave you that over the past 24 hours. So again, the rainfall is just one of many of the storms.
Apologize, Lauren having an issue with her microphone, so we will get that fixed for her right away.
Probably just needs some batteries. Obviously, we're on with you for the long haul, so she'll change her batteries out, and then we'll get back to her so she can show you the rainfall totals and the radar.
Yeah, so let's set the stage so you know, in addition to what all is going on with the weather, what's going on in Southwest Florida. According to Lee County, about 3,800 people right now are in county shelters. They are saying that if you have an emergency, it is possible that if you call 911 for help, that first responders will not be able to get to you. That is a possibility because of how high the winds are. If they can't get to you, there is an option that you can have a doctor call you back if you're having a medical condition, and you can get some counseling that way. But several agencies across Southwest Florida are not responding to emergencies right now. They include Punta Gorda, Lehigh Acres, and Cape Coral, and first responders in Charlotte and Collier counties are also not responding, at least for the time being, until those winds die down.
Right, and you know, power outages are in the over 10,000 at this point in portions of Lee County. Marco Island, we know there are large outages. We expect much, much more throughout the day. One thing that LCEC and FPL have put out is that you do not need to call them. I guess they're getting inundated with phone calls and reports of power outages. They are well aware that the power is out. Trust me, at your house. They have live outage maps, and they are waiting until, just like those first responders, because they are first responders as well. They will be out the second they can to start repairing that and get your power back on. But for now, I mean, after strong storms that were nothing like this one, we saw power out in some areas. I mean, after Charlie and Irma, I had no power for a week at my house in Fort Myers. So you just have to be prepared for the long haul.
Right, and we've heard the governor say that 1 million or more people could lose their power. I think we have a map that we can show you of the power outages. This is LCEC, so let me bring that up on my computer as well so I can walk you through where the outages are. So right now, about 24,000 LCEC customers do not have power right now. To put that into perspective, that's about 10% of the customers. As you can see, it's highly concentrated where you would expect it to be concentrated. So Sanibel, not a lot of power there. Pine Island, not a lot of power. Bokeelia and coastal communities in Cape Coral. Also going down to Marco Island, a number of customers without power as well. So that's LCEC. Now let's bring up the information on from Florida Power and Light. Let's start in Charlotte County. I'm looking at the map right here. About 4,000 customers without power right now in Charlotte County. In Lee County, that number is about 4,400. So not a lot yet at FPL. In Collier County, in Collier County, it is a lot larger, 21,000 customers without power right now. To put that into perspective, that's about 10% of the customers in Collier County as well.
All right, so we want to, obviously, while our first responders are just waiting till they can get out and help people in the response portion after the storm gets through Southwest Florida, we want to hear from Sarasota County Police because they have a message for you this morning as well. Take a listen.
So we are going to feel the effects some way, somehow, whether it's a lot of wind, rain, or a combination of both. So y'all need to be prepared out there. Please know that if the winds are at 45 miles an hour or higher, it's going to be very limited response with respect to first responders. We're going to do the best we can.
Yeah, and we heard the governor say that when he spoke to the state just a little while ago. You know, there are first responders for power. They are set up at safe locations away from where the damage is, but close enough to where they can drive to it as soon as they need to. And so they are going to be out there as soon as it's safe for them, and they know they have to work. In addition, the governor said he is requesting more. He is requesting for more equipment, rescue equipment, and other equipment from the federal government. So FEMA is hopefully going to deliver some more equipment. So in case there are any rescues that need to be made over the next 24, 36 hours, that they will have the equipment they need to do that. In fact, this shows you how much of the country is watching what's happening in Southwest Florida right now. The governor said 26 states have sent representatives down, be it power company employees or first responders, to our area to be ready just in case they're needed.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, yes, they come in the immediate aftermath after the storm, right? So providing the necessities, the food, the water, the assistance for medical needs. But you know, if you were here, maybe you weren't, maybe you just heard about it after Hurricane Charlie. FEMA, they called it FEMA City, and it was built off of I-75, basically mobile homes as far as the eye could see, because people were displaced from their homes and there were blue tarps. And, you know, so that is something they're going to have to assess and see what the damage is here in Southwest Florida and then take it from there. But the message from the state and from the federal government is they are here, they are ready to go, they are ready to be deployed and help in whatever way they need to do that.
Yeah, I heard the governor say that as good as the response was for Irma, they felt the state did, that they had a great response to Irma. They have even more people on standby right now, more equipment ready to go. So hopefully, if there are problems, they will be taken care of soon.
Right. So what's next, you might be asking yourself. Again, as Trent and Lauren have been telling us all morning long, we are in this for the long haul today. This is going to be an all-day weather event, so you just need to be prepared for that. We could even see weather overnight tonight into Thursday morning. Yeah. The governor is going to address Florida and let us know more about the state's response. We are expecting to hear from him in about 45 minutes at 10:15, and of course we will bring that to you live. But in the meantime, we, as long as it is safe, have crews out, and they are going to be bringing us live reports from across Southwest Florida. We want to go to our Colton Chavez now. Colton was last check in Bonita Springs along the Imperial River.
He's Bonita Beach Road right now, so one of the biggest roads in that part of Southwest Florida. We're seeing a lot of traffic the last time we went live to him, so I'm interested to see what's going on there now and how the conditions are right now in Bonita Springs.
Well, Chris, that's exactly right. We were talking earlier. We were just up the road at the gas station, and I was mentioning how many vehicles we're seeing. This wasn't here 10 minutes ago when we were driving down Bonita Beach Road. You can see right now a vehicle has crashed into that car. It looks like someone's checking to see if anyone's inside. We had already done that. There was nobody inside, but there was somebody who had passed by Chris and Amy. And I said, hey, did you see any of this happen? And he said, no, I didn't see it happen, but I did see the people who were in the vehicle get out and get picked up by somebody. So not sure what the injuries are, what the extent is, but this points to what we've been telling people and what county officials, city and state officials have been saying, and that's to stay off the roads if you can. That's why I'm standing here and not on that sidewalk, because if my photographer Karen Deerdorf can show you, do you see those palms floating down the street? That's forcing cars to now dip and dodge and make their way around. And the other thing you don't want to do is you have these two cars now standing in the parked in the middle of the lane, possibly causing another traffic situation if they don't get a move on. Thankfully, it looks like they're starting to make their way down. But again, I was talking about the conditions with Chris and Amy when we were driving on Bonita Beach Road, and I was saying that along with the amount of water that's on the road at this time, these palms and these parts of these limbs are also flying off of these trees and creating dangerous situations for anyone that could be driving down this road at this time. Again, if you're just joining in and you're seeing this for the first time, the person or people that were involved in this accident are no longer in the vehicle. Somebody who was passing by told me they did not see the accident, but they did see the people who were involved get out of the vehicle and get picked up by another vehicle. This happened within the last 30 minutes. We were on Bonita Beach Road, which is what you're looking at right now, traveling down to the racetrack, and this vehicle wasn't here 30 minutes ago. And as we were trying to make our way now back down to Bonita Beach, me and my photographer, Karen Deerdorf, we came across this vehicle, and I thought it'd be a good time right now to remind people that we are asking, along with city and county officials, that you stay here and you stay home and you try to avoid being on the road, because along with flood conditions, you can also see that accidents can happen. I mean, this vehicle looks pretty damaged at this point. And we haven't seen any emergency officials, Chris and Amy, either, and that's one thing we heard from city and county, is that right now they're not able to get out here and take care of situations like this. So whether or not they show up, I haven't been able to contact law enforcement to get that answer, and I will do so once I get off air with you guys.
We'll let you go and do that. Really bad accident there. That car is in bad shape. But again, Colton said he went over there to see if there was anybody injured or anything like that. And it appears nobody is in the car right now. So hopefully that means somebody, whoever was in that car, was able to walk away.
Yeah, and if you did get in an accident and you were seriously hurt, emergency crews can't come to you right now, so please just stay home. The other thing Colton touched on, and we want to touch on by showing you some video from I-75, mile marker 155 in Charlotte County. Water is beginning to pond there. We're seeing that in areas across Southwest Florida. In fact, on social media, you can see people start talking about the water taking over portions of the streets in downtown Fort Myers over the next hour or two, that it's slowly creeping up that way. Ponding is dangerous for multiple reasons. Chris and I have covered these storms for many years, and every single time we cover a storm, we see this happen where someone thinks, oh, you know what, this is only 6 inches deep. This is only a foot deep. My car can make it through. And the next thing you know, we have all those weirs and those, culverts in Southwest Florida, and your car goes into a ditch. It is so dangerous.
Right, and as Colton says, we're starting to see debris from trees on the roads as well. And if it's falling and you don't see that until the last minute, you kind of turn to try to avoid it, and then you don't know what's going to happen because these roads are so slick. And well, as we're speaking, somebody just goes speeding down the highway there, and did you see all the water that popped up from those tires? It's not a safe situation to be in right now because of the water on those roads, and you just never know, even when it's daylight, like right now, you never really know how deep that water is and what kind of danger it is.
Right, and if you're looking at this and you might be thinking to yourself, oh, that's not that bad. I think the key here is we are not really in the thick of it just yet. And Lauren, I hate to keep bringing up the storm surge and having you explain it over and over again, but that seems to be the question that we're getting the most on social media, email, texts and whatnot is, talk a little bit about this storm surge and how it comes in. It's not something that in the snap of a finger, 5, 10, 15, whatever many feet of storm surge an area experiences. This is something that happens over time, but it's going to be something that we see happen in the daylight hours, correct, today, before you would perhaps go to bed tonight. It's not something you have to worry about water creeping into your home overnight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want you to ever apologize for asking about the storm surge, especially because that's probably one of the biggest threats that we're looking at right now. So just to touch on a couple of different things, coming up at the 9 o'clock advisory that we just got from the National Hurricane Center, they upped the threat of storm surge. Before, the max was 16 feet. It is now up to 18 feet of storm surge potential is what we're looking at, especially up and down the coast. There are certain spots that will see the storm surge, certain spots that are less likely to do it, and that is because of one thing. It's because of the way the wind is going to be pushing the water onshore. So right now you have the center of Ian right here, those winds coming out of the southwest. So right now the area is probably seeing the storm surge going to be portions of Marco Island all the way up to Naples, and then continuing as you get up to Bonita Beach, which is where we have Colton Chavez. He's out in the Bonita Springs area. Then you're going to have the wind in the opposite direction. So that's going to be circling in the opposite direction. You're going to see the receding water. I do believe we had a live look out at Venice Beach where you can see the wind wrapping around in the opposite direction and pushing the water out into the Gulf. So you have kind of the opposite effect there. I don't know if we can get a live look at that Venice area, but as soon as we get it up, of course, we will let you know. Amy brought up another really good point is when is this going to happen and when can it resolve itself? It's not an immediate process, and it's also not going to be an immediate process when the water goes back to the way it was. That's going to be a very slow process as well. So as this storm continues to push upshore, you're going to see that storm surge slowly push in as it gets back onto land, and we start to see hopefully this thing really weaken. That's when the storm surge eventually is going to lessen, but it's going to take time. The same way that we see those rising floodwaters, and it takes time for those to slowly recede, storm surge is going to kind of have almost the same effect. Just a couple of different things to keep in mind, especially if you are hunkered down at home right now. I know they're working really hard to get that live look over at the Venice area about those receding waters. I do want to go over those storm surge numbers with you really quickly, as those did change recently up to 18 feet. So if I can pull up our storm surge potential map, I can go through with you neighborhood by neighborhood. This is a tool that Trent and I have been using for the past couple of days. So through the Port Charlotte area, it looks like they possibly extended the red. Let me move out of the way just a little bit so you can see this right here. Down US 41, it looks like you're going to see 9+ feet of storm surge through here. It looks like this pretty much stayed the same right along Harbor View Road. And as you get closer to Rotunda, the yellow representing 3 to 6 feet of potential storm surge. As we slide down the coast right here, so it looks like Cape Coral, you're seeing a huge difference when it comes to your storm surge potential, and that is going to be because they upgraded all of the data at 9 o'clock. So last time I checked this map, for example, right along Pine Island Road, we only had some of this area highlighted in blue, representing 1 to 3 feet of potential storm surge. Now all of this is in yellow. This is in orange right here, right along Pine Island. So this is going to be 6 to 9 feet possibly, and then continuing to the red all the way down through Southern Cape. So taking a look outside, you can kind of see the effects of storm surge in one direction and also in the opposite direction. So remember what I said, some areas are going to see that storm surge because the winds are pushing onshore, and then in the opposite direction over at Venice, it's going to recede because the wind is in the opposite direction, pushing the wind offshore. So this is just an idea over at the Venice Pier that you can kind of see what's happening when it comes to those Gulf waters. If we could get back to the storm surge potential map, because this is new numbers, these are new numbers and they're recently updated, so I want to go through this with you as quickly as possible so that people can really understand the threat that they are facing as we continue to see changes with these rising waters. So that was an update on the Cape Coral area. As we move a little bit further to the south, that threat for storm surge continues. It's going to be through the Cypress Lake area, down US 41. I mean, this area right here, you're still looking at 9+ feet of storm surge, and then continuing even east of US 41. You see the blue right here, almost touching I-75. You're going to be looking still at 1 to 3 feet of potential storm surge. Now, the reason why Cape Coral is probably one of the areas that keeps changing every time we check in with this map is because storm surge, as I've said before, is very opportunistic. You have so many canals over in Cape Coral that it allows a very narrow pathway for the waters to rush through the Gulf and to push into all of those canalways. You also have the Caloosahatchee, which means you're going to start to see the same effect all the way up to the North Fort Myers Shores area, all the way up through where it is closer to Olga and even through Alva. You're really going to notice a difference when it comes to the waters over in the Caloosahatchee. I want to continue to move south. You can see Fort Myers Beach. What a difference in 24 hours. Fort Myers Beach, all of Estero Island, really highlighted in that red. Here's another really big difference that I'm noticing right here. Bonita Springs, this area here was only blue and yellow, representing storm surge up to 6 feet. We're seeing a lot more red here crossing over US 41 and Bonita Beach Road. So our crews that are out in the Bonita Springs area, this is something that they're going to have to really worry about, something we're going to have to get in contact with them about as well. Let's keep going through this all the way down to the south, US 41 through Lely Resort, even Naples. You're going to still see that red right there, which is up to 9 feet plus of the storm surge. And as you get closer to Alligator Alley, that potential still continues. And Marco Island, when I woke up this morning, it was not even really highlighted in the orange. Only certain areas had the potential to see 6 to 9 feet. Now we're looking at levels even higher than that. So we're going to continue to keep our eye on this. About every other advisory, it seems like they update this map, Chris and Amy, and I hope that this is very much the last update that we have to get, because I cannot imagine them upgrading it past 18 feet. That is just so hard for me to even fathom.
At those maps, Lauren, and seeing how much of the city of Cape Coral was in red there, it was virtually half of the city, it seemed like, and almost all of it was in either red or orange. But again, that red was 9 feet or more of storm surge.
Yeah, it kind of takes your breath away as we are dealing with this. One other thing, Lauren, that I want to ask you about real quick. The Florida Division of Emergency Management just a few minutes ago put out this warning: stop. Do not walk out into receding water. in Charlotte Harbor. The water will return through storm surge and poses a life-threatening risk. Now, I think a lot of people, especially if you've never dealt with a hurricane before, as those winds are kind of pulling the water off the shore, you might not realize it's coming back. So can you just explain that real quick for our friends at home who may not be familiar with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Every time we have these tropical systems move through and we see this flooding, it's so early that we see people trying to go out and walk around, but you never know what's underneath the water. Not to mention, when it comes to your car, it only takes 6 inches of water to start moving your car. So these are all things that you have to be very, cognizant about as we move through, not today, but also through your Thursday and your Friday. So the reason why we're going to see that water change over the next 24 hours is because of the wind direction. So storm surge is always going to be worse on the right side of the storm. That is because you have the wind coming out of the southwest. So some of the areas, again, picking up on storm surge right now, going to be through the Marco Island area all the way up to Naples, even portions of Bonita Beach. But right here where you start to have the wind in the opposite direction, all the way up from about Fort Myers through Port Charlotte, even up to Venice, which is where we just gave you those pictures of, you're going to see the water rushing out to the Gulf in the opposite direction. But as this system moves, the wind direction is also going to move, which means you're going to see the water fluctuate. So again, safety first, everyone. We're going to contact our crews, and just the same way that we, would warn our crews and we want to care for them, we're doing the same for you.
Not to put you on the spot, but Brenda Walker has a very specific question for you that I want to see if you can answer. Obviously, I don't think you'll be able to pinpoint it, but she was asking, she's watching us right now from Lakeport, which is on Lake Okeechobee, and she wants to know what to expect inland, because obviously we're talking about the coast right now. It's expected to decrease in strength, but what can they expect along the lake there?
And Amy, just refresh me, Lakeport, that would be, is that Hendry County?
I'm not sure which county it is. I'll have to look that up. I'm not sure if it's Hendry or Glades, but it's right there along the western portion of Lake Okeechobee, yeah.
So you want to know, we're just going to go over Hendry and Glades County just in case. So we do have kind of the impact graphic that you can go through in both of the, it is Glades.
Glades, okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Chris. So this is kind of what Glades can face as we go now through at least Thursday morning. Again, these numbers have updated every time we do get an advisory from the National Hurricane Center. So even though this is the threat right now, it can change as we go through the rest of today, so make sure you keep tuning in with us. For example, Glades County is looking at rainfall totals between 3 and 6 inches. Isolated areas are going to see almost 8 inches or possibly more. The wind speeds, though, that's really what I'm concerned about for Glades County especially. The flooding as you get closer to Lake Okeechobee, absolutely, but as you go through maybe closer to the coastal areas, if you get closer to the coast, your wind speed's absolutely going to increase. You're going to see the wind anywhere between 30 and 40 miles per hour, but gusts are up to 60 miles per hour. Now, Glades County is far enough inland that storm surge not going to be a threat for you, but remember, storm surge and flooding are two different things. So even though you're not going to see that coastal flooding like storm surge, because of all of the rainfall and also any flooding along Lake O, you still have that threat of flooding. And that goes back to what we were saying, Chris and Amy. In the aftermath of all of this, as we wait for the waters to recede, you still have to be very careful. You never know what's underneath the water.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you for that, Lauren. We appreciate it. Obviously, if you're at home and you have a specific question, we will do our best to get to everyone's questions. And we do our best, obviously, to cover all of Southwest Florida so you know what to expect as we are riding Hurricane Ian out with you. We are here throughout the duration of the storm and afterwards. And if you don't already have it, the Fox 4 app, if you go to the App Store, it's WFTX is a great resource because you're going to get, even after the storm, information on places that have gas and water and food and electricity. So now would be the time to download it if you haven't done so already.
Yeah, plus you can get updates as they happen on big news events. So if there's a new warning or watch, or if there's new information that you need to know, you will have it as soon as it happens. You mentioned we are all over Southwest Florida. We have reporters, we have live cameras everywhere. Let's take a live look at Cape Coral. This is the view from our tower camera, which is above our studio at Fox 4. It is on Pine Island Road. And once again, we are watching just how windy it is outside. And you can see, now this is up in the air, but that camera is moving around a lot, and those gray skies have not improved at all. That is Pine Island Road there, one of the larger roads in Cape Coral, and you can see Thankfully, not much traffic out there. We have seen some water building up on Pine Island Road, and we know that tends to happen in this stretch of Pine Island Road when we get a lot of rain. So that is expected. But once again, just seeing these images, just seeing these cameras shake, it gives you an indication of where we are now, but it's humbling when you think of where we could be headed next.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, keep the viewer video coming. If you are watching us right now and you can safely take video, share it with us on social media. You can connect with us directly on our Facebook and Twitter pages, Instagram. You can also email us. Those are all very easy to find on our website. We do want to show you some viewer video right now. This is from the Caloosahatchee. Let's see if our directors can pull it up so we can show it to you. Someone was telling me on social media earlier, oh no, storm surge only affects the Gulf and the ocean, but that's definitely not true. We are going to see the water rise in the canals in Cape Coral, the Caloosahatchee River. This is right along, it looks like roads near downtown Fort Myers. Is that First Street that we're looking at? Let me ask my producers. But you can see some of the water there already on the roadways. Regardless, this is an area we're watching water, and it's only going to continue to rise as the next few hours go on.
Right, and as you were saying, anywhere near water is going to be dangerous right now. The storm surge projections that Lauren showed us a couple of minutes ago, and it doesn't matter if it's near the Gulf, if it's near the river. Those are where the largest projections are for damage, and that's where we are going to see problems. Hopefully it'll be nothing more than this, a little bit of rain on the road, but it could be much more. I believe we have some more video that we want to show you that we have gotten from Twitter. Actually, this is a few tips. The governor says we will have power outages. We have seen that, and there are some things you can do if you have food that you need to get rid of because you lose power.
All right, so we want to update you on what's to come next. The governor obviously has been watching the storm with the Florida Emergency Management crews. They have been updating us leading up to the storm, and now they are updating us at 10:15. So just about, let's see here, 25 minutes. We do expect to hear from the governor on the latest. They have crews ready. Every possible situation you can imagine. They've got the Florida National Guard, the Florida Highway Patrol troopers, There's water and meals ready to go. So they are on standby. So we're going to be hearing from the governor and the director of Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, in just a little bit here.
Yeah, this is some video that the Fort Myers, it's viewer video that of the Fort Myers Police Headquarters. So you can see just how much rain is around there. Amy, to pick up on your point, as we wait for the governor to speak again, it'll be the first time we've heard him since 7:30 this morning. Here's what we expect. We expect to get an update on damage. Now, not so much here in Southwest Florida, but there were storms, potential tornadoes in the southeast part of the state on the Atlantic coast. So we expect to get some damage estimates and totals from there. If there were any injuries, our sister station in West Palm is reporting at least 2 injuries. So we should get updates on that. I imagine the number of people without power in the state will be significantly higher. So we should get an update on that. And of course, we've gotten from the governor's news briefings, we've gotten kind of a sneak peek the last couple of days of what the National Hurricane Center is thinking about the storm. So we will likely get updated information that we don't even have yet on what's going on with the storm.
Right. And so, again, the key message at this point is shelter in place. Please do not go out on the roadways. It is not safe to do that. You need to stay home. For example, the city of Marco Island just put out this information. And remember, Marco Island is really on the southern portion of what we're covering when it comes to what we're going to see about close to the eye. So Goodland Road right now on Marco Island is impassable. Many roads on Marco Island are flooded, according to the city of Marco Island officials. They are saying stay off the roads, shelter in place until this storm is over.
Yeah, and that is unfortunately expected. The more water we get, the more we will see flooding, and the more we will see the potential for storm surge. So unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that we expected. And speaking of rain totals, let's bring in Fox 4 meteorologists Trent Eric and Lauren Petrelli. You guys have some new numbers for us?
Yeah,
Chris, you're absolutely right. So this is just some new information coming into the weather chat while Trent kind of powers up his mic right here. I can let you guys know one of the areas where we just did a 24-hour rainfall total check, that was going to be Port of the Islands through the Lely area. They're saying they're seeing rainfall totals range already between 5 to 10 inches of rain. So that was something that we were expecting, isolated areas seeing close to a foot of rain. So it looks like we're kind of getting to that point. And a lot of people right here through some of the rain bands, Trent, they're having a brief break right here, but that doesn't mean it's going to last for long. These rain bands are going to keep wrapping around.
You know, a lot of folks here that shuttered up here before the storm. One thing when you're in a house that's shuttered, you can't see outside, and all you can hear is the noise of the rain hitting the rooftop and those metal shutters, and you always wonder what it looks like outside. That's why we continue to show you the tower cams and the radar, because you probably noticed it got a lot quieter inside your house. You're in that break that Lauren mentioned. One of those stronger rain bands we've been watching all morning long, dumping at 5 to 10 inches and likely pretty similar amounts up Cleveland Avenue and I-75. As that one pulls inland, heavy rain will be an issue along Immokalee, Felda, Harker, and eventually Clewiston and Moorhaven as that storm goes in. But our attention goes towards the coastline with the eye wall now beginning to approach the coastline. It is 9:55. We're coming up at 10 o'clock where we'll get another update here.
Governor, sorry. You guys go ahead.
All right, we are so sorry to cut you guys off, Lauren and Trent. The governor is actually speaking early. It looks like he's talking at 10 o'clock. Let's go out to him now and see what he has to say.
Fairgrounds, where we have about 19,000 restoration personnel that have started to stage linemen, tree trimmers, employees, contractors, vegetation personnel, and support staff from over 30 states. We know that the staging starts here, and then it gets deployed across the state ahead of the storm. And so you have folks, obviously that Southwest Florida area is going to be a major source of concern, but you're going to see needs for power restoration in all many parts of this state. We have bearing down on the southwest coast of Florida a really monster hurricane. This is a hurricane that is strengthened. It is Category 4 plus. It may be a Category 5 by the time it hits the Florida coast. We've been in contact all morning with a lot of the local officials in places like Charlotte and Lee County, and they understand that this is going to be a major impact. We're asked about some of the evacuations, and basically what they report to me is that we were talking to the folks in Charlotte. Most of the people in those vulnerable areas did leave. Not everybody did, and that was provided, the mandatory. Some just did not do that. So they're keeping tabs on kind of where you still have people in very vulnerable locations. But you have a Category 5 storm hit. That's going to produce an enormous amount of storm surge. It's obviously going to have very ferocious winds, and it's going to be life-threatening. And so people are taking a risk with their health, their safety, and their lives by being in the eye of that storm. Nevertheless, you do have search and rescue that are going to be poised to go to respond to people that are in difficult circumstances once the storm breaks through. Of course, safety is what we've been stressing in the preparations over these many days leading up to this storm. And you've had millions and millions of Floridians who have made preparations. Many have evacuated to higher ground and safer surroundings. And of course, you have local level officials, state as well as federal marshaling. This is an unprecedented amount of resources that have been marshaled to respond to Hurricane Ian. We did this in the run-up to Hurricane Dorian, which was expected to hit Florida as a Cat 5. Fortunately, it turned north and rode the east coast of Florida without having a direct impact. But that was a massive mobilization. This is more than that. And we understand how significant this storm is. And even when it was kind of a disorganized system far away, we saw the potential for what this could do. The power restoration and the resumption of services is something that's very important. You look at the number of people that are on the southwest coast of Florida, for example. Fortunately, most of them are not going to have their homes destroyed, but almost all of them are going to lose power, and you're going to have services that are going to be interrupted. So resuming services is a top priority. That's going to require to make sure that the bridges are safe, It's going to make sure that the roadways are clear of any debris so these guys can get in and do their work. It's also something that, given the severity of this storm, there's a difference between simply having a down power line and repairing that, which you would do on normal types of storms, and then having major structural damage to the underlying electrical infrastructure. And when you have a Category 5 storm hitting, potentially, when you have massive storm surge, that is going to interrupt, most likely, a lot of the underlying infrastructure. And so when FPL and other companies are going in, some of those tasks are going to be, you're going to have to rebuild some of this stuff. And so the folks in those affected areas should just understand that if it's as simple as simply just hooking up a few more power lines, then that's what they'll do. But in those areas that are going to have the most severe impact, it's likely going to require to have some re-engineering, to have some structural fixes, and that's going to require manpower, but it's just going to take a little bit more time. So people understand. I was able to speak to the president of FPL. They understand how significant this is. They understand how important it is to get the services back up and running. But we also understand the severity of this storm and the really, really catastrophic damage that it can inflict on the coast, on the southwest coast of Florida. You are starting to see power outages across the state, but you're going to see way, way more over the next 48 hours. I mean, you're going to have millions of people without power in this state within the next 48 hours, no question. This morning, Kevin Guthrie, our director of the Florida Department of Emergency Management, has asked for additional airlift, hoists, and high water vehicles from the Department of Defense in coordination of FEMA. The SecDef has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional resources and additional forces, and we're really thankful for the fulfillment of that request. We've got about 1,200 personnel for our Florida Department of Transportation that are on standby to perform cut and toss operations. These guys can't work if they can't get to where they're going, and so that's the top priority for the Florida Department of Transportation as well as Florida Highway Patrol to clear these roads, to make sure that the bridges are safe, and to really green light these operations to get back into these communities. In Southwest Florida, this is a lesson from Irma. They have people that they're calling leave behind teams, so that when the storm passes, their job is to clear the runways and make sure that we can resume air operations as quickly as possible. There's going to be a need to bring in things like food and water via fixed-wing aircraft, and so you want to have those runways up and running as soon as possible. Obviously, some of them could be underwater. I mean, there's going to be things that go into that, but having those folks on the ground there to do it I think is going to make a big, big difference. We have 5,000 guardsmen. We have 2,000 from other states. We've got 9 Chinooks, rotary wing aircraft that are ready to respond. Of course, Jimmy Petronas has been talking about our urban search and rescue teams. 5 of them are ready to go. And they will be in that to commence rescue operations as soon as it's safe to do so. Our Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission has placed their Special Operations Group in Broward County. That's high water vehicles, shallow draft boats, and helicopters that are ready for immediate deployment once it is safe to do so. I want to thank, we now have total throughout the state. We've got over 40,000 personnel, linemen, and associated personnel that are involved with restoration of electrical services and power services that are stationed in the state of Florida. And these are folks that are staged across the state of Florida. If you look in Southwest Florida, you're going to have movement, less likely from southeast for additional surge of resources. Of course, this staging area is going to send people all across the state. I know FPL is mindful of, yes, we're going to have a catastrophic impact in Southwest Florida, but this thing is going to, really barrel across the state. It's going to be a strong storm. I mean, it's going to weaken once it gets on shore, but you're going to end up, you could end up in Central Florida to have winds, certainly gusts that would be hurricane force. It's going to at least be a tropical storm as it barrels across. That's going to cause problems with the vegetation. It's going to cause problems with trees. The ground's already wet based on the amount of precipitation we have. That's ripe conditions for trees to fall over. That means more power lines are down. So that's going to have a cascading effect. So the most significant impacts will obviously be the landfall, but you're going to have other impacts. And so that's why you have these folks staged. That's why you have so many people, because there's going to be a lot of different places around the state of Florida where they're going to have to respond to. We now have 26 states that have sent us support right now, including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, Louisiana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. I want to thank them for their support. It's much appreciated. I've been in contact personally, but then also the Florida Department of Emergency Management. We're in contact with the local folks, particularly in Southwest Florida, about needs, and their needs have been met. Obviously, once the storm hits, there's going to be additional needs, and we stand by ready to offer the support in that regard. It's very, very important. We are going to have significant rescue operations that are going to have to be done, because you have some people, not most, but you do have some people who've chosen to hunker down in some very vulnerable areas. And so that is going to be something that I know that they're keeping a very close eye on. They're going to monitor the impacts of the storm and then monitor how those folks have been able to weather it. But we anticipate, whether it's ground, water, air, all different types of ways to go in and help people. That's going to commence immediately upon this storm hitting. Pray for people. This is a major, major storm. You never want to see any storms hit, because it creates a lot of problems. But I'll tell you, the state has done a lot of storms over the past. There's some you deal with. It's never fun. It's never fun to have damage. It's never fun to see flooding. It's never fun to see power interrupted. But you kind of deal with it, and then you move forward. There's some storms that really leave an indelible impact, and we've been working with the folks up in Northwest Florida on Hurricane Michael. That was a major storm. There are obviously people that were directly impacted. We had fatalities as a result of that storm, but then you had so many other things that have happened all the way to this day. That recovery goes on. This is going to be one of those historic storms, and it's going to really shape the communities in Southwest Florida and have a profound impact on our state. So we just ask people for their thoughts and their prayers. We know there's a lot of people that want to be helpful in a variety of ways. As this goes, we'll be calling on more and more people to pitch in a variety of different capacities. Not everyone is a skilled lineman who can go in and do that. Not everyone can operate special operations to go and rescue people, but some people can volunteer. Some people can help with folks who've been displaced, and there's going to be a need for all of that as this storm goes through and as we assess the damage that has been done. I'm thankful for what they're doing here with Florida Power and Light. This is something that when you're a major Florida-based company, this is just part of what you do with your business. And I'm happy that they've really leaned in on this and really marshaled a tremendous amount of resources to be able to offer the quickest and most effective response possible that they can do as a company. And I know there's going to be a lot of Floridians that are going to be really happy about that. This is not an easy thing. These power problems are not going to be easy, but I think they're committed to putting the manpower in place, spending the resources necessary to have as most successful conclusion as we can. So we're going to hear from some folks from FPL. We're also going to hear from Dane Eagle and Jimmy Petronas. So Jim Bush, Senior Director for External Affairs, FPL. You want to say a few things?
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. My name is Jim Bush. I'm a Director of External Affairs for Florida Power and Light. On behalf of the FPL, we want to thank Governor DeSantis for coming out to greet the men and women who have come to respond to Hurricane Ian. We have assembled a restoration workforce of more than 19,000. That includes FPL employees, contractors, and men and women from partner utilities from around the country. There are more than 30 states represented here today. We have line workers who traveled in at this site from as far as Texas and Oklahoma, Minnesota, and North Dakota. all to help Florida respond to this challenge. There have been many times that FPL employees have traveled to other states to help them when they were in need, and now they're here to return the favor, and we're very grateful for them for that. Here at the Lake City processing site, these men and women will be briefed on the restoration challenges ahead. We will share our work and processes for storm procedures so that everybody is onboarded and ready to go. They will then fan out across the state and be positioned at 37 work bases that are currently close to the areas that will be most highly impacted. And they will work around the clock until power is restored for everybody as quickly and as safely as possible. It won't be easy. We anticipate that there'll be many downed trees and debris, perhaps tornado damage, and in many areas flooded conditions throughout our service territory. But these men and women will work extended hours, 16-hour days in some pretty difficult conditions, and as I mentioned, they'll work around the clock until power is restored to the last FPL customer. Thank you, Governor DeSantis and the state, for being here and supporting us, and for the emergency declaration, and for all of the men and women who have traveled in to help us respond to this storm. Thank you.
Okay. All right, David.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor DeSantis. I just want to assure all of our customers that we are executing our plan. We have already deployed, as the governor mentioned, resources across the entire state who are ready to respond. I also want to take the opportunity to remind our customers and the general public to keep safety top of mind. FPL, we consider safety our #1 priority, and we want to ensure that our customers know that we're working around the clock to safely and quickly restore power to our customers. And I want to assure our customers that they know that we will not stop until every customer is restored. Again, thank you very much, Governor.
Okay, thanks. Dane?
Well, I want to thank Governor DeSantis for his leadership. I've spent the last few days at the Emergency Operations Center, and while this storm is unbearable to watch, I have a lot of faith in knowing the team that he's assembled that's ready to launch across the state. We've seen there in Tallahassee and here and elsewhere. I'm the Secretary of the Department of Economic Opportunity, and at DEO, we support communities, businesses, and Floridians, and this is especially true during a disaster event like a hurricane. Right now, we are hosting daily calls with our private sector partners to get real-time updates on emergency supply inventories, supply chain issues, and business closures and other critical information to give Floridians access to the latest information. We are sharing these updates in real time at www.floridadisaster.biz. That's www.floridadisaster.biz, as well as key resources and toolkits for businesses before, during, and after the storm. DEO has activated the private sector hotline at 850-815-4925. That's 850-815-4925. And inquiries may also be emailed to esf18@em.myflorida.com. That's esf18@em.myflorida.com. Also, businesses that want to assist, we want to hear from you. Let us know what your capabilities are. Partners including Walmart, Publix, and Lowe's have indicated that they are constantly bringing additional supplies into the state to restock inventory, and their teams and others are currently with our team at the Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee. We are co-locating the closures and hours of these and other businesses and retailers on our map available at DEO's webpage, floridadisaster.biz/business open close status. That's floridadisaster.biz/business open close status. Many stores have dedicated pages on their websites to find their store-specific information during Hurricane Ian, including Publix.com/status and Walmart.com/news. I've been in constant communication with Visit Florida CEO Dana Young and the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association to ensure that the state's emergency accommodations portal, expedia.com/Florida, is being updated with the latest on available listings. As the governor shared last night, we are working with FRLA and Visit Florida to get the word out to lodging establishments to relax their pet policies, and there are still available hotels and other lodging available through Tallahassee to Pensacola and in Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade. Private sector partner Uber is offering round-trip rides to and from various shelter locations listed at floridadisaster.org. Riders can enter promotional code Ian Relief, that's Ian Relief, in the app to redeem a free round trip up to $30 each way. Rides must be requested to or from any state-approved evacuation shelter in Florida. We're also in touch with U-Haul, who is offering 30 days of free storage in U-Box containers for usage in 43 Florida locations. Find information at uhaul.com/about under top stories. At DEO, we have released $1.4 million in low-income energy assistance programs, set aside emergency funding to support preparedness activities such as placing people in temporary dwellings to preserve the health and safety, as well as transportation such as gas, cars, shuttles, and buses to move individuals away from the crisis and when health and safety is endangered by loss of heating and cooling. DEO is also engaging with our Communication Action Agency network across the state to ensure that resources are being mobilized to serve our most vulnerable Floridians in the aftermath of the hurricane and impacted communities, including shelter and temporary housing, electrical repairs, debris removal, transportation, fuel, utility deposit, utility payments, utility box replacements, HVAC replacement, and to purchase generators. Now, I'm from Southwest Florida, so this is incredibly hard to watch, but as I mentioned, seeing what the governor and the teams across the state are doing gives me hope. My prayers, my thoughts are with everybody back home, and the message is the governor is organizing all this to ensure safety. Your safety is the primary point of all the work that's being done. So when the storm does pass, whether you hunker down or evacuated, if you've evacuated, please wait. Don't go rushing back home. Wait for the utility crews, wait for the first responders to clean up, and wait for the signal from your local officials to do so. We're going to help you. We've got your back. We're going to make sure that your communities rebuild, but your safety is priority at this time. Thank you to Governor DeSantis for his leadership.
Jimmy?
Thank you, Governor. Thanks, Dane. Urban search and rescue teams, 5 of which the governor has mentioned, Florida-based teams, have been stationed and pre-prepared in order to roll in as soon as it is safe. We have 5 FEMA teams that are out-of-state teams that are here to create a total complement of 600 boots on the ground, pairs of boots on the ground. That includes trauma surgeons, engineers, and also canine units, in addition to shallow water boat vehicles. These groups will enter into those neighborhoods of the affected, devastated areas. As soon as the roadways are clear, they will literally be riding right behind DOT and forestry vehicles as the roads are clear, going from door to door, neighborhood to neighborhood, administering their life-saving services based on the missions of those devastated areas. Please understand, they will make repeated visits. They will be doing welfare checks. In the following days afterwards, our office will be setting up insurance villages in those affected areas where the insurance carriers will set up. They will be taking claims. They will also be issuing emergency assistance based on the terms of your policy. I cannot urge enough. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. Do not sign anything when anybody comes to your doorstep providing any type of services on behalf of your of any services you might need. Your first call needs to be to my office at 877-MY-FLCFO, your insurance agent or your insurance carrier, to start the claims process. Also, be wary of GoFundMe scams that will emerge after this. Hurricane Ian is going to be an incredibly emotional, tragic event, and it will bring predators out that will prey on your generosity. So please consider using other forms of donation: Samaritan's Purse, Salvation Army, Red Cross. Be skeptical if anybody is putting anything out on GoFundMe, because there's no transparency there or where those dollars are going. Again, please stay safe. We will endure this together. Governor, thank you for your leadership.
It's important for people to just be reminded that when the storm passes in your area, there's a lot of hazards that happen after the storm. And more recent storms, not as strong as this, have seen more fatalities even in the aftermath of the storm than from the direct impact of the storm itself. So don't mess around with standing water. If you see any type of cord or electrical, do not go anywhere near that. That could be very, very hazardous. Don't try to drive your car in flooded streets. That is not a recipe for success. If you are using a portable generator, that exhaust has got to be outside of your home. If that exhaust is inside the home, you could get carbon monoxide poisoning, and we have had fatalities as a result of that. So just understand the impact of the storm is going to be enormous. There's obviously some people who are in harm's way by choice, having hunkered down in their areas. We're praying for them. Obviously, there's going to be rescue efforts made as soon as it's safe to do so. But once the storm hits and passes, it is going to be a very hazardous environment still. We're going to be trying to get these guys in to be able to do what they have to do, but they need to have a safe environment to work in too. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's going on, particularly down in those Southwest Florida counties. Another thing I would just say is this is a major event. It's going to be a tragic event in many ways, but it's something that we are going to dig in on. We are going to be there. We are going to stand with the people who are most affected, and we understand this is not just a 48-hour ordeal. This is going to be something that is going to be there for days and weeks and months, and unfortunately, in some circumstances, even years. But that's just what we're called upon to do. So we'll be standing there, and we will marshal the resources that we need to be able to serve the people that are most affected by this. I want to thank the men and women who are standing behind me right now. You have a job to do, you work, you put food on the table for your family, and in normal situations, most people don't think much of it. You just assume that you're entitled to have power in your home and all the different necessities and conveniences of life. In reality, there's a lot that goes into this, and it's in situations like this that we realize how significant it is, and so their efforts are going to make things a lot better for a lot of people than they otherwise would. So on behalf of the state of Florida, all the linemen, all the crew personnel, everyone involved with all of our utilities, FP&L and all of them, we just want to say thanks. Thanks for coming in from out of state. Thanks for being staged and ready to go in and restore services. Thanks so much.
All right, so that is a news conference the governor just wrapped up, giving a very stark look at what awaits our state and, quite frankly, our community over not just the next several hours, but days and weeks and possibly even months. He used the word monster storm to describe Hurricane Ian. He said it's going to have a major impact on Southwest Florida. Amy, I know one of the things that stood out to you was when he started talking about bringing in federal help for evacuations and rescues.
Yeah, this is hard to watch, being from this area, and even if you're not born and raised here, it's really hard to watch this happening to our community. We've never seen something like this before. The governor said that they have brought in multiple planes to be able to airlift people, high water vehicles to be able to get to folks who may be stuck in their homes, second stories, perhaps roofs, 600 boots on the ground when it comes to search and rescue. So this is, just kind of putting that exclamation point on the end of what Lauren and Trent have been telling us. This storm surge, yes, while it is a potential of up to 18 feet on some of our coastal areas, the potential is there. And while you may not see 18 feet, you could see 10 feet, could see 5 feet, could see 12 feet. We don't know at this point yet, but it's scary. It is scary. And regardless, the governor and the state are preparing for what he called significant rescue operations that will need to be done. And again, he's talking about Southwest Florida. He's talking about our home. This is not somewhere else right now. This is where we live, and this is about to happen. While the governor was speaking, Lee County sent out a just as stark email and press release that says, it is time to shelter in place now that Hurricane Ian is very near the Lee County coast. It is no longer safe to be on the bridges and roads. Basically, they are saying to take refuge in your home, go to the safest place of that home because the storm is almost on us. Now, we don't say all of this to scare you. We are here to walk you through this. We're going to get through this together. The point that we really need to make is I cannot tell you how many times I would be rich if I had money for every time someone told me this week, oh, I've been through a storm like this before. I've been through a storm like this before. This is different. We don't want to make light of it. We don't want to scare you. We want you to be informed and prepared. And we want to go to certified meteorologist Trent Eric and Lauren Petrelli because right now we are getting close to that point where specifically some of our barrier islands, folks who are there, this is getting real very shortly.
Yeah, it's time.
Yeah.
Right now, the hurricane hunters continue to investigate Hurricane Ian. And Chris and Amy, it is that time to take action,
Yeah.
especially for Sanibel, Captiva, North Captiva, Boca Grande, followed very shortly by Pine Island, areas along Matlacha, Bokeelia, and St. James City. If you have stayed behind and you did not heed the evacuation warnings, it is time to go to an interior room of your home, away from windows. Even if you have boarded up, this storm is so powerful at almost a Category 5 storm that we will still see damage. This is the type of storm that rips roofs off of homes. The shutters are there to protect your windows. The windows keep the wind out. The problem is this storm is so strong that the roofs could possibly get ripped off. Again, this is not to scare you. This is just the reality of what is headed your way. Sanibel, Captiva, inside. When you go, if you can still hear us on your TV, crank your TV up as loud as you can so you can still hear the message until the power goes out, because we are a half hour, give
Roughly.
or take, of hurricane force winds starting. Once they start, it's going to get loud. It's going to be a little overwhelming. And at times, it is going to get a little worse. When we see those winds, Category 4 or possibly gusting up to 200 miles per hour, you always say it, it's going to sound like a freight train, and it won't stop for a couple of hours.
And that was the point that I was about to bring up, Trent. When we do tornado warnings, they're usually within a 30-minute time period. So a lot of people at home, when we say go and shelter in place right now, don't think this is going to be quick. This is going to take a couple of hours, and depending on where you are and how this eye wall is going to cross over you, you might have to go through 2 different phases of this.
This is a very large eye you can see on this hurricane. We were talking about the hurricane force winds extending out some 80 miles. Unlike Charlie, which was a very small, compact Category 4 hurricane, the damaging core winds of Hurricane Charlie can fit inside the eye of this hurricane. When this went through an eye wall replacement cycle last night, the hurricane force winds became 3 times the size of Charlie. The tropical storm force winds grew to over 2 times the size. What that did was increase the surge dramatically here across Southwest Florida. If for some reason you again stayed in some of those locations we mentioned, Boca Grande, all the way down past Sanibel, and even along the coast here, and Punta Rassa and Fort Myers Beach, you're not too far behind. It's not the time to attempt to jump in a car and run. It's the time to secure yourself in a place in your house that is secure. Again, if you didn't shutter up, it's got to be a bathroom, an interior room, a closet, away from those windows, because with a Category 4, a strong Category 4, borderline Category 5 storm, we are going to have some issues. We're going to lose windows. Trees are going to be blown down. We were reading the description for the Saffir-Simpson scale and the exact wording. When hurricanes like this, that are the historic levels of wind, the National Hurricane Center, they don't mince words. They get right to it. They don't candy coat it. They've used catastrophic loss of life before in storms like Hurricane Katrina. That was a situation where storm surge was going to be a huge deal for Louisiana. We saw what happened in the 9th Ward there around Lake Pontchartrain. This storm is one of those worst case scenarios they talk about for Southwest Florida due to the angle coming into the coastline in combination with the size of the storm.
And Trent, we want to kind of talk about the wind speeds here, because I don't know if people are just joining us, if they realize how shy we are of a Category 5 hurricane. The last measurements we got was up to 155 miles per hour. Major hurricane at a Category 5 is 157. So we are 2 miles per hour shy of a Cat 5 right now. And I really want to stress that 2 miles, you're not really going to feel the difference.
It's the same conversation we have when we have a tropical storm moving over us, and it's like, oh, it's 5 miles per hour shy of becoming a Category 1 hurricane. It's still going to cause damage. It's still going to cause issues. We do this to categorize what we've got to deal with, and this is one of those that is the top of the categories. It's unprecedented here for Southwest Florida, again, because of the size. To give you an idea, right now, if you're watching and listening here from Sanibel, if we could pop up the weather computer one more time and see if this clear goes. Right here is the eye of the storm. Here is Sanibel. These are our barrier islands, some of our beautiful places here in Southwest Florida. It's why we love living here, but unfortunately extremely vulnerable. As the hurricane hunters have been investigating this storm, they noted in their 10 o'clock update, which is 28 minutes old now, and with a storm that's moving about 10 miles per hour off to the north-northeast, we are now starting to see those hurricane-force winds approach the islands. Already, we have seen live cameras along Fort Myers Beach that were taking snapshots around 9:40 north of Diamond Head, and the storm surge has moved up over the beach in between the buildings, showing that the surge is going to start reaching its maximum capacity here as the storm makes that closest approach.
And unfortunately, Trent, we know that there are people still on the Lee County Islands, because when we had our Elise Changari, she was out and she was giving us a live look at the Sanibel Causeway. We saw people this morning trying to drive over that causeway, and they realized it was so gusty they couldn't turn around. They couldn't get to the other side, so they had to go back to the island. So we know that there are people out there. We know that they are listening. And as Trent and I are stressing, right now is the time to take action. And remember, turn those TVs up, because we are here with you every step of the way. And as soon as you are in the clear, we will let you know.
And we are broadcasting not only on our line and streaming devices. You can take those phones with you with your backup chargers. We have radio partners here in Southwest Florida. And Lauren, I was just kind of looking ahead here a little bit, because we're talking about the action that it's time to take. We do our hurricane specials every year. We always talk about the what ifs. This isn't a what if. This is a right now situation. So next up, for areas, and if you don't mind, if you could clear that distance for me, because it's going to start getting dated here at any point. Up next, if you look at the storm and we kind of extrapolate that movement off to the north-northeast at about 10 miles per hour. Right now, if you're watching us from the Cape or areas here along Summerlin, McGregor, Punta Rasa, if you, again, have not heeded those evacuation zones and you are at your house, now is the time to collect those items if you haven't already. Flashlights, batteries, a little bit of food and water, and start to move into those rooms. If you haven't identified your quote-unquote safe room at your house, you're going to continue to do that. I'm going to step aside for just a moment and swap some microphone batteries.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Chris and Amy, while we have a brief moment, I don't know if you guys have any questions that are rolling in. I see that we have a couple of new messages coming into the National Weather Service chat, but right now there is nothing besides a couple of flood advisories that have been continued. So we're kind of just in that wait period right now for them to start feeding us some more information as we watch this eye start to move a little bit closer on shore.
Yeah, Lauren, I don't know what is more heartbreaking to look at, the radar there showing the eye just bearing down on Southwest Florida, places like Sanibel and Cape Coral, or the video we saw there, which was, I believe, Fort Myers Beach, of the waves just crashing harder than I've ever seen them on Fort Myers Beach. Is it possible to describe what people, if there are people still on Sanibel or any of the barrier islands right now, are going to experience? You talked about the high winds. From a rain or water standpoint, what will be happening over the next half hour or so?
It's going to get loud. Trent and I keep emphasizing that. It's almost going to sound like you're right next to a freight train. And not only that, the storm surge, especially along those islands, it could potentially get up to 18 feet. So not only are you dealing with the wind and the rain, that storm surge is another threat that we have been emphasizing all morning long.
And as that island continues to take pretty much a direct hit with this one, I'm actually going to take this out of here, get a little delay issues there. We are looking at a situation that is going to, like you said, pump that storm surge. And in some areas, it's going to cross the island. We've seen with past hurricanes before that the storm surge was so violent that it created new channels. We've seen that several times here between Sanibel and Captiva. And with this storm, the erosion, what it's going to do by pushing waters up into the canals here is going to be devastating to parts of Sanibel Island. Right now, getting ever so close there to the island, and this is just the first of it. We talk about how a hurricane works. You get into that first part of the eye wall, and once that begins to move in, you get to the middle, and a lot of folks think, oh, I'm done. The worst is past. You have half the storm to go. So just like we've been ramping up today, where we saw rain bands, we saw the rain increase, we saw the gusty winds be more consistent. Once we get through the middle of the eye here, excuse me, and we get on the backside of the system, that's when you see the backside of the eye wall. And sometimes with storms, especially as they start to interact with land, a lot more of that moisture can get sucked around the back. You have heavier rainfall amounts, and the winds can be just as violent on the backside. But the kicker, they come out of a different direction.
Yeah.
So at first, Sanibel is going to experience the hurricane force winds coming in out of the south. And depending upon how far northeast this storm moves, Sanibel could be in for a very rough ride, because the center, where they project a landfall with this large hurricane, let's say it goes up and it officially makes a landfall, and I'm just giving an example here. I'm not making a forecast, but based on the northeasterly movement here, let's say it makes landfall North Captiva or Boca Grande. Watch what happens to Sanibel if you extrapolate this eye wall. They're going to be in it for hours. And that is what I'm really concerned about here for several locations here in Southwest Florida. And that also goes for the northern part of the eye wall as well when it begins to parallel the coastline. Eventually, they will get out of it, but we're talking hours. This storm only moving at 10 miles per hour. It's not racing through. It's not crawling through either. But you talk about a hurricane force wind core, 80 miles across. Now, we know that's not 100% accurate. That's the best estimate from the National Hurricane Center. So let's say it's only 60. That's 6 hours in hurricane force winds, and most of that would have been spent in the eye wall here of the hurricane.
And it's just so devastating to think about. Trent, before we came right back on air, while the governor was speaking, we were taking a look at Sanibel and the places that we love on that island. For example, the hotels that we stay at when we do staycations.
Sure.
We talk about, you know, the Docks Ford's, the restaurant right there. I can't imagine what's going to be happening to those places, especially with those rushing waters in, and then the wind that is going to eventually cause damage to those areas.
Yeah, quite frequently you come across and you go straight down Periwinkle and you get down there and you've got areas like Sanibel Arms West and you have the lighthouse. Well, that water is going to just be piling in to those resorts. So wind is going to be a huge issue, especially now that we have a borderline Category 5 hurricane. But Lauren, you saw the storm inundation maps with the storm surge. 18 feet of water. We think back to Elsa last year when it moved past us in July. The views we had from the Sanibel Causeway with the water smacking underneath the causeway and moving behind the island was incredible. I can't even fathom what's going to happen here in the next hour or so.
And Elsa, a significantly weaker system than what we're dealing with right here than Ian. So you have to kind of put that into perspective that Elsa, how many months later, they're still trying to make repairs to the beach erosion that was caused in that area. Other places had to deal with wind damage as well. And then you factor in how strong Ian is. It's going to be a big difference.
And Lauren, I had to take my earpiece out, but for a moment there, I believe we had a live picture.
We did.
Was that Fort Myers Beach? Can someone confirm? I couldn't quite tell
I'm glad you brought that
what
up.
it
That
was.
pier was that Fort Myers Beach.
Okay. I wanted to see, can we pull that up full if we get a chance? I just wanted to see what way that the flow was against the coastline there, because the images we saw at about 9:40 this morning had the storm surge pushing water through.
I see they're working on it
So
right there.
that's something we're going to continue to watch. So each radar frame, which by the way we get about every 6 minutes, we watch to see where the next one's at. Are we going to see a wobble that's a little more north-northeast, east, or off to the west? But right now it appears that Sanibel here in the next half hour to an hour is about ready to take a direct hit from an eye wall of a devastating major hurricane, a Category 4 that is just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm. We were looking up some of the history here of hurricanes in Southwest Florida, and the names that jumped out on the list of storms that we have seen here, you got to talk about Donna, Andrew, Charlie. And it's a list back before they even named them. I believe it was the Great Miami Hurricane.
Yep, I have it right up here. 1910 is what it says.
Or the Great Cuba Hurricane. So it's a very short list of storms. Unfortunately, history is going to be made today in a way that we don't want to see it.
That's a point that you bring up that I was thinking right now. I was going to say those names, as a person who has been born and raised in Florida, those names really stand out to me. Those are historical storms, and Ian is going to be another one that causes historical damage to our area that we love so much. So I know I can see in that preview monitor that they're trying to get up that pier right now. But while we wait for them to get us that live look over at Fort Myers Beach, Colton, I know you're over on Bonita Beach right now, which is an area that's probably dealing with possible storm surge and also a lot of rain and wind. Can you kind of describe to us what you're dealing with right now?
Well, Lauren and Trent, I'm here listening in my ear, you guys trying to talk about what the oceans are doing. An unreal scene behind me right now on Bonita Beach. If you've ever been to the Gulf of Mexico, you know that the waves and the water never reach this far up. I mean, we're seeing white capping out there in the ocean, and I have to imagine when I'm hearing Trent and Lauren talk about storm surge, this has to be a perfect example. Look at this water making its way all the way up to this stair right here. If you haven't been to Bonita Beach before, there's a whole nother set of stairs that are supposed to be right here, but that ocean water bringing it all the way up here has almost filled it to be flush with the very last step. We got here, and Karen Deerdorf, my photographer, and I, we looked out and we said, we can't really believe our eyes. I mean, look how high, I mean, you can just see the ocean is eating this shoreline. On a normal day, people would be out on their beach chairs far out into what we're seeing right now, and now that's completely engulfed by the ocean at this moment. A light rain coming down right now, but a lot of wind definitely felt in this area, and as I said, you can almost see the ocean starting to raise up from where I'm at now, and I'd love to be able to bring Lauren and Trent back in on this conversation again if we could, because I'd like to ask them, is there actually a rise in the ocean? Because it seems from a perspective where I'm at now, it starts lower here at the shore and kind of makes its way up.
Yeah, Colton, we were all looking at our emergency alerts here in the studio, but what you're talking about there, yeah, the surge continues to roll in here in the Southwest Florida, especially there along the coastline. And as far as the alert, if you're sitting at home, you heard the same thing we just did with the civil alerts coming in, one of those new features that our electronics are so good at. And Lauren, just read what it said.
Yeah, so this is the emergency alert that all of us here just got. It says it is now time to shelter in place. It is no longer safe outside, on the bridges, or the roads. So Trent and I were a little ahead of the ball game right there. We told you about 15, maybe 20 minutes ago that now is not the time to joke around. I know I text my own family. You know, now is the time where we're about to really start to see the major impacts of this storm.
Sure, especially again here on Sanibel. Lauren, I just saw something pop up in the last couple of radar scans just south here of Sanibel. Did I bump that down? Let's pull this direction. So right there is the leading edge of those hurricane force winds. Here's Sanibel. Bowman's Beach sits right about there. You got Blind Pass when you start to turn north there towards Captiva. And look at what has happened here in the last couple of radar scans. Go ahead and hit the now button up top. And I want to show the very last scan, because one of the stronger parts of that eye wall, which whips around the center, is getting ready to approach areas there along Blind Pass. You can see the red, and it's strong enough that we have lightning embedded in this part of the eye wall. And as far as what it looks like here, the central parts of Sanibel over to the lighthouse will get clipped by the very edge. The worst of this is going to possibly start to impact, again, Blind Pass on past Bowman's Beach, where the fire department sits there, and that's the exit to the J. Dean Darling Wildlife Refuge. As the storm moves closer, the rest of Sanibel is going to be experiencing that strong eye wall here of Hurricane Ian. So we're starting to see a little more intense reflectivity on the radar showing up so close to Sanibel, and this is going to be the first community today to take a direct hit from the eye wall of this storm. So unfortunately, the time is up, and we're right here at 10:42. We were talking today about the potential for these hurricane force winds to hit parts of the Barrier Islands before noontime, with a lot more folks picking up there by 2, and we could possibly see a landfall, officially landfall right about that time. But when that happens, it's not going to be one community that's picking up the brunt of it. We're going to be watching a distinct ring. So if you'll zoom me out just a little bit, because we're going to have the north, south, and the eastern part of this eye wall. Once, let's say, the center moves over again, even if it hits Sanibel or Captiva directly and moves northeast, and right now if you extrapolate, it looks like the center of that is going to be somewhere around Sanibel, Captiva, or Boca Grande. It's going to be communities to the south here. You're going to get all that water surging in there around McGregor, and again, some of that water is going to seep its way all the way up through the 6 Mile Slough and the Caloosahatchee. So storm surge is starting to go up, and now it's time for the winds on top of that. So this is going to continue to go downhill throughout the day. Tower cameras, if we can find them, I know our production staff is hard at work trying to find those around town that we can use, and anything that we can get our eyes on to see kind of boots on the ground without putting someone in danger, we are going to look at. But again, if for some reason you're just joining us, maybe you're flipping around television stations here at 1044, now's the time. If you live in Sanibel, Captiva, Boca Grande, North Captiva, and if you didn't heed the evacuation orders, next up, Pine Island, areas around Bokeelia and St. James City, followed by Matlacha and eventually the Cape. And we're going to have to see just here to the south from Bonita Springs northbound exactly what community is going to get in this eye wall. We're going to watch every scan we can, and you can see how fast, Lauren, every 6 minutes we get one. Boom, boom, snap right there. And that's how fast these little vortices are rotating around the eye of Hurricane Ian. So this is, unfortunately, one of the most devastating, strongest storms you can have, and it is about to start to impact a larger area here across the island. Chris and Amy, I know we've kind of given you guys a little minute, or thank you. My earpieces aren't working, so you're driving the bus
It's okay,
here.
not a problem. So we're being told there is a news conference that we need to get to. Chris and Amy, do you guys have any information on that and who's there covering that?
Yeah, we're not quite there yet. We
Okay.
have a couple minutes, right? Because I don't think they've taken the podium yet. It's a Facebook Live at 10:45. The Lee County Emergency Management is updating it. Okay, so we are going to go listen.
As you all have, seen if you're paying attention, which means that, these effects they're going to be with us for a while yet. We've probably got another 15, 18 hours, maybe more, to deal with this storm. So we have taken some actions, and we have some advice we would like for you to help us disseminate to the public. So I'm going to ask Sandra Tapp-Fumine, who's our Emergency Management Director, to talk with you about that.
Okay, thank you, Roger. My name is Sandra Tapp-Fumine. I'm the Director for Public Safety and Emergency Management for Lee County. This is a life safety critical message. At this time, Lee County Emergency Management is urging Lee County residents to shelter in place immediately. It is no longer safe for you to be traveling out on the roads, and you need to shelter in place wherever that safe place is that is closest to where you are. Based on the current National Hurricane Center forecast, Hurricane Ian is predicted to hit Southwest Florida as a Category 4 or Category 5 hurricane early this afternoon, with the potential for 12 to 16 feet of storm surge above ground level along with destructive waves somewhere along the Southwest Florida coastline, and that can be anywhere from Englewood all the way down to Bonita Beach. The National Weather Service anticipates the following specific here for Lee County. Catastrophic wind damage is expected to begin in the next few hours. Structural damage to sturdy buildings with some complete roof and wall failures. Heavy rainfall will continue to spread throughout the county and will intensify, resulting in potentially life-threatening flooding. Large trees snapped or uprooted and many roads impassable from trees and debris. Destruction of mobile homes and manufactured homes. Widespread power outages and also tornadoes can be a possibility. The National Weather Service is recommending the following when sheltering in place. Take refuge in an interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level during the storm. Put as many walls between you and the outside that you can. Stay away from windows, skylights, and glass doors. In the eye of the storm, as it passes over, there will be a short period of calm. But at the other side of the eye, the wind speeds rapidly increase to hurricane force winds coming from the opposite direction. So it's very important not to go outside if we do experience the eye wall. Plan to remain inside even after the storm passes so that first responders can ensure conditions are safe. All responding agencies have stopped responses for the safety of our first responders at this time, but you can still call 911. Calls will be prioritized so that once conditions are safe enough, responses will resume. Response decisions will be made as Hurricane Ian continues to move through the area. I want to repeat, if you have an emergency, please still call 911. If you need more information, please go to our Lee County government website at www.leegov.com/storm. We have many more resources and information available at that website. Thank you.
I want to also mention, as part of this whole preparation and response effort, Commissioner Ruane and I received a call from the governor about 45 minutes ago. And Commissioner, would you like to describe that conversation?
Sure. So the governor actually, with the chief financial officer, indicated that all assets will be deployed as soon as humanly possible. Whatever we need, he'll actually provide. So it was really comforting. Really talked about just the resources that are available and the resources he wants to have. The chief financial officer said that they anticipate having insurance companies open within 72 hours of it being safe and starting to issue checks as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we'll take some questions if you have them.
You know, Roger, we're seeing on our Facebook feeds people reporting situations in their neighborhoods. Is there any one area of concern right now where we're getting calls or that you're focused on?
I think it's hard at the moment to pinpoint any of the areas. This storm is coming inland so fast that the impacts for storm surge, you know, depending on where you are along the coastline, the impact is going to be a little bit different, you know, from mile to mile. And so we are, to the extent that we can, we're watching with cameras that we have around the county to see where those areas are. But until the storm passes, it's going to be impossible to really pinpoint where the damage is. But as soon as the winds recede below 30 miles an hour, our DOT crews will be out opening the roads, clearing debris. We'll make that first pass, and if we have enough time today, we'll complete that, you know, by dark. Otherwise, if the storm doesn't pass till after dark, then we'll be out first thing in the morning. We also have search and rescue crews that are staged in Miami. There's two teams over there waiting to make their way to Lee County, and that would be 60 people. They will show up with their own resources and be self-sufficient, and they'll work with the local fire districts on the search and rescue efforts if we need them. So I think to the Commissioner's point in the conversation with the Governor, we are probably as well positioned as any county might be in the state of Florida given these conditions. And just as soon as it's humanly possible, we will be out there to respond.
Is the number and location of shelters static at this time, given the events that are about to happen? And is any change anticipated over the long term because of continued difficulty with homes and places like that?
So the question is, you know, what are the sheltering conditions right now? What's the status, and what do we anticipate happening? We have about 4,000 people in the shelters right now, and with the shelters that are open and available, we can house 40,000 people. So right now, we would not anticipate opening additional shelters. We'll just have to wait and see. We have a very good relationship with the school district and the new superintendent, and he has made sure that all of the schools that are intended to be shelters are well prepared and staffed, and between the school district and some of our own staff and the sheriff's office providing security, the shelter situation is good right now, but what will happen, you know, several days from now is impossible to predict.
So is the direction still to stay and not go to a shelter from this point forward until it's cleared, basically, as being a safe thing to do?
The wind velocities are high enough now, and there is enough of a storm surge coming on shore and working its way inland that no one should be on the road now. it is simply too dangerous. It only takes a couple of feet of water to wash a car off the road. And it is between water and the wind. We have seen some trees falling around the county, and so it is simply too dangerous to be on the road.
Would you have a time in which it might promulgate information that it would be all right for that to happen, or would be safe to do that?
Safe to go back on the road would be after the passing of the storm. People should remain sheltered in place now for the duration, which could be sometime tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so it sounds like Lee County EOC and Emergency Management. I'm sorry, here in the studio, guys, we're back on live. They have wrapped up their Facebook Live, letting you know some really key things, and that is just how intense this storm is, that you are Sanibel Island, Captiva, the Barrier Islands, Matlacha. You should be sheltering in place right now. Cape Coral, Matlacha, you could see the impacts. I mean, Trent and Lauren were saying now is the time to go find an interior room.
Yeah, so the Bowman's Beach area of Sanibel is what Trent said just a few minutes ago is the community that will first take the first hit of this. A couple of other things that stood out to me from that news conference we just saw there. Obviously, the county is warning people all over Lee County, but especially those coastal communities, that now is to make sure you're in the place where you are the most safe in your home. They're talking about catastrophic wind damage, and in some cases, buildings that have complete or partial wall failures, loss of roofs. There's also the potential for the loss of life and threatening flooding. And this is a live look at...
Yeah, we're going to go to Punta Gorda. We want to give you a live look right now. This is Kingfisher. And you can see, I don't have my glasses on, you can see the water there coming up. And that is just the first of many live pictures we're going to start seeing as we start to see this water push on.
Yeah, we are attempting those live looks.
Yeah.
As you can imagine, it's going to be hard to have a live camera in places that lose power or have other kinds of damage. We do have crews all over Southwest Florida right now. In fact, we are pulling some of those crews away from the beach, so it may be a while before we can go live to people. But Fox 4's Calvin Lewis is in Fort Myers right now. He gave us this report a short time ago.
Calvin Lewis reporting from Fort Myers, just outside the Home 2 Hotel here, and you can see just some of the conditions getting worse and worse here throughout Southwest Florida. I just want to point out some of the flooding that's happening here in the ravines. You can see just how high this water is getting. It's getting close to parallel with this parking lot. If we just pan up here, you can see the sheer force of the wind blowing some of these trees back. And the rain, it's been steady all morning long, just getting more and more powerful as this day goes on. Now, speaking on inside of the hotel, we've been speaking to some of those who have sought shelter inside, some staying a night, others staying put through Saturday. Some evacuating from portions of Cape Coral and Fort Myers Beach, and even portions of Fort Myers. Now, quite a few have mobile homes and made the decision to seek higher ground and more stable walls.
Concerned about the storm surge and the velocity of the wind, so we're going to stay here at least through Saturday, and we'll have to see what we have for a home after the storm goes through.
I wanted to make sure that we covered ourselves for any electrical outages and just to keep my dad safe. He's with me, and I want to make sure he's okay.
Now, people have even brought their pets with them, as the hotel is pet friendly, but a lot of hotels, this one included, are fully booked and not taking any more reservations. Now, we'll, of course, continue to monitor these conditions here for you on Fox 4. You can also stay up to date online at Fox 4 Now. But for now, reporting in Fort Myers, Calvin Lewis, Fox 4.
Okay, Calvin, thank you very much. I want to show you a live picture now of Kingfisher Fleet. This is their camera. This is Fisherman's Village in Punta Gorda, and we are seeing a lot of rain and water there. But first, let's bring in Trent and Lauren again because, well, There's that live shot right there. So I'm trying to get a better picture of this. I believe there is water over the sidewalk there. So what we have there are the boats docked, and I believe that is like a walking area. If you've ever been to Fisherman's Village in Punta Gorda, you know this is a beautiful area, and I believe that is a walkway there where the water has now crossed over from is crossed over onto that walkway there. It's kind of hard to tell, though, because the camera itself is wet and there are raindrops on the camera. In any case, you can tell that the wind is quite strong there.
All right, so let's go check in with Trent and Lauren right now because you guys just got the 11 o'clock advisory. What's the latest on Hurricane Ian?
Really not much of a surprise here. The only thing we were really looking at was the fact that the storm was still a Category 4.
Yeah.
We were curious to see if it was going to weaken, fingers crossed, hoping it did not. It didn't have enough time for any type of shear or land interaction to weaken this system, so we're still looking at a Category 4 with winds of 155.
And other than that, really just the chat kind of confirming what we've been saying for over a half hour now is that portions of Southwest Florida are now having to deal with that eye wall slowly pushing on shore. You and I were just taking a look at the map. This is going to include places you and I love all the way throughout the North Captiva Island.
Yeah, let's start off to the north because right here is the beginning of that eye wall. This is the location where those most damaging winds are, 155. We failed to mention here in the last couple of minutes, gusting to 200 miles per hour. And while it looks like your average thunderstorm because we have the static image of the eye wall, this is Blind Pass. You've got Bowman's Beach there, and as you move up Captiva, it's South Seas Resort, and it's right there on the edge of the most damaging winds to come on the leading edge of Hurricane Ian. Let's go ahead and put that into motion, and you can kind of get an idea of how fast that this eye wall is whipping around. And you can see those last couple of frames hit Blind Pass, pulled off back towards the northwest. So Blind Pass got a really good thumping there roughly 15, maybe even 10 minutes ago, because in a matter of 2 radar scans, it went from just windy with light rain to getting pounded, and you can see all the lightning in there. Lauren, if we could go ahead and hit one of the wide views. I know a lot of people really love to see the wide view to get an idea of where the storm's going and what those rain bands look like, but occasionally, as this storm is beginning to make landfall, we're going to go in community by community and show you what's happening because I know a lot of you are curious and just kind of wondering where the worst is at and eventually hoping for the end.
And Trent, I kind of just want to clarify, even though these communities, the Lee County Islands, are dealing with the eye wall, it doesn't make it a landfall just yet. So there's a specific definition when it comes to landfall. I don't know because you're closer to the wall than me. You have to get to that center first.
Yeah, so the way the National Hurricane Center defines a landfall, and this is where verbiage and definitions kind of get in the way of an overall message, the center of a tropical cyclone, in this case a Category 4 hurricane, moves over land. So right now we're beginning to see the eye wall, but not a technical landfall, if you will, and that will determine a couple of things. Once it does make a landfall, then we get a picture of how this donut-shaped damaging core of Hurricane Ian will impact the coastline, because we're going to have several areas impacted. To the south, where you've got the right side of circulation, and that's where you get the water piling up on the south side. You've also got the worst of the winds on that core, and in the last couple of frames, it looks like it's not quite as intense on this southeasterly side. But if you look at the overall loop over the past hour, watch how fast some of these vortices just whip their way around the eye wall, and just like that, they make a complete lap back around. So as you look here at the radar imagery, we are watching a landfalling hurricane, and just so you guys know, we are wall to wall, and we are going to assume, even though we have lost power temporarily here at our facility, we do have some backup generators, and even though you may see us look a little different at the moment due to the loss of some studio lighting, we are going to assume that you can still hear us. we're going to assume that you can still get the overall message. Right now, we are looking at a live shot here. You can see the Gulf of Mexico as it continues to churn up and continue to push that storm surge on shore. And Lauren, that's one thing I want to check the 11 o'clock advisory about here, because the storm surge values all morning long continued to go up. At one point, we were looking 12 feet of storm surge, which was bad enough.
Then
it
to
was
16 was the next
and then it
thing.
went up to 18.
Yeah.
And that's when we got that statement from the National Hurricane Center that we were now dealing with here with life-threatening storm surge. And that is going to be one thing today that we're going to see up and down the coastline. So as we take this live look here out at the Gulf of Mexico, you could just see the amount of wave action that these winds are continuing to call. Right now, we've got a radar loop up, Lauren.
Yep.
And I believe this is back from one of our backup facilities here. And you can continue to see it move on through. If we could just stay on the radar, the backup graphics here, are we able to take our in-house graphics?
I think, yeah, I was going to say, I think the people controlling it should be able to help us with that in just a moment, Trent, so we're going to get to that. So one of the things that you were just talking about, Trent, was going to be the storm surge, and that was because we are dealing with it now, but that will be a threat continuing throughout all day today.
Yeah.
That is not something that's going to just happen, and then it's going to be done. I do hear our producers and our directors giving us some direction, so really quickly, could you repeat that for me? Okay. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
And ideally, if we could, I would love to take our in-house source, and I don't even know if that's an option here at the moment. I'm not sure the switchover process there, but it appears we still have our graphics here in the studio based on our Weather One machine, whoever's hearing me. So if we can control that switchover and get our graphics back. They still hear us. Okay.
Good.
So right now, as we are looking at our radar right now here in the studio, we are watching the eye wall move on shore in Sanibel and Captiva. So as the winds are picking up, we are just like you. We're in the middle of this hurricane together. So we have lost power temporarily, waiting for some backup generators to supply us with some different equipment here. But we made sure we were prepared to get the basics, and it appears we are getting some of that power back on here.
Okay.
So hopefully we can switch back. But looking at the radar right now, Lauren, North Captiva Island continues to just get hammered on the fringe of that eye wall as it continues to move on shore. And Amy, I know you're monitoring social media, you and Chris. If you start to get messages that we become more visible again, we'll get right back to it. And go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, so before we get over to our anchors with their questions, it sounds like we do have our John Barron. He's kind of been all over the place between DeSoto and Charlotte counties today. He has an update on conditions while we get everything back up and running. John, how are things looking where you are?
Right now, very rainy and very windy. That's exactly the condition that we're looking at this point in time, and it's going to continue and intensify as the storm continues to make its way in. I want to show you guys something that we're talking about with that flooding. It could just rapidly happen at any point in time. Of course, this street, right now you're taking a look, and obviously I am just walking just a little bit in, and guys, you could just tell ankle high and a little bit farther in, it goes even higher than that. So we're talking about potential flooding all over the city, and especially here in Charlotte County, we're taking a look at that. As you can see, I'm wearing waders, so I know I'm okay, but everybody that we just saw, actually a car trying to make its way through here, very slowly coming through because it didn't see the bottom of the road trying to make its way through and hopefully getting to its destination of safety. But obviously, what we're taking a look at is a lot of shutters. As you can see right here, as you can see, they've got these shutters up. We just saw the family actually outside making sure that they were checking out the flooding that you can see all around their house at this point in time, as Travis is starting to show you how much flooding is making its way up towards their yard. And as you can tell, they're a little bit above sea level right there, but of course that's going to continue to rise and make its way up to the house as this rain continues to make its way in. It's battering us here in Southwest Florida, and that's exactly what you guys are talking about there, Trent, and we're obviously talking about how much of this is going to continue to go on. And Lauren, you were talking about everything that we're seeing so far, with this one being one that's going to continue to intensify and one we're going to remember. As you can see right now, It's making itself well known here in Southwest Florida. Going to be one that we're always going to talk about. As somebody who's only been here in Florida for a year, I can tell you that I've only been in one hurricane before, and I can tell you this already is starting to shape up to be something that is going to be remembered for all the wrong reasons. But as you can tell, all this rain starting to make its way in. And actually, as you can tell, all the way down there, almost at the beginning of the next street, you can see how much of this flooding is even making its way in some of these backyards, branching off left and right. And there's a parking lot over here as well that is also covered in water. So that's what we're going to be looking at a lot of right here, is how much of this flooding is going to continue to make its way here in Southwest Florida. And as Travis kind of showing you down there, you guys can just see the wave of rain and wind making its way back over here towards us down this main center crossroads. So we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio. So we're going to continue to be out here. We're going to continue to monitor how much of this we're seeing here in Charlotte County. For now, here in Charlotte County, John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, be safe out there, John. So we are getting some of our power back here in our studio. So we do apologize if you lost us there for a minute or if things look funny, but we are going to stick with you through the storm. There might be a few little interruptions, but we're going to do our level best to keep it on the air.
Yep, let's move forward. I believe we have some video that we're going to show you. It's from the Naples Fire Department. You saw this video,
yes,
right?
actually. So I was on Twitter. It's mind-blowing to see people are still out on the roadways, but don't go out on the roadways, and this is exactly why. They tweeted out pictures of fires from what looks like down power lines. I'm hearing from friends and family across Southwest Florida, from the north to the south, that they're hearing the loud bang. They're hearing the power essentially go out, and then their lights go out. And we are going to see a lot of that, and that is causing some fires across Southwest Florida. We've got video of that. Look at that right there, right by the Rib City. This is in Naples. People who were driving out and about saw this. It's dangerous out there right now, my friends, and obviously this was before we were seeing the most intense winds and rains that we're seeing right now on the Barrier Islands. But now is the time, if you haven't already, to find that interior room, to hunker down, to be careful.
Yeah, especially if you're in some parts of Lee County right now. Coastal Lee County is getting it pretty bad, and it's not just the power lines that they're worried about. When we heard the news conference just a few minutes ago, they said to expect trees to be down as well, and for buildings to take a lot of damage.
So our Colton Chavez is on Bonita Beach, and he said the conditions are okay for him to give us a live look right now. So we want to go to Colton and see how things are looking. Colton, can you hear us?
Yeah, Amy, I can hear you. Yeah, so we actually recently, we just talked to you on Bonita Beach. We've since gone up Bonita Beach Road, and you're now actually at the racetrack. I was speaking with Trent, Eric, and Lauren Petrelli, and they said that storm surge that I gave you guys a look at, just too dangerous for us to be on the beach. And that's just one example of how our team has come in clutch for us all day long, making sure that we are calculating our locations to give everybody that up-to-the-date information and live looks at what's happening around the community. I was here earlier, but if you're just joining us, I'll go ahead and give you guys some context of what's going on. So this is a familiar thing. If you're driving around Bonita Springs, gas stations are pretty much closing all of their pumps. They're saran wrapped. There's no access to the actual building at all. And then I don't know if the camera picked it up or not, but lights have been flickering on and off, which means, we've been experiencing power outages all morning long. And then, Amy, I just heard you and Chris talk about how we really want to keep people off the roads. Karen, if we can go ahead and show them Bonita Beach Road, you can see how the I-75 sign is already starting to make a lean into the lane, and that's because of these heavy gusts of wind that you can probably hear on the microphone right now. Earlier, when we were down on the street, we were noticing a few too many cars right now out on the road, and we even saw an accident where it appeared to be a vehicle that had swerved into the median and crashed into a car. So it really just goes back to the point that all of us have really tried to drive home, that if you're home, stay home. There's no reason for you to be out on the road. We've been watching limbs fly off of trees while we've been out here, and that's why we're staying put right here as well. But winds still persistent. The rain's not as strong as they usually are, but as you can see, the winds are getting very strong right now. That might have been one of the heaviest gusts that I've actually experienced since I was down here. So we continue to kind of make our way up and down the street. Few too many cars. So just as a reminder, I think I'm going to go ahead and give this back over to Trent and Lauren. Trent and Lauren, I imagine these winds can create some dangerous situations even for vehicles driving down the road.
Go
All
ahead,
right,
Trey.
so right now what we're looking at here is a storm that continues to move inland. With the power hit and some of the issues here, unfortunately, I couldn't hear a lot of what was being said, but what we can take away is that the worst is starting to impact here in Southwest Florida. I know they moved inland there. In Bonita Springs, they're starting to move northbound. And now as we continue to look at the radar here, and Lauren, I believe we have control back here of our radar. So this is good to know. You can see the donut shape here, a very symmetrical eye wall of this hurricane as it continues to drift off towards the northeast. And the worst of this now is beginning to slide up the barrier islands. Our viewing area for Lee County goes up through Captiva and eventually right there towards Boca Grande. Very beautiful place if you've never been, and it's a little bit of a drive as you curve back down the barrier islands, but they are right there on the edge as well. If real fast, Lauren, if you could just zoom me in. I know we're trying to do about 17 different things with one computer.
This is live TV, though,
right?
so everyone
All
please bear with
So
us.
right here, Sanibel, and we saw one of those little vortexes quickly move across, and it looks like we might. There, the radar is back.
It's coming back.
It's coming
Sorry.
back. As we switch sources and load here, we're looking at the radar, and just to kind of reset, for those of you who maybe have never been through a hurricane or are new or just were curious, this is the eye wall. This is the worst part of the hurricane that we have to go through today. The entire storm you see on the wide view does not contain those winds that are 155 miles per hour with gusts of 200. It's here. And it's right here in this eye wall. So I want to zoom in, Lauren, if we can, right here towards Sanibel in particular. I want to go up towards Captiva to Boca Grande, if we could get them both kind of settled in a view here. And that is where we're seeing some of the strongest reflectivity returns on the radar. So as Lauren moves, there's Bowman's and Turner's Beach, and now we're looking at Boca Grande. Look how close the edge of the most devastating part of that eye wall is getting there to some of the barrier islands. You've got Grove City to the north, and you've got Rotunda, Placida right here on Cape Hayes. And that water is going to be moving here through Gasparilla Sound in the Charlotte Harbor and pushing inland. So this is an area we're going to continue to watch as we have the strongest winds making landfall in some of our most vulnerable spots here in Southwest Florida. Now, the vulnerable spots are the areas that are only connected by bridges and those barrier islands that act to protect the mainland. The problem is, Lauren, you get a storm like this with storm surge up to 18 feet along the coastline, and at points during the hurricane, water's going to come up and over almost every part of these islands.
And so, Trent, we just got that 11 o'clock advisory, and there was no change to the storm surge, thankfully, and that's one of the first times that has happened all morning long.
Yep.
Every advisory, it's been going up. We also got an alert that there was an extreme wind warning, so I just want to read this off for everyone. So that went out at 10:45. It lasts for 2 hours. That's going to be until 12:45. They want you to know that this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation is what they are saying. A tornado watch remains in effect as well until 5 p.m. So this is going to be for areas, let's take a look. It's extreme winds associated 7 miles south of St. James City and then 14 miles southwest of Cape Coral. So that's a very large polygon that is going to be circled across all of Lee County that is associated with this new warning.
Sure. And at this point, I know the warnings are coming in, and we get them. And they serve a purpose on alerting your phone if you're in those locations. But for us here, our job is to take the radar, and we're going to show you where the worst is at and where you're anticipating those very, very strong damaging winds of the hurricane. As we get each radar scan and you watch this red just whip around, it almost looks like there's frames missing in the radar, but there's not. It's how fast those are moving around. And each one of those vortices, as they rotate around the storm, contain tornadoes inside them. And with winds sustained at that amount, it's absolutely devastating the damage that is going to happen as this eye continues to move in. Again, these are very vulnerable spots on the barrier islands. You're looking at North Captiva Island. You've got the South Sea Resort. It's one of Amy and I's favorite places here in Southwest Florida. And right now they are taking the brunt. But look at the way the winds are going to be wrapping around. They're actually going to get a little bit of a surge from the east to the west. And that's because of the way the eye wall is working right now. And as this continues to drift to the north, the winds in Boca Grande are going to come due west as well. And you can see some of the heavier rain bands even moving north there of Punta Gorda. I want to go back out, if I will, if you don't mind me driving the bus here for just a second. And just kind of get a reset on where the eye of the storm is currently located. Here are the rain bands inland. You're hearing heavy rain from Port Charlotte. You've tapered off a little bit for areas for Lehigh Acres, Alva, Buckingham, but the center, the core of this hurricane on a projected path here off to the northeast is going to continue to move and push water in from Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach southbound. And this surge is what the National Hurricane Center is calling life-threatening now.
Yeah.
It went up from 12 when we started on air this morning with our wall-to-wall coverage, and we've seen it bump up throughout the day.
Yeah, it went to 16 and then it went to 18. So again, thankfully with that 11 o'clock advisory, we're not having to deal with that. Trent, you were just briefly talking about how the Boca Grande area, you said it was going to see the opposite effect eventually of that storm surge. That's because the winds will be going no longer out of the southwest, but will be wrapping around in the opposite direction. So you're going to see the wind kind of push all of that water back out to the Gulf. But here's the thing, as the system continues to move to the northeast, storm surge will continue to be a problem as it moves up and down the coast. So we are just in the beginning of all of these threats.
And the hurricane force winds around this center extend out 80 miles. Now, that's the estimate based on what the hurricane hunters are finding. The National Hurricane Center gives us that range in the discussion. And typically, you have to look at a hurricane and see how it's not formed, but see how it's shaped, meaning that sometimes you get some dry air moved in or some shear, and they tend to be a little lopsided. That's not the case with Ian. This one is almost perfect, and as far as it's being symmetric, it's got plenty of moisture to work with. You looked at the water vapor loop here throughout the morning, kind of doing a little analysis, and there's simply nothing that inhibited the storm, and that's why we saw it go from 120 to 155 earlier today.
And Trent, when I take a look at our monitor, it looks like that we were just showing you maybe a live look. I think it was the pier, the Fort Myers Beach pier. I'm not exactly sure what that was. If we could try and get that back up, because not only did I see a lot of rain right there, but it was the waves just crashing over, and that's just something that we're going to start to see more and more up and down the coast.
Throughout the morning, and when I glanced over, it almost looked like the Skyview Bridge out of Tampa.
I wasn't sure.
And when that bridge there to the north, they shut it down, obviously, and it was very, very ominous starting early this morning. And that's up in the Tampa area, which is off the screen here, just showing you the broad circulation here of this hurricane. So what we're doing now here in Southwest Florida, we started before 11 o'clock, was it about 10:30, and we took a minute to kind of take a breath and reset because the tone of our coverage was changing. It wasn't a time to prepare, it wasn't a time to talk, it was a time to act. And that hasn't changed, especially for areas along the coast and our barrier islands. So right now, again, for those of you who maybe have lost power, maybe you're streaming us on a live device or still getting our broadcast in Sanibel and North Captiva on up towards Boca Grande. Right now, you're just entering the northeastern part of the eye wall of this hurricane. This is when we start to see those winds approach well over 100 and get into the 155 range when the National Hurricane Center sends their aircraft in to measure the storm. They drop instruments out of the airplane and to drop them right in the eye wall to try to get the peak wind speed. And it is, again, right there around that donut-shaped eye wall, the worst of this storm as it begins to move on shore.
Yeah, so I'm so sorry. It probably looks like I'm being really distracted, but we're getting cues. I'm trying to communicate with the people back in the control room, and we're also getting a lot of information flooding in here. Amy and Chris, for example, I see you guys are putting some reports of flooding inside of our chats.
Yeah, we're working to get some video from Sanibel on right now. It's Lindgren and East Gulf North. It's live pictures, and they're pretty stunning.
So this is going to be a live look at the streets that you're talking about right now.
This is a different one, actually, but you can see a lot of water in this camera as well. The camera that I'm looking at, and it's kind of hard to tell what this one is, if that is a home or a building there on the side of the road. This is Sanibel, and it's hard to tell exactly what this is or how high the water is. I'm looking at another live camera at Lindgren in East Gulf North, where the water is up on the stop sign to the bottom of the actual stop sign. So you imagine a couple of feet up or a few feet up in the air, and then you have the stop sign. The water is touching the bottom of that stop sign and street sign.
Golf Drive in
it's East Gulf North.
East Gulf North. Okay.
Yeah.
So the flooding concerns there, Chris, with the storm surge. Anytime you look at Sanibel, we've got a couple of monitors we're looking at here. The areas that are impacted on that island, it's coming in out of the south. It's pushing water up and over that island. So that just kind of gives you an idea. You think of where the bottom of that octagon is on a stop sign. It's 5 feet tall at least.
Easily.
On most of them. I stand 5'10", and a lot of times they're right at the top of my head. So you're looking at roughly 6 feet of storm surge on parts of Sanibel already, and they're just getting started. I want to reiterate that the movement of the storm only at 10 miles per hour, so this is going to be a prolonged storm surge event until we can get this eye away from the coastline and eventually inland. And is that the video there, Chris?
It is, yeah, that's the live camera.
Yeah, boy, you can see that water all the way up there. Okay, so this just kind of gives you an idea of what we're experiencing in Sanibel, and this is exactly why the island was evacuated. And I know some of you probably stayed in Sanibel. Hopefully you can still hear us here to get the latest information, but we are just starting with this storm. When you go through a hurricane, you go through every part of the eye wall when it moves across you. First, it's the leading edge, but in this case, in Sanibel, it's going to be the northeastern side. And depending upon how exactly the storm moves, which right now looks like the center may come ashore somewhere around North Captiva or even Boca Grande. I'm going to zoom this out just a touch here.
It's a very touchy mouse,
It's a very touchy mouse today. Right, let's do it right there. There we go.
Okay.
All right, so if you look at the overall movement, northeast to north, we have to watch for wobbles, and we talk about this all the time. We get placements from the National Hurricane Center now every hour, and while the reason a hurricane will start to wobble at this point is it feels the land. I know it sounds silly, but it's almost like these storms are alive. It wants fuel. It wants the energy from the ocean, and it feels the friction. The overall rotation feels that tug of the land from Fort Myers all the way over to Lake Okeechobee, and sometimes that can make it turn ever so slightly to the north, and that could allow the landfall to continue to be a little bit up into Charlotte County or Charlotte Harbor. It's just a matter of how far inland it goes. But bottom line right now is Sanibel Island went from being, Lauren, right there on the northeastern part of the eye wall to right now it looks like it's starting to enter the eastern part of the eye wall with landfall still a little bit away. As if you just kind of project the overall motion, we're still looking possibly somewhere here, Cape Hayes, Charlotte County. So those little wobbles we see every time we get a new scan in are going to become key.
And so, Trent, I kind of just want to put it into perspective for people who are listening right now. You talked about that friction and the fuel, which is very common when you start to have these hurricanes that ride up and down the coast. It was your former colleague, it was my former professor who really put it out for me and made it so simple to understand. These systems, they're going to almost be like driving on the highway. It's going to want to tug in because of the friction, but the fuel is in the warm Gulf waters, so it almost has a mind of its own here. It's going to want to turn back out to the water because it wants that fuel. It wants to continue to have that almost chimney effect, something else that you and I have talked about, because you can tell when something is really starting to strengthen when it comes to a tropical system, because you can kind of see that on infrared satellite.
Yeah, and as we kind of watch this movement as well, the longer we can keep this entire core off the coastline here in Southwest Florida, the better off we are. But unfortunately, here in the next couple of hours, we're starting to approach noon at 11:26. Lord, it's inevitable that somewhere here in our viewing area, someone's going to take the brunt of the landfall of the storm, both on the north and south side of the eye wall. And currently, even though the storm is offshore, we are getting that storm surge from Sanibel all the way south to Marco Island, with the worst of it being likely right here around the Matanzas Pass, stretching southbound, because that water hits the island and it's going to find its way through. And then when you get there towards the Matanzas Pass Bridge, You know the water there. You know some of the famous views, such as Nervous Nellie's, when you're looking in towards the shrimp boats. You got the Dixie Fish House.
Doc Ford's is all right
Doc
there
Ford's.
as well.
You know, those areas there, that water has risen, and we're waiting to see some video or possibly some live cams here throughout the morning, but I guarantee you it's going to be some historic flooding levels there for Fort Myers Beach.
And Trent, we're talking about the coast right now because that's the area that's being impacted by that eye wall, but we're starting to get some measurements for areas that are closer to up and down I-75, and even there, they're still dealing with the impacts of this storm. For example, Fort Myers over at Page Field, they're looking at wind gusts currently up to about 66 miles per hour out of the east-southeast, and that direction, you know, kind of just really goes to show you the winds wrapping around this very powerful hurricane right now.
We've been showing you that wind field graphic all week, and we go from those weak tropical storm force winds to a little stronger, and eventually we start to get into those stronger hurricane force winds. So it's just a sit and wait. I don't know how else to say it. Wish we just had a button we could just get this guy on out of here, but we are in this for a while. With the movement of just 10 miles per hour, we're looking at hours and hours, 6 to 8 before we start to get this storm inland and weakening. Once it starts interacting with land, the Hurricane Center was forecasting this to eventually weaken to a Category 1, but a strong one at that.
Yeah, so I do want to get back out to our John Barron. So, John, I know you've kind of been all over the place today, chasing some of the worst when it comes to all of the rain. Where are you right now, and what are you seeing?
Yeah, so we're right back on King Highway right now. As you can kind of see, we're back at that Circle K. And really that wind and that rain making a weird transition where it continues to go really heavy and absolutely batter us, and then also seem to have those pockets of just clarity. So it's really weird. Right now we're just getting a little bit more of that drizzle with the wind kind of coming down a little bit, and then spurts of gust of just slapping us in the face. And really when it does, that rain is hitting us in the face feels like needles, okay? I'll tell you that right now because Travis and I were being here about, I would say, like 3 or 4 times so far, and every single time we've come here we've had those weird pockets where we have just clarity and calmness, and then all of a sudden, just like this, it starts to pick back up and the rain starts to hit you, and it really does seem to kind of hurt in a sense. But what we've seen is really, thankfully, something that we've really seen is a die down here on King Highway. When we first started out, we actually were seeing a lot of people making their ways out here and trying to get, hopefully, what we were expecting to be to a shelter, because them trying to get out of the city was super late. All these highways, most of these bridges and roads, especially the interstate on 75, have all been shut down. And actually, FDOT has already made their ways back off those roadways after shutting them all down. We actually spoke with one about 2 hours ago. He told us, yeah, we have done our job. We have done what we've had to do. Now the time for us to go and take shelter is upon us. Now, something else that we continue to see is people trying to come in here and get gas. Now, we continue to see saran wrap around them, and a lot of these with zip ties. So if you guys are trying to come out and get gas, it's way too late. You can't do that anymore. You have to wait until this hurricane has made its way out. Also, people trying to make, you know, last minute snacks or water stops or whatever it is, coming up to these Circle K's, trying to come in, go to these doors. There are signs on many of the gas stations that we've gone to that have literally said, hey, we are not going to be open until the storm is gone. And that hurricane is really starting to intensify, like you guys continue to say. We continue to feel that as well as it starts to make its way in here. And honestly, we have been able to be out here for a while, and we can continue to feel how intense it's getting just over the couple of hours. And honestly, over the last couple of minutes, it continues to go up. Again, though, we do see a handful of patrol cars that have made their ways out here as well. We've also seen some of those public safety officers as well making their rounds out here, but they've all been called off as well. Many of them probably just making their way home and just trying to go to shelter in place as well. We continue to see that as they try to make their way out of here. Once those wind gusts hit about 45 miles an hour, they were all called off. They were no longer allowed to be out here. And as you guys have heard as well, the safety officers have all been told that once that wind gust hits about 30 miles an hour, then they will start to come back out and be able to make some of those 911 rescue calls. So you guys have been talking about how much of the wind and the rain we're continuously seeing. We're going to have a lot of this making its way out here as it continues to have that hurricane continue to make its way over here to the Florida coast. We're going to send it back to you guys over on the desk as Lisa and, excuse me, I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm having a brain fart right now, but Lisa and Chris, we're going to be sending it back to you guys in the studio. So here in Charlotte County, John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, John, thank you for the update on the conditions there. Stay safe. One of the things that Governor DeSantis said in his most recent news conference earlier this morning was that one of the things that the state is doing is relying on the federal government, FEMA specifically, to bring in more rescue equipment and rescue aircraft to help people who decided to not evacuate and stay in their homes when the water came. They expect there to be significant rescue. So I want you to take a look at some video. We are already seeing this in the Florida Keys. This is the Coast Guard. They had to rescue 7 people who called for help because of weather from Hurricane Ian. This is in Key West. The Coast Guard says, just look at that video right there. That's pretty remarkable, that boat in the water. Those people definitely needed the help there. They are waving for their rescuers. The Coast Guard says it's always safer to follow city, county, and other evacuation orders. And this is the #1 reason why right there, because of boats like that. All right, now we are going to, I believe, some other video. Let's go to Bonita Beach. We are talking a lot this morning about storm surge. We saw some of it just a little while ago in Sanibel. The water that on at least one street was as high as a stop sign. Well, we are seeing some storm surge already in other parts of Southwest Florida too, and that includes in Bonita Beach, where the water got pretty high just a little while ago. We do have some video that we shot a short time ago of what it looked like, and if you've ever been out to Bonita Beach, this is a beautiful beach. Under normal circumstances, the water is usually fantastic. Unfortunately, today it was a lot higher than it usually is. There's a place when you go to the parking lot and then you kind of walk out onto the beach. Well, the water was in that area where you usually walk out into the beach. That's how high it was with that surge. And here's a little video. Here's what it looked like right here. So those steps that you walk down, usually there's nothing but beach there and sand. But as you can see here, the wild waters coming in with this storm surge brought the water all the way up to those steps. And this is something that we have been forecasting. It is something we have been expecting, not just here in Bonita Beach, but also in Sanibel and on Marco Island. We were able to speak with the Marco Island fire chief a short time ago. Here's what he said about the dangers of storm surge. All right, now we want to move to some viewer video from Golden Gate. If we have that video, we will pop it up for you. This is more inland, and as you can see, even here, there is a lot of wind right now and some rain. And Amy, this is just one of the areas. We heard John say it a few minutes ago. It's band after band, so you may have some time where it's not really that bad, but then the winds come and the rains come with it, and you have to deal with that. Here in Golden Gate, they're dealing with a little bit of it right now. It may again later, but nothing like what we've seen in places like Sanibel.
Yeah, and like we've been telling you since the very early morning hours before the sun came up, we do expect this to be an all-day event. You know, just because you get through, let's say, those really severe outer bands of the eye, and then maybe it might clear up a little bit, doesn't mean you don't have more behind it. That is exactly why the governor announced that they have staged all kinds of things, and they are ready to move and deploy as soon as we are out of, and as soon as it is really safe for those first responders and crews to get out there. I mean, they brought in planes to airlift people if they need to, high water vehicles. They even have 600 boots on the ground as far as search and rescue. And, you know, I think it's one of those things you, as a human and as someone who has lived here a long time, you have a hard time wrapping your head around. Wow, I know there is the potential for this crazy storm surge, but you know, you just hope that it doesn't happen. But we have to prepare for the worst.
Yeah, and what you see here, this is a bridge on Marco Island. Look at the water rushing through that. This was obviously earlier this morning. At one point this morning, parts south of in Collier County were experiencing some rough weather. As we have seen, the toughest part or the roughest weather right now is more in the barrier islands of Lee County and then approaching coastal areas of Lee County as well.
All right, so we are awaiting the governor at 1 o'clock, and any moment now we should be hearing from Collier County emergency management officials. They are going to update you guys on what they're seeing there in that county. We've seen video of fires from down power lines and, transmission boxes that blew, and
Right.
so you just have to really be careful. You should not be out and about, but we do expect them to be updating us from Collier County in just a short moment now.
And we will go to that once they start, but we want to get back with our weather experts, Fox 4 meteorologists Trent Eric and Lauren Petrelli, because we know this thing is really close to some of the barrier islands and now moving close to coastal Lee County. Where is Ian now, and what kind of damage is it doing?
Yeah, each frame that comes in, Lauren and I, we keep talking about what communities it's time to say now.
Ring the bell is the term that you've been using.
Yeah, because it's the point where you got to get into an interior room of your home. It's no longer the time to sit in your living room and watch TV. If you didn't heed the evacuation warnings, and maybe even you thought your place was strong enough to withstand a hurricane, you've got shutters, it's still important to follow these instructions right here. If you are in Sanibel, Pine Island, even parts of the Cape, in the southern parts of the Cape, you have to find an interior room of your home now. You have to get away from windows, and the reason is because this type of catastrophic hurricane, Category 4, borderline Category 5, that's when you start to get into issues with roofs coming off the home. The reason the hurricane shutters are designed is to keep the wind out. If a window breaks and the wind gets in the house, the wind tries to find a place to go, and it usually goes up and rips the roof
pressure
off.
forces it up.
Correct. With this type of hurricane, it's strong enough, especially if there's no reinforcement with hurricane straps, that it doesn't matter if you have shutters or not. You're going to start having issues, and that's why we want you to be as safe as possible, and that's why you have to find the safe place in your house. Now, as far as what we're looking at on the radar, Lauren, we've been watching this eye wall move off towards the east, and right now it is almost a direct hit on the leading edge of the eye wall for Sanibel Island.
Yeah, and so we don't want Sanibel, North Captiva, Boca Grande, those areas to think that we have forgotten about them. I just want to pause it really quickly right here, if we can fast forward it to that last frame, because that last frame right on Pine Island is the one that you and I were really looking at right there. That is why we're using the terminology, now's the time to possibly ring the bell for Pine Island.
Yep.
If you haven't already, listen to us and taken that action we're talking about, and then right ahead of it, you have Cape Coral as well.
And the Cape is a extremely vulnerable place for hurricanes. We talk about it all the time, the water coming up the Caloosahatchee. If you've driven through the Cape before and you know Pine Island, it's east to west, Burnt Store north to south with Cleveland and I-75. All the canals through there are swollen. The water is coming in, and they're going to continue to rise as that storm surge moves in, and now you're going to add the devastating wind on top of it. Real fast, I think I've got a camera view set up to advance just to kind of show where Sanibel's at. We're right here at Tarpon Bay Beach. As you work up the way there, South Seas Resort is almost getting hammered. Just offshore, we have some very, very high reflectivity amounts showing those intense thunderstorms wrapping around the northern side of that eye wall. Lauren, Pine Island is here. It's kind of hard to see. Largest island in the state of Florida, going from St. James City all the way up towards Bokeelia, and some of the locations there that you've been looking at that are getting ready to get impacted.
Yeah, so this is pretty tough for me to watch, because right about here is where you have Fuzzies. The boat ramp is right there. That's the boat ramp that I use all the time with my family. You move south just a little bit, you have the waterfront restaurant right here, York Island, which we always pass as we go through fishing. But we were just talking about that storm surge as you head into the Cape Coral area. Trent, you and I were worried about this spot right here, which is going to be the west end, because that storm surge is going to whip around this way right out of the southwest at the moment, and it's going to really find all those nooks and crannies through the waterway. So we're sitting here watching areas like the West End, for example, all of the restaurants, all of the shops right along this spot. That water, again, this area potentially could see storm surge up to 18 feet.
Now, you're talking about the southern part of the Cape here, and we've been watching those storm surge inundation maps that show the storm surge going up at some locations past Pine Island Road, which is located right here in the orange. So as as this eye continues to progress slowly off to the northeast and we watch every frame come in, eventually it is going to be the Cape, Burnt Store, Chiquita, veterans cutting through the Cape that are going to be under the worst of the leading edge there of this hurricane, a Category 4. We've been filtering through the rest of the discussion just to make sure we weren't missing any big piece of information, and they kept talking about how this is a borderline Cat 5, devastating wind field, and the fact that it is a life-threatening storm. So we're going to watch the leading edge because this is the first impact of the hurricane core that we've been talking about, having the capability of seeing wind gusts up to 200 miles per hour.
Trent, actually, if you don't mind right now, I'd like to zoom out really quickly. It looks like just a couple minutes ago we had a tornado warning drop down. This is going to be for DeSoto, Hardy, and Highlands until 12:15. So roughly another half hour is what we're looking at with that tornado warning. Should we take a closer look at where it is?
Why don't we go ahead and right off the bat there, we've got a zoomed out view, and you can see the tornado watch box here until 5 o'clock tonight. So where we're looking at, we're going up to Arcadia here, and these are those outermost rain bands that spark the tornado warnings over on the East Coast. And right there it is, Lauren, coming out of Highlands County. Some of the good news here is it looks like the warning is going to stay north of downtown Arcadia. It's going to cross into southern Hardy County and US 17. Right here, we've got rotation showing up on the radar, and with this storm moving 45 miles per hour, every time we get a scan, that's going to continue to move pretty quickly through that polygon box, and it should stay south there of Bowling Green, but eventually move right there north of Sarasota County. You can see the radar site there out of Tampa Bay sitting at Ruskin. So this is the area that we're monitoring. We've got the rotation. Again, this is south of Sebring, going to move north of downtown, north of 70. So it's this tornado warning just barely in that northeastern part of Arcadia. And you can see the, again, tail end of that little cell rotating as it moves towards 17. So Wauchula, it looks like maybe on the leading edge of this, but again, this starts to get on the extreme northern parts of our viewing area. But that is a radar indicated tornado so far.
Let me double check that before I answer.
Yep,
10
tornado.
miles west of Lake Placid, moving northwest at 45 miles per hour. So that motion towards Wauchula is exactly what we're looking at right now.
Okay, it looks like you get over towards 64. So we'll watch this one, but as it moves out of our viewing area, I want to focus more here on the eye of Hurricane Ian. And the reason being, you look at the Saffir-Simpson scale, this is a Category 4, winds sustained at 155 around that eye. And you talk about tornadoes, and you get to the Fujita scale. An EF3 tornado is what we're seeing the equivalent of right now as that ring, that core of the hurricane begins to move on shore. And unlike a tornado that's moving with a thunderstorm like the one you just showed, 25 to 40 miles per hour in this case, this one's moving at 10. So we're talking about hours of being under a Category 3 like tornado, but a large wind swath, and then we're looking at life-threatening, devastating storm surge of 18 feet. And as the storm approaches, Lauren, I'm so concerned here about Fort Myers Beach stretching all the way down towards Lover's Key, because you see how the state, how the shoreline kind of jaunts out towards the west, in particular Sanibel. It's why it's famous for its shelling, because it sticks out, and all the currents catch the shells, and it's one of the most popular places in the world because of it. And not only does it catch shells, it catches water, and the same can be said for Fort Myers Beach. You and I have been out several times there on the state park at the end when you go past the pink shell, and the water only has one place to go there around that inlet, and then once it's inside, it's just going to continue to go all the way up through Gasparilla Sound.
Yeah, and it's also going to probably aid in any of the storm surge for the Cape Coral area, because remember, all of those canals, those are narrow ways. So if you were to just take your hand and kind of swipe it this way towards a narrow waterway like that, you are pushing it, forcing it through those small areas right there. That is why you and I, for years, we've been talking about how Cape Coral is so susceptible to storm surge, because you have all of those narrow canals throughout the entire city.
Yeah, if you don't know the history of Cape Coral, it was man-made canals. They took the land out of the canals, they built it up, they began to sell homes, and it's a beautiful place to live. It's where our studios are in Fox 4. but unfortunately, it also makes it very susceptible. You have the Caloosahatchee that runs inland and starts to narrow as it gets in towards Buckingham, and water wins. Water finds a way. If you've ever spilt the drink, you know it finds the lowest spot and it'll finger out, and that's the same thing it's doing now. It's getting pushed into areas, and it's not going to want to go up and over. It's going to want to find the path of least resistance, and that's why the canals fill up, and that's why we see it push in through the Caloosahatchee, and we also see it go all the way up into the Peace River. And Lauren, one other thing I'm starting to get concerned about here are these rain bands off to the north. We saw the thunderstorms there heading towards DeSoto County. We've been monitoring flood warnings. I know Horse Creek was one of them, the Peace River, and the name of the third river, Myakka River, there throughout the morning that we've been talking about. Already, residents there, especially along Horse Creek, to keep businesses and their houses, look, they have to take boats, and now we're adding all of this water on top of that here this morning.
Yeah, so just to kind of zoom in a little bit right here on the rain bands, you really do have some heavy rainfall all the way between Port Charlotte northward through Arcadia and all the way up to portions of Lake Placid up highway. I believe that's Highway 98 right there.
Yep, here's 98.
Yep, so we're looking at a very wide area dealing with a lot of heavy rainfall, and as you continue to move all the way down to the south, you have that eye wall right there. My eye is just drawn to that lightning right there, Trent. That is just impressive at the structure and also the amount of lightning we have.
You're watching right here on the western side of the eye wall. If you watch that loop, I believe you have this set for an hour. 60
it is
minutes.
1 hour, yeah.
So this is a 60-minute loop, and what we're going to watch here is we're going to watch these vortices wrap around the eye of the hurricane. So at the beginning of the loop, when it resets, so 11:48, we're going to go back in time. Boom. Watch
Do you
how
want me to
fast.
pause it or just keep it going?
Just keep it going.
Okay.
Watch how fast, like a wheel spinning, that those little red areas, those vortices embedded in the eye wall, almost do a complete lap around the eye wall. That just shows you the speed of the winds, it shows you the speed of the storms, and the lightning that comes into our weather computer almost seems like it's delayed, like it's behind the echoes, and that it just goes to attest the strength of this hurricane. Again, this is a historic event in the way that we don't want to make history today.
And Trent, not only is this showing a massive loop, but it's showing you the cycle that people on these Lee County islands are probably dealing with if they did not evacuate. They're having this cycle on top of them repeatedly, and it is, again, going to be an hours-long event that we are going to be dealing with these types of impacts. It is loud for them right now. It is very gusty, and hopefully they have that TV up if they still have their power, and they are held up in a nice place that is going to be safe away from windows, especially.
I just want to get Chris and Amy's attention real fast, just because I know you guys are so good at tracking social media. Have you got any report, anybody tweeting anything, sending anything to the station about what it's like on Sanibel?
So I have actually been trying to contact my former high school teacher who lives on Sanibel to see if he could give me any perspective. I don't even know if he's there. I haven't heard from him, but I'm hearing from friends who have spoken with friends, and they are just seeing what we're seeing, Trent, which is water up to stop signs in some areas. And hopefully no one's there on the island. We're hoping, obviously, everyone evacuated, but I think the key here, we are getting a lot of questions on social media, like, okay, it's over Sanibel, the first wall of the eye. When are we going to start seeing that in Fort Myers and Cape Coral? But this is going to be, like Lauren just said, an hours-long event. This is not something that is going to be a quick mover through here within an hour or two. This is an all-day thing.
Yeah, I've been paying attention to our tower camera at the Fox 4 studio in Cape Coral and Pine Island Road. It is shaking like crazy right now. The stoplights are moving really fast. The trees are going crazy. Thankfully not seeing any people, no cars or anything, but the water is definitely pooling up on the roads. So we're beginning to see the effects that this is having on Cape Coral, and so we will continue to monitor that. This is affecting all of South Florida right now, not just Southwest Florida. Earlier this morning, there were storms on the East Coast in Delray Beach. There were reports of a possible tornado. We saw